Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Patientio had gravely wounded the one-horned wind wolf, but now found herself entangled with not one, but two silver-backed, iron-armored bears. Despite the danger, her expression remained calm. She gracefully rose into the air, narrowly avoiding a barrage of icy spikes from one of the bears. Her flying sword spun through the sky, morphing into a massive sword shadow that descended with thunderous force toward her attacker. Yet the silver-backed iron bear, for all its size, was no lumbering brute. With a casual gesture, it conjured a shimmering silver shield that intercepted the sword shadow. Cracks spread across the illusionary barrier, but it held. The beast pressed forward, undeterred. Patientio's brows furrowed. Such troublesome defense. These creatures' innate abilities allowed them to conjure silver shields faster than most cultivators could cast a spell. Worse still, if an attack failed to shatter the shield, it would rapidly regenerate, leaving her efforts fruitless. Letting the bear get close was not an option. Their true terror lay not in their defense, but in their brutal melee power. A single hit could cripple. Meanwhile, the second bear was circling behind, trying to cut off her retreat. With a flick of her fingers, two golden talismans burst forth, transforming into streaks of golden light that shot toward the two beasts. Instinctively sensing danger, both bears summoned their silver shields once more. The golden lights slammed into the barriers, revealing their true form, golden needles. These weren't ordinary projectiles, but second-tier spell-infused needles designed to pierce armor and defenses. Far more lethal than the golden edge technique used during chi refinement. The shields held, barely, but this time the beast hesitated. The needles didn't shatter on impact. They drilled forward, inch by inch, threatening to breach the defenses if the bears weren't careful. Now wary, the two monsters channeled more spiritual energy into their shields, halting their advance. Patientio knew she hadn't bought victory, only time. Her flying sword whirled back to her side. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth and exhaled a stream of brilliant golden spiritual energy onto the blade. Intricate runes shimmered within the golden mist. The moment the breath left her lips, her face turned slightly pale, but the sword responded. Its aura flared, intensifying. With renewed power, it launched once again toward the nearest bear. The golden needles finally dissipated, having exhausted their spiritual force. And at that very moment, the empowered flying sword reached the weakened shield. A narrow crack remained in the silver barrier, too small to matter under normal circumstances. But the sword struck true. Crack! The barrier exploded, fragments of silver light dispersing like dust in the wind. The flying sword tore through unimpeded, aiming directly at the bear's chest. The beast let out a furious roar. In desperation, it activated its bloodline, turning its fur a radiant silver white. Its paw swiped at the incoming sword, but the blade was too nimble. It dipped and veered, slashing into its left shoulder. The silver white fur barely resisted before being shredded. The blade cleaved into flesh, then bone, until it finally lost momentum. Before the bear could retaliate, the sword reversed course, retreating in a flash of light back to its master. By now, Patientio had already withdrawn behind the defensive formation. In a single clash, she had gravely wounded one second-tier beast and stalled another. Her strength was undeniable. The cultivators behind the city walls erupted in cheers. Morale surged. Yuan exhaled in admiration. It's been a while since I've seen fellow Taoist Pei take the field. Your power has grown once more. Patientio shook her head. I've hit a wall in sword cultivation, so I rely on secret techniques to compensate. But such shortcuts can only take me so far. You're too hard on yourself, Yuan said. Few in our realm could hold off 3 second-tier beasts alone. Yet Patientio's thoughts weren't on praise. Her mind drifted to Li Zhen's mysterious sword chi thunder sound, a technique she had never been able to grasp. Her gold spiritual root should have made her a perfect candidate for sword cultivation, but the threshold remained out of reach. If she were a true sword cultivator, she could have slain that silverbacked bear outright. It was precisely because of this regret that she had given her prized green pine sword to Li Zhen. His talent in swordsmanship was something she couldn't bear to see wasted. Outside the formation, the injured bear clutched its shoulder, retreating in pain. Golden spiritual power still lingered in its wound, refusing to be expelled easily. In frustration, the beast pressed its uninjured paw to the wound, trying to force the energy out. But the fight was over for it. As a sentient second-tier beast, it knew its limits and retreated. The last uninjured bear glared at the city, reluctant to leave, but eventually turned and followed its kin. Only the first-tier monsters remained, still mindlessly charging the walls in suicidal waves. Inside the formation, Li Zhen continued executing the Shunshao Thunder method, ensuring there were no further second-tier threats. Once he confirmed it, his focus shifted inward. He issued a mental command to the Dragonheart space. Within that mysterious realm, the leg of the one-horned wind wolf radiated with a soft glow before it was completely absorbed. Li Zhen's entire body flushed with heat, as though he'd consumed a powerful tonic. His cells trembled with excitement, his muscles humming with newfound strength. He quickly opened his identity bracelet to check his status. Name: Li Zhen male. Age: 13. Realm: Qi training level 4. Spiritual roots: Wood: 21.22. Water: 21. Gold: 23.43. Fire: 20. Earth: 20. Thunder: 20. Wind: 31. Ectoplasm: 1. Spiritual power: 100. Body cultivation: level 99, 100/. Li Zhen blinked in disbelief. Absorbing just one leg of the second-tier wind wolf had granted him a massive increase in wind affinity. His wind root was now his strongest, surpassing even his gold root. If I could devour the whole beast, he mused, would it push me to mid-grade root level? Even more exciting was the rise in his physical cultivation. Previously, he had tested this function with first-tier monsters to no effect. But now, after consuming a second-tier monster, his body had undergone significant enhancement. With one punch, he could likely crush stone. Among Qi-training cultivators, he now possessed overwhelming physical power. In tournament-style ring battles, where external talismans and higher-tier artifacts were restricted, this strength gave him an almost unfair advantage. He drew one conclusion. Only monsters a full tier above his current level could trigger the body enhancement function in Dragonheart space. A rare stroke of luck had brought him the beast's leg. As a humble fourth-layer cultivator, even with resources, he wouldn't have had access to such spiritual materials. Li Zhen exhaled deeply, grounding himself. He needed time to adjust to this strength. Better to test it within the protective bounds of the formation than to risk an uncontrolled outburst in live combat. The tide was shifting, and the boy with the dragon heart was just getting started. Though Li Zhen's physical body had grown exponentially stronger, the cultivation technique anchoring it, the black iron body, remained in the mid-stage of its first level. If he wanted to match the newfound strength surging through his flesh and bones, he would need to cultivate the black iron body further. But now wasn't the time. The battlefield outside raged with chaos, making it impossible to sit and refine his body technique. Yet even without training, something extraordinary began to stir. As Li Zhen tested the limits of his strength, his heart pounded, and alongside it, so did the dragon heart sealed within him. A faint thread of ancient, crimson gold blood seeped from the dragon heart, weaving silently into his veins. His eyes lit up. His body, which had already reached the pinnacle of Qi training physical cultivation, 99/100, was changing again. Power gathered in his limbs. Strength, speed, durability. Everything surged to a higher level. It wasn't just the result of physical refinement. This was dragon blood, albeit only a trace. Yet its potency exceeded any mortal enhancement. It pushed his body to the brink of a first-tier dragon hatchling, a being born to dominate. The black iron body may have been a basic chi training technique, but its compatibility with Li Zhen's constitution allowed him to scale it effortlessly, especially with the help of gold element spiritual objects. Still, the body it produced was mortal. But this was something else entirely. Beyond the wall, outside the Tianshan wall, the battle had not ceased. Waves of monsters crashed against the spiritual formation, their screeches mingling with the war cries of defenders. Oddly, no second-level or foundation establishment monsters moved to engage again. The tide had paused at a strange equilibrium. Inside the command center, Major General Zhang stood before the flickering tactical display. His hands danced across the projection, zooming in and out, brow furrowed deep with concern. "This isn't right," he murmured. "Beast tides don't just happen. Not like this." He analyzed the pattern carefully. The chaos outside bore all the signs of a rushed assault. Monsters had gathered too quickly, without coordination. Though they looked fierce, the rear support was lacking. This wasn't a true siege. It was attrition, pure and simple. "If this had been a full-scale assault," he muttered, "the Demon Kingdom would have deployed its elite monsters from start." Suddenly, alert! Alert! Third-tier demon beast detected. The command center erupted with tension. "Notify Master Ding now." Major General Zhang barked. "Deploy defensive contingencies and buy time." Even as the words left his mouth, the sky darkened. Skyfall. A storm brewed in the distant heavens. Thunder split the sky as a monstrous shadow descended, streaked with red lightning. Peijin Xiu, Yuan, and the Foundation establishment cultivators standing watch turned their gazes upward and froze. A massive creature pierced through the clouds, its arrival heralded by violent thunderclaps. "Red Thunder Dragon Beast," Peijin Xiu whispered, voice tight with awe and dread. It was no ordinary beast. Monsters bearing the name dragon were descended, however distantly, from true dragons. Lustful and mighty, the dragon race had scattered their seed across the world, creating offspring that mingled with other monsters. Some grew strong and retained the bloodline. Others were diluted and cast aside. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast was of the former kind, a genuine dragon beast, infused with thunder, brimming with terrifying strength. A military command arrived immediately. "All Foundation establishment cultivators, retreat to the inner city." Yuan turned to Peijin Xiu. "We have to go. Now." But her feet hesitated. Li Zhen, he was still inside the formation, in the very center of the defensive array. She had placed him there, thinking it safe. Now she regretted it bitterly. She began. Yuan didn't wait. He grabbed her wrist. "We'll die out here." Reluctantly, Peijin Xiu followed him into the sky, retreating toward the inner city, heart heavy with guilt. The storm breaks. The inner city was smaller, but its formations were stronger, specifically built to resist spatial breaches. If necessary, they could even transport Foundation establishment cultivators back to the Immortal Kingdom. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast soared above the wall, ignoring the attacks launched from below. Runes flashed. Spears of spirit energy were hurled. Nothing left a mark. With a roar, it raised a claw wrapped in crimson lightning and slashed at the protective shield. Crack, zap. Lightning traced down the barrier. What began as surface damage soon seeped into the core. The formation trembled violently, then shattered like glass under a hammer. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast unleashed a wave of electric fury. Thousands of bolts erupted outward, striking indiscriminately. Wang Rushi and her two companions, seeing even Foundation establishment cultivators flee, turned and ran. They weren't soldiers. Survival was their only thought. And they weren't alone. Most cultivators began to flee. Only the soldiers remained behind. Not because they were brave, because they had no orders to retreat. 300 armored combatants ascended, striking with synchronized formation. Their weapons lit the sky. But even high-grade armor was nothing before the Red Thunder Dragon Beast's lightning. One strike, crack, and they froze midair. Then came the corrosion. The fighters fell like smoking husks, armor and flesh melting as one. Lightning's edge, Li Zhen stood motionless in the center of the formation, paralyzed by the destruction around him. A massive arc of lightning tore through the shield and raced toward him. Desperate, he summoned every ounce of strength and reached for his spatial magic. He would teleport, even if it tore his body apart. But just as he activated the spell, everything stopped. The lightning halted midair. A crushing pressure descended. His limbs locked. His breath caught. He couldn't move. Is this death, he thought. Will I return to Earth? But death never came. The lightning dispersed. And then a strange force wrapped around his body. Gentle, warm, ancient. The barrier before him parted, as if bowing. Li Zhen floated into the open air. Across the battlefield, the red thunder dragon beast turned. Its massive crimson eyes locked onto him. No killing intent. No madness. Only reverence. A quiet, profound respect. Dragon blood resonance. Li Zhen couldn't understand what he was seeing. The third-tier monster, this ancient thunder beast, was looking at him like a kin. He didn't know that by devouring the one-horned wind wolf, the dragon heart space had elevated his body, and in response, it had released a trace of dragon blood into his veins. A unique breath, a presence that echoed the signature of a true dragon's descendant. The red thunder dragon beast had felt it, and now it knew. The child the chaos mother dragon sought was here. So it acted, not as an enemy, but as a guardian. The red thunder dragon beast was unable to accurately find Li Zhen based solely on the unique dragon aura that Li Zhen revealed. But when Li Zhen used his spatial magical powers, it inevitably stimulated the dragon heart in his body once again. This allowed the red thunder dragon beast to find Li Zhen, and the order the red thunder dragon beast received was to bring Li Zhen back safely. Even though the attack launched by the red thunder dragon beast is area-based, each bolt of lightning carries its perception, and it will stop if it detects the slightest mistake. Li Zhen landed on the back of the red thunder dragon beast, whose back was like a giant ship. The aura of the third-level monster was completely retracted into the body of the red thunder dragon beast, and a protective shield appeared outside Li Zhen's body. Then the red thunder dragon beast took off into the air, and its figure once again turned into lightning and disappeared into the distance. Shortly after the red thunder dragon beast left, a beam of sword light shot out from the inner city of Tianchong. The sword light stopped above the Tianchong wall and revealed the figure of Master Ding. Master Ding looked coldly into the distance. He had no intention of chasing. Although he was a powerful Jin Dan sword cultivator, he did not dare to go deep into the demon kingdom alone. On the city wall below him, there were few intact corpses left except for the charred fighter armors. If you're hit by the lightning of the red thunder dragon beast, no corpse will be left, as you will be completely annihilated by the lightning. This is the consequence of a third-level demon attacking a chi-cultivating cultivator. You won't be able to be so arrogant for long. When the day comes when the army of the immortal kingdom crushes the demon kingdom, I will find you with my own hands. Master Ding muttered to himself. No one heard his voice. The grand plan formulated by the immortal kingdom is still in the high-level planning stage. Li Zhen couldn't describe his feeling. He was flying, and the speed could be described in one word: fast. The huge body of the red thunder dragon beast has no wind resistance, which is unscientific. When it flies, the air automatically separates. Li Zhen could do nothing at this time. He didn't know what was waiting for him. He was also unable to use his spatial magical powers. The third-level monster, Red Thunder Dragon Beast, was the strongest existence he had ever encountered, and even his spatial magical powers were restricted in front of it. How could he know that if the Red Thunder Dragon Beast had not misunderstood his identity, he would not be able to withstand the aura of a third-level great demon? Even though his body refinement had reached the peak of the first level, he was still like an ant to a third-order great demon. In fact, human cultivators originally learned how to refine their bodies for monsters. After studying the monsters' bodies, which were stronger than those of human cultivators, and after countless cultivators' efforts, the cultivator's body refining system was finally developed. More than 3 hours had passed on the identity bracelet, and Li Zhen could no longer find his location on the map on the identity bracelet. The map of the demon kingdom in the identity bracelet. Due to his relatively low status, the map only includes the part near the Great Wall of Heaven. The area where Li Zhen is now has completely left the scope of the Great Wall of Heaven and has penetrated deep into the world of the Demon Kingdom. This is a flight of more than 3 hours for a third-level monster. The identity bracelet cannot be connected to the internet and has only basic functions. It cannot even calculate the speed of the third-level monster. But Li Zhen knows that this will be an extremely exaggerated distance. The Red Thunder Dragon beast slowed down its flying speed and landed on the top of the mountain below. You can live here. We have prepared food needed by humans for you. The Red Thunder Dragon beast took Li Zhen into the cave, put Li Zhen down, and said, "The air in the cave is very fresh, without the peculiar smell that one might imagine. In fact, monsters have a better sense of smell than humans. Those monsters that are not intelligent may not pay attention to cleanliness and hygiene, while intelligent monsters that have come into contact with humans will more or less clean their nests. Not to mention the third-rank monster, Red Thunder Dragon Beast. With its noble birth, it had inherited the legacy of dragon beasts since childhood, and had also been exposed to information about humans in the long days that followed. For it, cleaning the nest is just a casual action." Li Zhen looked at the Red Thunder Dragon Beast in horror. The words spoken by the Red Thunder Dragon Beast were a special language that had more tones and bites than human language. What was even more incredible was that he actually understood what the Red Thunder Dragon Beast said, as if he had comprehended it instinctively. Some of the unopened contents of the dragon heritage that he had received long ago flooded into his brain. He knew that the Red Thunder Dragon Beast spoke dragon language, which was one of the innate languages. Innate languages refer to those languages that conform to the laws of heaven and earth. For example, if dragon language is used well, it can greatly increase the power of the spells cast. Because dragon language is inherently close to the laws of heaven and earth, the spell runes inspired by dragon language are more in line with the rules of heaven and earth, and are naturally more powerful. Okay. Li Zhen opened his mouth, adjusted the speaking area of his throat, and uttered 2 words. He was also speaking dragon language, but given his current condition, the dragon language he spoke could only be very simple. If he wanted to speak dragon language flexibly, he would need constant practice and the support of a strong body. Dragon language can influence the laws of heaven and earth, which is incomparable to ordinary language. When the Red Thunder Dragon Beast heard Li Zhen's answer, the respect in its eyes became even stronger. Although the dragon aura revealed by Li Zhen was extremely thin every time, the thinness did not mean that the quality of the dragon aura was low. On the contrary, every time Li Zhen revealed the dragon aura, it made this third-level monster feel a natural fear. There's only one possibility in this situation, that is, Li Zhen has pure dragon blood, or Li Zhen is a real dragon. As for how Li Zhen, who is obviously a human, could be a real dragon, as long as one thinks about the fact that the Chaos Mother Dragon suddenly went into seclusion and issued an emergency order to it during that period, one can guess that Li Zhen must have a big secret. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast did not stay in the cave. It needed to deal with the beast tide. Li Zhen watched the Red Thunder Dragon Beast leave, and his first thought was to leave immediately. He walked to the cave entrance, but was blocked by an invisible restriction. He wanted to activate his space ability again, but stopped in an instant. He had not encountered any danger yet, and the Red Thunder Dragon Beast did not seem to have any ill intentions. If he used his spatial ability, he couldn't guarantee whether the Red Thunder Dragon Beast had really left, and it might be nearby, watching him. Even if you want to use the power of space to leave, you have to wait for a while and see the situation before making a decision. Li Zhen returned to the place arranged for him by the Red Thunder Dragon Beast. There was a bed for humans, a table and a chair, which were specially arranged for him. There was a storage bag on the table. He picked it up and found that it was a storage bag from the fairyland. His mind connected to the storage bag, and he easily entered the interior of the bag. There was no spiritual imprint on the bag. The storage bag is full of food, and they can all be eaten right away. There are cooked spiritual meat, cooked spiritual rice, and a variety of spiritual fruits, all of which are of top-grade quality. Why are they all first-level foods? Li Zhen said with a little dissatisfaction as he looked at the food in the storage bag. He didn't think about it. He was in the Qi training stage, so why would the Red Thunder Dragon Beast prepare second-level food among the food left for him? For him who is in the Qi training stage, the second-level food is not food but poison. If he is not careful, the energy will burst his body. He hung the storage bag around his waist. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast was quite generous. The food here was enough for him to eat for several years. He then used his identity bracelet to bind to the storage bag. Although it was not connected to the internet, there was some data stored inside the storage bag. After the binding, he was able to know the situation of the storage bag. This storage bag is a military logistics storage bag refined by the Immortal Kingdom. Its unique feature is that this storage bag has a fresh-keeping function, and the food placed inside will not rot. Li Zhen didn't understand the principle behind it. He only knew that this function must have been achieved by adding some precious materials. The internal space of the storage bag is 10 cubic meters, only slightly smaller than his dragon heart space. This is also the largest storage bag he has ever seen. Li Zhen took out a piece of first-grade, top-quality spiritual meat and started eating it. After the fierce battle to defend the city and the shock he received, he was already hungry by now. After eating a piece of spiritual meat and solving his hunger problem, he began to think about how to get out of trouble. When he was taken away from the Great Wall of Tian, he saw the monks guarding the Wall of Tian being killed. If he did not go back for a long time, he would probably be one of the monks who died defending the Great Wall of Tian. He simply couldn't imagine how sad his parents would be at that time. Li Zhen once again suppressed the idea of activating his spatial magical powers. He repeatedly told himself to wait a little longer. There is only one chance to use the magical power of space. If you are discovered, there will definitely be no second chance. He stood up and began to explore the cave. He was in a separate space, and after carefully exploring it, he found that the Red Thunder Dragon Beast didn't seem to care about his behavior in the cave. There are only restrictions at the entrance of the cave, and the rest of the places are unobstructed. Following the passage at the entrance of the cave, this passage was built according to the body size of the Red Thunder Dragon Beast and is 20 meters high. After walking more than 200 meters inside, Li Zhen came to a huge space dug out from the mountain. Not many people can see the lair of a third-level demon alive. The nest is an undivided space, but it is also divided into various different areas. The big bed in the middle, built with branches like a bird's nest, is where the Red Thunder Dragon Beast sleeps. Li Zhen walked to the big bed and sensed that all the branches here were second-level spiritual wood. He couldn't help but check the black wing wood that he had been reluctant to let the dragon heart space devour. Even though he had always known that as long as the dragon heart space devoured the second-level black wing wood, his wood's spiritual root talent would be greatly improved, he still did not devour the black wing wood. It is true that second-level spiritual objects are too rare, at least for someone at Li Zhen's level. This is too luxurious. Li Zhen couldn't help but touch the big bed with his hand, muttering to himself. The real touch came, and he truly felt the existence of the second-level spiritual wood. Looking at the huge bed again, he was already calculating whether his dragon heart space could store so many second-level spirit woods. When a second-level spiritual object cannot even fit more than 10 cubic meters of space, such an exaggerated number makes him extremely shocked. But he also had some storage bags on him, which could be used to store things. At this time, he no longer thought about the Red Thunder Dragon Beast. Faced with so many second-level spiritual woods, the only thing he wanted to do was to pack them up. A second-level spiritual wood on the big bed disappeared, and the second-level spiritual wood appeared in his dragon heart space. Swallow, without any hesitation. He let the dragon heart space swallow the second-level spiritual wood. He didn't even need to know the name of the second-level spiritual wood. No matter how precious the spiritual object was, it didn't matter when there were so many of them in front of him. The second-level spiritual wood turned into ordinary wood in the dragon heart space. This is also the special feature of wood-type spiritual objects. Some spiritual objects will turn into nothingness after being swallowed by the dragon heart space, while others will leave some residue. Wood-type spiritual objects are better because they have extracted their internal spirituality. Li Zhen looked at Fan Mu, and with a slight movement of his mind, he put Fan Mu back to his original position on the bed. He opened his identity bracelet and checked his information. He discovered that not only his wood spiritual root had improved by 3 points, but his thunder spiritual root had also improved by 3 points, allowing his thunder spiritual root to leap into a mid-grade spiritual root. A spiritual wood with the dual attributes of thunder and wood. Li Zhen widened his eyes and looked at the second-level spiritual wood in disbelief. Thunder-type spiritual objects are generally exclusive, and the thunder type is particularly overbearing. I didn't expect that this second-level spiritual wood also has thunder attributes. What he didn't know was that the thunder attribute in the second-level spiritual wood was not something that the second-level spiritual wood was born with, but was slowly formed by being nourished by the thunder energy in the body of the red thunder dragon beast for a long time. It is normal for the place where the third-level giant demon dragon beast sleeps for a long time to be affected by it. Li Zhen's eyes lit up, and he put another second-level spiritual wood into the dragon heart space, which swallowed up the spirituality inside, and then put it back to its original place. Repeated swallowing allowed his wood spiritual roots and thunder spiritual roots to improve rapidly. Although the improvement became smaller and smaller each time the same second-level spiritual wood was devoured, with such a large number, the wood spiritual roots and thunder spiritual roots soon reached the limit of 40 points. Only a small part of the second-level spiritual wood of the big bed in front of him had been used. Li Zhen gritted his teeth. These second-level spiritual woods were so special. If he took action with his status and position, it would most likely attract the attention of powerful beings. So he decided to use the dragon heart space to devour the second-level spiritual wood as much as possible, so that he could see how he could use spiritual objects of the same level to break through the bottleneck of spiritual roots. One by one, the second-level spiritual trees were swallowed up by the dragon heart space. The 40-point bottleneck of wood spiritual roots and thunder spiritual roots was like an unshakable mountain. It was because these second-level spiritual woods were obtained by accident that he devoured them without any pressure. After devouring about 100 second-level spiritual woods, he felt that there seemed to be a change between himself and the world. He could clearly sense the flow of spiritual energy in the void, among which the wood's spiritual energy and thunder's spiritual energy were like naughty children, especially close to him. Li Zhen checked his information again through his identity. Name: Li Zhen, male. Age: 13. Realm: Qi Training Level 4. 40.12123.43240.131. Ectoplasm 1. Spiritual Power 100. Physical Body Level 99 100/. He saw that his wood spiritual roots and thunder spiritual roots had both reached 40.1. Over 40 was a top-grade spiritual root. Is this the feeling of having a superior spiritual root talent? He opened his arms and embraced the wood aura and thunder aura that were close to him in the void. No wonder the talents of top-grade spiritual roots are so sought after. If one cultivates with the talents of top-grade spiritual roots and the spiritual energy actively cooperates, then how fast will the cultivation speed be? This was because he had not yet felt more changes in the superior quality spiritual roots, mainly because the environment he was in did not allow him the time to do so. He looked at the big bed in front of him again. There were only a few second-level spiritual woods left on it, with only 11 left. He stored the 11 intact second-level spirit woods into the dragon heart space, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to take them away. And he was able to maintain the integrity of the bed. Even without 11 second-level spiritual woods, the bed was no different from before. Despite such a huge harvest, Li Zhen did not see the appearance of the red thunder dragon beast, which means that the red thunder dragon beast is really not nearby. If red thunder dragon was watching him, it would be impossible for him to destroy the bed he slept in. Now Li Zhen felt relieved, and he decided to take a look around before leaving. Coming to another area, he saw it was empty. He frowned in disbelief and went to another place. From the traces on the ground, it could be seen that these places were originally where some spiritual objects were placed. Li Zhen shook his head helplessly. No wonder the red thunder dragon beast was so confident in leaving him in its nest. It turned out that it had taken away its treasures. The reason why the big bed was not taken away was probably because people thought Li Zhen didn't have the courage to dismantle his own bed. What is this? When Li Zhen came to the last area, he almost knelt down. A terrifying aura filled the void. If Li Zhen did not have the physical strength of the peak first level, he would have been suppressed to the ground by this terrifying aura. He saw an object that exuded a terrifying aura. It was the skull of some unknown creature. The skull of a third-level great demon. Li Zhen made the judgment based on the breath of the red thunder dragon beast. This skull is not as big as the skull of the red thunder dragon beast. It should be said to be a skull of normal size. Li Zhen stared at the skull of the third-level great demon. He knew very well that such a third-level spiritual object as the skull of the third-level great demon was rare to see before he was promoted to the foundation building stage, even if he was in the foundation building stage, let alone owning it. The red thunder dragon beast left the third-order monster skull behind without hesitation because it knew that Li Zhen could not approach it. This third-level monster is a trophy collected by the red thunder dragon beast, and is its glorious battle record, which has been displayed in the cave. Li Zhen released his perception, and in an instant the skull of the third-order monster disappeared, and the pressure in this area also disappeared. In the dragon heart space, the skull of a third-order great demon was suspended. If you observe the skull of a third-level great demon closely, you can see that the surface of the skull is as crystal clear as jade. Even though the third-level great demon has been dead for many years, the skull still retains the aura of an ordinary third-level great demon. Swallow. Li Zhen issued the order. The speed at which the dragon heart space devoured was obviously slower this time. A glow rose from the skull of the third-order monster, but there was not much change on the skull. The swallowing speed of the dragon heart space has always been very fast. This is the first time it has swallowed a third-level spiritual object. He cannot be sure how long it will take to completely swallow it. Having checked the entire cave, there was nothing else that caught his attention, so he needed to leave. Li Zhen activated his spatial magical power until it was fully activated. He disappeared from the spot, and the red thunder dragon beast did not appear. Li Zhen did not return to the fairyland world, but went to the world on the other side of the market. Now, there are 3 worlds to choose from in the space magic runes on the wall of Dragonheart space. The Fairyland world, the Demonland world, plus the space he named the Ancient Cultivation world. He hadn't been to the market town for a few days. When he appeared in the wooden house, he felt relieved when he saw that there was nothing unusual in the house. He took out a sound transmission talisman, which was a unique method of communication in the ancient world. The sound transmission note was sent to the old monk Qian. One was to let him come over to trade talismans, and the other was to inquire about the latest news from the market. Not long after, old monk Qian came to Li Zhen's wooden house. Seeing old monk Qian's smiling face, Li Zhen knew that the situation in the market was okay. Master Qian, I have been in seclusion recently. I wonder if anything has happened in the market. Li Zhen asked after he handed over the talisman to Master Qian. It is said that many good fighters of the Golden Sword Gang died. The Iron Sword Gang and the Zhao family not only attacked the Lin family, but also spared no effort for the monks of the Golden Sword Gang who were away from home. This kind of thing has nothing to do with small people like us. Anyway, no matter how they fight to death, we will not benefit from it. Old monk Qian shook his head and replied. When Li Zhen heard the news, he guessed that Manager Zhao and the third elder had not sent out any information about him. The Zhao family lost an elder and 3 family cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training at once. The loss was not small, so naturally they wanted revenge. Perhaps in the Zhao family's view, it must be the Golden Sword Gang that took action. They had planted people in the Lin family and wanted to kill 1 late Qi training stage and 3 middle Qi training stage cultivators. A lot of manpower would be needed. If there was such a large mobilization, they would definitely get the news. But the Lin family did not mobilize a large number of people, so the only possibility was that the Golden Sword Gang had sent out people, which was something that the spies left in the market by the Zhao family could not monitor. At least in the short term, the Zhao family could not place spies in the Golden Sword Gang. Therefore, the Zhao family joined forces with the Iron Sword Gang and killed several groups of monks from the Golden Knife Gang outside the market town. The market is still so chaotic. Li Zhen couldn't help but shake his head. The more messy it is, the better. If it's not messy, who will buy so many talismans? Old monk Qian said indifferently. Helping Li Zhen with the talismans brought him great rewards. As long as he saves up spirit stones for a while longer, he can try to break through to the middle stage of Qi training. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for all his life, and he didn't care about the lives of other cultivators in the market. After Li Zhen sent away old monk Qian, he went to his 2 spiritual fields. The situation of the spiritual field is average, especially the spiritual rice. Since it has not been watered with spiritual water for several days, the growth of the spiritual rice has been a bit slow. It seems that the harvest will drop a lot. As for the first-grade, high-quality spiritual tea tree, it does not have much impact. The spiritual tea tree's demand for the small cloud and rain technique is not that high, so its absence for a few days is not a big problem. Li Zhen supplemented the small cloud and rain technique and removed the spiritual insect from the spiritual field. He returned to the wooden cabin again and set up a seclusion alarm in the cabin, which activated his spatial magical power. This time he chose to teleport to the Fairyland world, but when he left the Fairyland world, he did so through a space channel. Now, he wanted to teleport to the Fairyland world, but he ran into trouble because the location he teleported to was actually the teleportation channel. He frowned and thought for a while, and decided that he must not teleport through the transmission channel. If I were to be teleported there, I would probably be killed immediately by the defense system there. He checked the Demon Kingdom world again and found that the coordinates he left 100 miles away from the Great Wall of Heaven could actually be teleported. By studying the Dragon Heart, he found out the reason. He devoured a large amount of second-level spiritual wood in the lair of the Red Thunder Dragon Beast. Not only did he upgrade his wood spiritual roots and thunder spiritual roots to high-grade spiritual roots, but the Dragon Heart also benefited. The space magic power had 2 more teleportation points. As long as he sets up a teleportation point in one world, he can teleport from another world to the teleportation point in this world. Of course, this does not support teleportation within this world, but you can consume spirit stones to teleport to another world and then teleport back, thus achieving teleportation to the teleportation point. After Li Zhen confirmed the function of the space magic power, he started the teleportation without any hesitation. His figure disappeared in the wooden house in the ancient cultivation world, and then he was in a cave on the hills outside the Great Wall in the Demon Kingdom world. At this moment, it was night in the Demon Kingdom world. He wore the invisible black jade on his body and activated the invisibility effect. He did not dare to use flying magic tools. The beast tide had just ended, and he did not know if there were any scattered high-level monsters. If he really encountered a first-level or even second-level monster, it would be troublesome. He selected a direction, cast a mid-grade light body talisman on himself, and strode towards the Great Wall of Heaven. The invisibility effect is very effective in the dark. Unless he encounters a monster with particularly sensitive perception, no one will notice his presence. Contrary to what he expected, he did not encounter any monsters along the way. This beast tide mobilized almost all the monsters near the Great Wall of China. Even if there are still monsters alive after the beast tide ends, they will instinctively choose to return to their own territories. The monsters within 100 miles of the Great Wall were the first wave of beasts. None of them survived and were all killed outside the Great Wall. When Li Zhen approached the Great Wall, he put away the invisible black jade. He walked towards the city gate, but saw that it was closed. "Who are you?" "Start identity verification." A soldier on the top of the city wall above the city gate poked his head out and looked at Li Zhen and asked loudly. Li Zhen turned on the identity verification on his ID bracelet, and the soldier scanned it with a device in his hand. "Li Zhen, are you still alive?" the soldier asked in surprise. This time the Great Wall of Heaven suffered heavy losses. Not only did a large number of soldiers and monks die, but even the Great Wall of Heaven's formation was severely damaged. The heavenly Great Wall formation could not be activated, so the soldiers had to use handheld devices to verify their identities. According to the identity verified by the soldiers, Li Zhen disappeared in the previous battle to defend the city. The so-called disappearance is equivalent to death, because that was a third-level great monster, and there was no complete corpse of any cultivator left on the entire city wall. I once got a life-saving item, Li Zhen explained casually. The soldiers had no doubt that although the immortal kingdom had unified many resources, there would always be lucky monks who would have their own opportunities and accidentally obtain treasures. He thought Li Zhen was a lucky boy who used a life-saving item to save his life. After letting Li Zhen enter the city, he still followed Li Zhen and sent him all the way to the inner city. "Is Patient Xiao here?" he asked when he came to a building in the inner city. "Li Zhen, you're still alive." Patient Xiao's voice first sounded from inside the building, and then she jumped out of the building and stood in front of Li Zhen. She looked Li Zhen up and down, trying to verify whether it was the real Li Zhen. "Patient Xiao, I leave the person to you," the soldier said with a salute. Patient Xiao nodded. Her attention was all on Li Zhen. "I'm lucky to be alive," Li Zhen replied with a wry smile. "It's good to be alive." Patient Xiao patted Li Zhen's shoulder gently and said, she was still mourning the death of Li Zhen. It was her decision that killed Li Zhen. If she hadn't let Li Zhen enter the center of the formation, she would have had enough time to take Li Zhen away. Now that Li Zhen is back alive, she decides to compensate Li Zhen. "Junior." When the door opened, Wang Rushi saw Li Zhen and exclaimed in surprise. Shi Xian and Feng Tsongji also came out and showed joy when they saw Li Zhen. It seems that facing life and death together this time has brought them closer to each other. "Fortunately, you came back early. We were all ready to return to the fairyland at dawn." Lin Rushi continued. "I used a life-saving item to teleport myself out of the city. I found a hiding place and waited until there was no movement before I came back." Li Zhen repeated his previous reasons. It's such a pity that a life-saving item that can be used for teleportation is used like this. Shi Xian couldn't help but click his tongue. As long as you can save your life, those are just external possessions. If you encounter danger in the future, do not keep anything that you can use. Your own life is the most important. Patient Xiao taught solemnly. "Where is Teacher Zhou?" Li Zhen asked hurriedly when he didn't see Teacher Zhou. "Teacher Zhou returned to the fairyland early," Wang Rushi replied. "Okay, let Li Zhen rest first," she continued, her expression slightly relaxed. Lin Rushi and the others then realized that they were still outside and hurriedly led Li Zhen inside. Li Zhen has a separate room. The formation of the inner city still exists, and the spiritual energy seems to be more abundant than before. The third-order spiritual vein of the Great Wall of Heaven used to supply the entire Great Wall of Heaven, but now it is restricted to the inner city by the inner city formation, and the natural spiritual energy is more abundant. Li Zhen has not practiced properly since he was promoted to the 4th level of Qi training. After arriving at Tianchangsheng, I participated in hunting every day. The most I did was to regulate my breathing and restore my spiritual power. I had no time to practice at all. There were still more than 4 hours until dawn, so he did not plan to sleep, but decided to practice. He first checked the skull of the third-order Great Demon in the Dragon Heart space. The luster of the skull of the third-order Great Demon was a little dim, and it had not been swallowed yet. He ignored the third-order Demon skull, sat cross-legged and started practicing the 17th edition of the basic Qi training method, and the spiritual energy around him continued to flow into his body. During the war, the third-level spiritual energy of the spiritual vein was fully released, but now the formation in the inner city has no effect in regulating the spiritual energy, so that every corner of the inner city is filled with third-level spiritual energy. This was Li Zhen's first time to practice in a third-level spiritual environment. When the 17th edition of the basic Qi training method was running, the wood spiritual energy in the void rushed into his body crazily. The remaining water and gold spiritual energy is not as active as the wood's spiritual energy, and the speed at which it enters his body is several times slower than that of the wood's spiritual energy. As for the thunder spirit energy in the void, firstly, the quantity is extremely small, and secondly, the 17th edition of Basic Qi Training Method does not support the absorption of thunder spirit energy for cultivation. The same is true for thunder aura and wind aura. Without the corresponding wind-based skills, Wind 31's medium-grade spiritual root talent will be useless. Although the top-grade thunder spiritual root could not play an effect in cultivation, the talent of the top-grade wood spiritual root made him feel what a genius was. His cultivation speed increased by almost 3 times compared to when he had a mid-grade spiritual root. Without absorbing the essence of the elixir, his 3 hours of cultivation increased his spiritual power by nearly 1 point. According to 200 points of spiritual power being the limit of the 4th level of Qi training, even without relying on any elixirs, he can still cultivate to the peak of the 4th level of Qi training within 100 days. In addition, it is said that a top-grade spiritual root will hardly encounter any bottlenecks before the late stages of Qi training, and his path of cultivation will be smooth before he reaches the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Although he encountered the greatest crisis this time, he also gained huge benefits. If it weren't for this opportunity, how would he have the chance to improve his spiritual roots to the highest level? The extremely fast training efficiency made him intoxicated, but he was a little tired and had to stop. He took out a first-grade mid-quality gold magic weapon and began to practice the black iron body. As the black iron body operated, his body absorbed it eagerly, and the gold essence in the first-grade intermediate gold magic weapon quickly flowed into his body. In just 100 breaths, this first-grade, mid-quality gold-based magic weapon turned into an ordinary object. He changed for another first-grade, mid-quality gold-based magic weapon. Fortunately, most of the first-grade mid-quality magic weapons in his hands were weapons, and most of the weapons were gold-based, so there were quite a few mid-quality magic weapons that could be used to practice the black iron body. By dawn, he had consumed more than 21st-grade mid-quality gold magic tools. This number was enough to bankrupt any Qi cultivating cultivator, but he used them to cultivate his body. He activated the black iron body, and his skin turned black and had the unique color of metal. Previously, the realm of the black iron body was too low, and the true power of the black iron body could not be exerted. But the problem arises again. The characteristics of this black iron body are too obvious to use. When he was fighting, his whole body glowed with a black metallic color, and anyone could tell that he had practiced physical training. We'll talk about it later. Li Zhen stopped thinking about this problem. After all, it was a good thing to cultivate the black iron body to the same level as the physical body. He felt that his black iron body had almost reached its peak, but this point was not so easy to achieve. This might be the bottleneck of the first level of body refining. The advancement from the first level of body refining to the second level is just like the advancement from the Qi training stage to the foundation building stage. It is a huge transformation, and it is not that easy. Li Zhen bumped his fists together and heard the sound of metal striking. The black iron body was activated, and every part of his body had the defensive power of first-grade superior metal. Compared with defense, the improvement in strength and speed is relatively weak, but it is also at the level of ordinary late stage of body refining. Black iron body is ultimately a defensive physical training technique, and the bonus to strength and speed is only slight. But even so, with his black iron body activated, he was confident that he could fight against a cultivator at the peak of Qi training level. He was even invincible when he got close to the cultivator. Of course, this invincibility in the Qi training stage is only for close-range Qi training monks. If you encounter the same body training monks, it depends on who has stronger body training and more exquisite combat skills. Let's leave the Great Wall. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Pei Zhenxiu looked at Li Zhen and the other 4 and said in a deep voice, "Walking in the inner city, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Whether they were soldiers or ordinary monks, everyone had a solemn expression." Li Zhen felt the silent sadness. The Great Wall of China has suffered heavy losses, and it might take a long time for it to recover. The biggest losses were suffered by the 300 late Qi refining cultivators and the 300 fighter armors. Even with the support of Tianchong City and the entire city, it is not easy to train 300 late-stage Qi refining monks. Not to mention that these are late-stage Qi refining monks trained in the army to control fighter armor. You have seen the cruelty of war. Only by practicing hard can you protect yourself. Pei Zhenxiu said with a sigh. Li Zhen secretly clenched his fists. He guessed that the target of the Red Thunder Dragon Beast this time was him, and even the beast tide was caused by him. His strength is still too weak. Not to mention protecting others. He can't even protect himself. They arrived at the space channel in silence, and everyone needed to pass another inspection. This is to prevent monsters from transforming into humans and entering the fairyland. This has happened before, and every space channel has strict regulations in this regard. Li Zhen was not worried about the dragon heart in his body. It seemed that the dragon heart had a hidden function and would not be. Sure enough, he passed the inspection safely and passed through the space channel with several others. Returning to the familiar fairyland world, although there was a faint sense of threat all around and countless weapons were secretly aimed at this side, Li Zhen still breathed a sigh of relief. Every moment he stayed in the Demon Kingdom, he was worried that the Red Thunder Dragon Beast would come looking for him. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast was so strong that he had no ability to resist. Now that I am in the fairyland world, I no longer have to worry about the Red Thunder Dragon Beast. Returning to Pei Zhenxiu's residence, Li Zhen was about to go back to his room when Pei Zhenxiu called him over. Please sit down, Pei Zhenxiu said, pointing to a chair beside him. Li Zhen sat down obediently. He didn't know what Pei Zhenxiu wanted, but judging from his attitude, there shouldn't be any trouble. Originally, I wanted to wait until you participated in the Yuan Challenge before telling you, Pei Zhenxiu said solemnly. Li Zhen couldn't help but sit up straight. He understood that Pei Zhenxiu had something important to discuss. You are very talented, and you may even be able to enter the top universities of the 7 immortal kingdoms in the future. But the prerequisite is that you need to choose a suitable high school. Otherwise, your talent cannot be fully utilized, and it will also make it difficult for you to join the top universities of the immortal kingdoms. Pei Zhenxiu stared into Li Zhen's eyes and said seriously, Please tell me clearly, Pei Zhenxiu. Li Zhen lacked information in this area, so he bowed slightly. As for being loyal to Yunxi County No. 2 Middle School, that's just a joke. No. 2 Middle School is just a school. In the original world, which student doesn't want to join a good school? Li Zhen has no psychological burden in this regard. I have a position in Tianchong Qingmu Middle School. You are now at the 4th level of Qi training. You don't need to study in junior high school anymore. You can go directly to the 1st grade and enroll in Tianchong Qingmu Middle School. Pei Zhenxiu said. It was the first time that Li Zhen heard of Tianchong Qingmu High School. In front of Pei Zhenxiu, he entered the Cultivator network through his identity bracelet and searched for information about Tianchong Qingmu High School. Tianchong Qingmu High School is the strongest high school in Tianchong City, and the most important thing is the name of Qingmu High School. Aoki University is one of the 7 top universities in Xian Country, and Aoki High School is the preparatory school for Aoki University. Of course, this does not mean that you can get into Aoki University by attending Aoki Junior High School. It just means that by attending Aoki Junior High School, you can receive a better education and increase your chances of being admitted to Aoki University. There's not only one Aoki High School. Since Tianchong City is within the radiation range of Aoki University, there is Tianchong Aoki High School. Most of the other cities within the radiation range have also established Aoki High School. All the top talents in the entire city are concentrated in Aoki High School. With competition from many geniuses and better educational resources, they can increase their chances of being admitted to Aoki University. I need to finish the school challenge. Li Zhen gave an answer after thinking for a moment. Of course, Pei Zhenxiu said with a chuckle. At this moment, she no longer had the arrogance of a true foundation-building cultivator, and instead treated Li Zhen as a normal friend. This was all because of Li Zhen's talent. Li Zhen was born in an ordinary family. Within half a year of entering school, he had already reached the 4th level of Qi training. In terms of swordsmanship, Li Zhen mastered the sword Qi thunder sound. In terms of magic, he not only improved the basic magic to the Xiaofar realm, but also mastered a thunder magic at the Xiaofar realm. Any one of these talents would be a dazzling achievement among the geniuses cultivated by major forces, not to mention so many achievements. Pei Zhenxiu knew very well that if she poached Li Zhen from No. 2 Middle School, it would definitely make Principal Wang of the No. 2 Middle School unhappy. But what does it matter? A genius like Li Zhen cannot be kept in No. 2 Middle School. If she doesn't try to poach him, it won't be long before other forces will poach Li Zhen away. As long as Li Zhen shows his potential, no one is blind. I notice that you have been hiding your strength, which is understandable. If you don't hide your strength, a small county like Yunxi County will not be able to protect you. But since you're going to enter Tianchong Qingmu affiliated middle school, you no longer need to hide your strength. Show as much strength as you have. Tianchong Qingmu affiliated middle school has the ability to protect your growth. At the same time, the better you perform in the challenge, the more educational resources you will get when you enter Tianchong Qingmu affiliated middle school. Pei Zhenxiu continued. Li Zhen's caution can be seen from the fact that he practiced the rare Qi concealment technique in order to hide his strength. This kind of caution is necessary and is also a way of survival. But that was in a small city. Once you enter a big city, you don't need to worry too much about this issue. Especially students, they rarely leave school, which makes them safer. And the more potential a student shows, the more closely the school will protect him or her. Even No. 2 Middle School was able to hire Pei Zhenxiu to take care of the training for this group of challengers, not to mention the key middle schools in big cities. Is it really possible? Li Zhen confirmed. I can guarantee that. Pei Zhenxiu raised his right hand, made a gesture of assurance, and said solemnly, "Then I will work hard to achieve good results in the challenge." Li Zhen nodded. Pei Zhenxiu chuckled. She believed that Li Zhen's strength was enough to at least get into the top 5 in the Tianchong city-level challenge. But she didn't know Li Zhen's true hidden fighting power, which was exactly what Li Zhen hesitated about before. After Li Zhen decided to accept Pei Zhenxiu's invitation and transfer to Tianchong Qingmu affiliated middle school, he planned to do something for the second middle school to repay the second middle school for its training. All he can do is to get a higher ranking in the challenge competition, which will affect the resource allocation of No. 2 Middle School in the following year. Thank you, Pei Zhenxiu, for your care. I will take them to register. Teacher Zhou arrived in the afternoon. Just play your best in the competition. I will always be paying attention to you. Pei Zhenxiu nodded slightly to the 4 students. Her words made Wang Rushi, Shi Xian, and Feng Songji extremely excited. What an honor it was to receive the attention of a true foundation-building cultivator. However, only Li Zhen knew that Pei Zhenxiu said this to him. Li Zhen, I guess I received the news that you're back. Otherwise, I would have notified your family. Teacher Zhou took Li Zhen and others away, and he said to Li Zhen on the way. Teacher Zhou left early this time in order to sort out Li Zhen's combat records. He thought Li Zhen had died in the battle. So, of course, he wanted to give Li Zhen corresponding honors. Li Zhen's performance in defending the city was very eye-catching, and his contribution was almost equivalent to that of several people in the late stage of Qi training. Teacher Zhou plans to compile the battle records, then contact the school to report the honor, and then inform Li Zhen's parents of the honor and the news of Li Zhen's death in battle. This is the best option. It was precisely because of his actions that Li Zhen's parents did not worry for nothing. Thank you. Li Zhen thanked. He was very happy that he didn't make his parents worry. Teacher Zhou arranged for several people to stay in a 5-star hotel next to the competition venue. According to Teacher Zhou, this is a free accommodation provided by the organizer of the challenge. The organizer is still very generous to the contestants, and each person has a standard room. Teacher Zhou asked them to put their luggage in their respective rooms first and then go to register together. Li Zhen took his luggage and moved into his standard room. It was a 5-star hotel and the best hotel in Tianchong City. In addition to various living facilities, the standard room also had a dedicated training room. He entered the training room, which had an isolation formation set up to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out. The spiritual energy here is as high as the lower grade of the second level. Although it is not as good as the Great Wall of Heaven in the Demon Kingdom world, the Great Wall of Heaven does not always have a supply of third-level spiritual energy. The third-level spiritual energy will only be used publicly due to war or problems with the formation. With Li Zhen's level of cultivation, the second-grade, lower-grade spiritual energy is already above the standard. This alone makes staying in a 5-star hotel well worth the money. Of course, the prerequisite is that Li Zhen does not need to spend credit points. The accommodation fee of a 5-star hotel is not something he can afford. After putting away his luggage, he came to the hotel lobby where Wang Rushi and the other two were already waiting. The registration office was in the conference hall of the hotel, and teacher Zhou took them to the conference hall. Since today is the registration day, there are many teams waiting to register in the conference hall. Senior, how many teams are there in total? Li Zhen asked Wang Rushi when he saw that there were no less than 20 teams on the scene. There are 70 teams. Tianchong City has 12 counties under its jurisdiction, and each county has 5 schools. Each school will send a team, plus there are 10 middle schools in Tianchong City. Wang Rushi explained to Li Zhen. Don't look at the large number of teams. In fact, the top 5 are all from the 10 middle schools in Tianchong City. We're just runners-up, Shi Xian said with a sigh. As he spoke, a team of 4 people entered the meeting room. This 4-member team had no teacher leading it. The leader was a teenager of about 16 or 17 years old, followed by 2 girls and 1 boy of the same age. The young man looked cold and arrogant, not taking the team in the conference hall seriously at all. I heard that Jing Jingtian from Tianchong No. 1 Middle School has broken through to the 7th level of Qi training. Li Zhen heard the faint voices of the students talking. He couldn't help but take a closer look at Jing Jingtian. Being able to become a late-stage Qi training cultivator in high school was an amazing talent. You should know that in Yunxi County, those in the late stage of Qi training are already powerful figures in Yunxi County. Jing Jingtian walked to the back of the line, right behind Li Zhen and the others. Teacher Zhou was talking to teachers from other schools at the moment. Wang Rushi was the captain of the team. She gritted her teeth, waved her hand, and asked Jing Zhengtian to step forward. Giving up the order of Q is also a respect for the cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. In addition, they will not be specifically targeted when facing Jing Zhengtian's team from Tianchong No. 1 Middle School. Li Zhen did not go against Wang Rushi's wishes. There was no need to start a conflict here. It would be better to decide the outcome on the ring. Jing Jingtian glanced at Wang Rushi, Li Zhen, and others, nodded lightly, and walked past them. Then every team in front asked Jing Jingtian's team to step forward, and soon Jing Jingtian signed up first. This is the appearance of No. 1 Middle School, Shi Xian said with envy. You and I are only at the 5th level of Qi training, but he is already at the 7th level, and the 3 people behind him are also at the 6th level. Wang Rushi shook her head. She has channels to obtain some information about the players and is very familiar with the situation of Jing Jingtian's team. You don't have to worry in 2 years. Li Zhen will be able to fight him by then. Shi Xian turned and looked at Li Zhen and said, We will graduate in 2 years, and Jing Jingtian may have entered a top university. Fang Congji replied with a sigh. He naturally hoped that Li Zhen would achieve good results, but by the time Li Zhen grew up, he had already left No. 2 Middle School in his 2nd year of high school. Don't be discouraged. As long as you perform well in the challenge, you may be noticed by key schools, or even be accepted by the 24 Fairy Country Academies without taking exams. Wang Rushi was worried that they had lost their fighting spirit, so she encouraged them. Even though Wang Rushi had good talent, she did not place her hopes on the 7 top universities. Her biggest hope was to be able to enter one of the 24 Fairy Country Academies, which was her best wish. In the Demon Kingdom world, the Red Thunder Dragon beast returned to its nest, and it took the shortest time to deal with the troubles after the beast tide. The beast tide mobilized all the monsters within a radius of thousands of miles. Since it was launched too hastily, not many second-level monsters were mobilized, mostly first-level monsters. Now that the number of monsters in this area has been greatly reduced, monsters from other areas will occupy this area, and even second-level monsters will come to grab the territory. If it hadn't started the beast tide, it wouldn't have needed to be concerned about such matters. Now it has to make adjustments. It solved all the problems by using force, and when it approached the nest, it immediately discovered something unusual. The Red Thunder Dragon beast worked hard to launch a beast tide, but the target it just found disappeared. Anger instantly filled its brain, and without even having time to look around, it rushed into the nest. The nest was emptied, the big bed turned into an ordinary object, and the skull of the third-level monster was lost. These were all small matters. Li Zhen's disappearance was a huge matter. It soared into the sky, and its terrifying divine sense swept across the surroundings. The reason why Li Zhen was found by it accurately was that the breath of Dragon Heart was exposed before Li Zhen activated the space magic, not that the Red Thunder Dragon Beast sensed the space magic. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast believed that Li Zhen's disappearance was caused by a powerful being taking him away, even its enemy, thereby creating a rift between it and the Chaos Mother Dragon. Unfortunately, no matter how it scanned with its divine sense, it could not detect any trace of Li Zhen. Back then, at the Great Wall of Heaven, it was using its divine sense to focus on the Great Wall of Heaven, which enabled it to sense the breath of the dragon's heart at the first moment. When it returned to its nest, Li Zhen had already left the demon world. Not to mention leaving the demon world, even if he was inside the Great Wall of Heaven, it would not be able to sense him due to such a long distance. The Red Thunder Dragon Beast, which had been mad for a while, gradually calmed down. It turned its gaze in the direction of the Great Wall of Heaven, and its figure disappeared in an instant. Although the Great Wall of Heaven is no longer protected by the Great Formation, Master Ding has not left. And for a short period of time, Master Ding will stay in the Great Wall of Heaven until the formation of the Great Wall of Heaven is repaired. Master Ding, who was meditating, sensed a terrifying aura approaching from afar. His figure turned into a sword light and rushed towards the terrifying aura. "You big dog, why did I come here by myself instead of looking for you?" When Master Ding saw the Red Thunder Dragon Beast, he shouted with hatred flashing in his eyes. "Damn old man Ding." The Red Thunder Dragon Beast's mouth was a little clumsy, and it spoke angrily in human language. "We haven't had a fight for many years. Let's have fun today." Master Ding waved his hand, and a sword energy shot out. The sword light, accompanied by the sound of thunder, instantly arrived in front of the Red Thunder Dragon Beast. A ray of lightning spit out from the mouth of the Red Thunder Dragon Beast, which offset the sword energy and thunder sound emitted by Master Ding. On one side is a human Jindan sword cultivator, and on the other side is a third-order dragon beast demon from the demon country. Both are powerful warriors of the same level in their respective worlds. Neither side used any trump cards in the fight. It was just an exploratory battle. Of course, a tentative battle may not seem dangerous, but if one side is weaker and has obvious flaws, it will no longer be a test, but fatal. The battle lasted for half a day before a truce was called, and neither side gained any advantage. During the battle, the Red Thunder Dragon Beast approached the Great Wall of Heaven. Although it was forced away by Master Ding in a very short time, that short time was enough for him to search the entire Great Wall of Heaven. The humans it had taken away before were not in the Great Wall of Heaven. Disappointed, it turned and left. Master Ding did not chase after it, but just watched it go away. Li Zhen was sitting in the practice room. His practice speed had increased so much that he wanted to seize every moment to practice hard. Each practice can increase 1 point of spiritual power, and in battle, 1 point of spiritual power may be the difference between life and death. After coming out of training session, his identity bracelet received a message from Wang Rushi several hours ago, asking him to gather in the hotel lobby at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I looked at the time, and it was only 5 in the morning. He checked the battle preparations. He had a first-grade, top-grade Qingsong sword as his long sword, but he was still missing a long-range attack weapon. Originally, he was planning to find a flying sword, which could completely catch the enemy by surprise in battle. However, not every first-class magic weapon is as friendly to the middle-stage Qi training cultivators as the Qingsong sword, and can be used normally by the middle-stage Qi training cultivators. This time, after listening to Pei Jinqiu's advice, he decided to take out the armor-breaking life-chasing needle. The armor-breaking life-chasing needle is an item for auction by the Jiutian group. However, this type of needle-shaped magic weapon is extremely small and has no markings on it. Even if someone from the Jiutian group sees it in person, they will not be able to recognize it. Li Zhen had already refined the armor-breaking life-chasing needle. All he needed was to put the armor-breaking life-chasing needle on his body instead of putting it into the Dragonheart space. The biggest advantage of choosing the armor-breaking life-chasing needle is that the needle-shaped magic weapon consumes very little spiritual energy, and even he, a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi training, can use it. In this way, he would have 2 first-grade superior attack weapons, one for long range and one for short range. As for defensive weapons, relying on his peak physical training strength, it made no difference to him whether he had a first-grade defensive weapon or not. He decided not to hide his physical training skills anymore. With Pei Jinqiu's guarantee and his desire to get good results in the challenge, it would be difficult to achieve his goal without using his physical training skills. All he has to do is to make a splash and obtain the best educational resources of Tianchong Qingmu High School. At 7 o'clock, Li Zhen came to the hall. Wang Rushi was wearing a leather tights that showed off her good figure. This leather tights was of extremely high quality, reaching the first-class quality. Li Zhen was a little curious. He didn't sense any aura of a first-grade, top-grade magical weapon from Wang Rushi's luggage. He guessed that there was a cultivator from her family in Tianchong City who sent it to her. This is also normal. It is not safe to let a student in the middle stage of Qi training carry a first-grade, top-grade magic weapon outside. If he is targeted by some greedy monk, he will get into unnecessary trouble. In Tianchong City, especially when participating in challenge competitions, the effect of a first-grade high-quality defensive clothing is extremely important. Shi Xian and Fang Congji were both wearing first-grade, mid-quality robes, and the difference in their wealth was apparent from this. Wang Rushi, Shi Xian, and Fang Congji looked at the clothes on Li Zhen and couldn't help frowning slightly. Li Zhen was wearing the sportswear issued by the school. Although this piece of clothing was much better than ordinary clothes, it had not yet reached the level of spiritual objects. However, when they saw the Qingsong sword hanging on Li Zhen's waist, their thoughts about Li Zhen's magic weapon disappeared. That was a first-grade superior longsword that could be used by a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. Even Wang Rushi used a first-grade intermediate flying sword. It was not that her family did not have a first-grade superior flying sword, but that her own strength made it too difficult for her to use a first-grade superior flying sword. That is to say, even if the first-grade top-quality clothes are not stimulated by spiritual power, their defense is extremely strong. If you need to inject spiritual power into the first-grade top-quality clothes, then when the danger is the most serious, it is worthwhile to consume some spiritual power to protect yourself. Everyone is here. I'll take you to the venue. Teacher Zhou was dressed very formally and had a teacher's badge on his chest. The venue is not far from the 5-star hotel, and the hotel provides a special car for pickup. Li Zhen got out of the car in the underground garage of the venue and took the internal elevator to the inside of the venue. As soon as I entered the venue, I heard a lot of noise. This is a venue that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, and the entire venue is full at this moment. In the middle of the venue are 10 arenas. Li Zhen had not expected to fight in front of tens of thousands of people. A timid cultivator might not be able to exert even half of his full strength. In fact, it was not just that. He also saw a camera floating in the air. Perhaps all the cultivators in the entire Tianchong City could see the live broadcast. In the previous school challenge, he was not yet a monk and was not qualified to watch the live broadcast. He felt Fang Tsongji's body trembling beside him. He turned around and saw that Fang Tsongji's face was pale and his hands were constantly rubbing his robe. Adjust your mood. This game is not only attended by tens of thousands of spectators, but also by your classmates at school and your family members. Show the strength you have practiced. Teacher Zhou said in a deep voice. His eyes fell on several people. The one he was most worried about, Li Zhen, seemed very normal and did not show any fear. Wang Rushi and Shi Xian also looked calm. Only Fang Congji was shocked. Fang Congji, you have participated in a battle to defend a city. This is much simpler than a battle to defend a city. Teacher Zhou patted Fang Congji lightly and said, I know. Fang Congji took a few deep breaths and nodded heavily in reply. In Yunxi County, Mr. and Mrs. Li changed their daily work routine and started live streaming early. That's my son, I saw Zhener. The live broadcast was showing the scene in a long-range view. Li's mother suddenly pointed excitedly at a figure on the edge of the midfield and said, Li Zhen stood out among the crowd, mainly because he was too young and not very tall. Father Li also focused his attention on Li Zhen. In the eyes of both of them, that place was the whole world. Li Zhen felt something and looked at the camera in the distance. He waved at the camera. Then he turned around and looked at the teams. I saw some of them when I registered yesterday, and today I actually saw all 70 teams. Master Ding is currently in charge of the Demon Kingdom. Let me announce the start of the preliminary round of the school challenge. Mayor Een stood up in the middle of the rostrum and announced solemnly. His voice was not loud, and he did not use any amplification equipment, but his voice was clearly heard by everyone. The first competition to begin is the individual competition, with Tianchong Intelligent Brain automatically matching opponents. Mayor Een continued. Tianchong Intelligent Brain is the main intelligent system of Tianchong City and an auxiliary intelligent brain managed by the government. Its fairness is self-evident. There are 70 teams, each with 3 official players, and a total of 210 players participating in the individual competition. Li Zhen received information about his opponent and his own competition number on his bracelet. Knowing that his competition was ranked in the middle, he looked at Wang Rushi and Shi Xian. Which school are your opponents from? If you don't know their strength, I can help you investigate. Teacher Zhou asked. My match is Xu Hong from Jinli County No. 3 Middle School. Li Zhen said the name of his opponent. Shi Xiaosu from Tianchong No. 1 Middle School. Shi Xian replied with a slightly ugly expression. Hang Jun from Fengyuan County No. 1 Middle School. Wang Rushi replied. Teacher Zhou is not idle while leading the team. He has obtained relatively comprehensive information about the contestants through his connections with other teachers and various parties. He sent the information of the 3 opponents to their identity bracelets, respectively. It would not hurt to take a closer look before the game. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. Shi Xian, Shi Xiaosu, is at the 6th level of Qi training and specializes in fire. You must formulate a countermeasure strategy. He solemnly instructed Shi Xian again. Among these 3 opponents, Shi Xiaosu from Tianchong No. 1 Middle School is the strongest, and he is not optimistic about Shi Xian. Wang Rushi, Hang Jun is at the same level as you, but he was promoted not long ago. You just need to be careful, and you will have no problem defeating him. He turned to Wang Rushi and said, Li Zhen, Xu Hong is at the 5th level of Qi training. We haven't found out what system he specializes in. It's up to you to decide how to fight. He finally told Li Zhen. On the contrary, he was most at ease with Li Zhen. Li Zhen, who is now at the 4th level of Qi training, possesses the Sword Qi Thunder Sound, so it is no problem for him to deal with a mere 5th level of Qi training. The only worry is Li Zhen's lack of combat experience, but this time Li Zhen participated in the competition to gain competition experience, and losing is also a tempering experience. Soon, fighting began on 10 stages. The 20-meter-long and wide arena looked quite large, and the fight between the 2 monks ended quickly. Because the monks dodging on the arena is affected by the arena, they will be blocked by the arena after retreating a few times at most. In addition, talismans are rarely seen on the arena. Drawing talismans is a complicated skill for students who are still in school. It takes too much time, and students do not have enough time to practice. so how can they spare any extra time? Soon it was Wang Rushi's turn. She jumped onto ring number 3, and her opponent, Hang Jun, was a tall boy. Hang Jun and Wang Rushi stood face to face, and Hang Jun looked more nervous than Wang Rushi. Although he is a student of Fengyuan County number 1 Middle School, Yunshi number 2 Middle School can only be regarded as a second or third rank school in Yunshi County, and there is a slight gap in the strength of the two schools. But Wang Rushi is the captain of Yunshi number 2 Middle School, and those who could be captains are all the strongest. The green light on the ring came on, and Hang Jun and Wang Rushi drove their flying swords at the same time. Most cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training use flying swords. One of the reasons why most cultivators choose flying swords is that the flying sword techniques are mature, and there are many papers on various flying sword combat methods. If one goes a step further, one can also become a sword cultivator. Another reason is that flying swords account for the largest proportion of all mass-produced weapons and are also cheaper. 2 5th-level Qi training monks used flying swords to fight each other. Their spirit and spiritual power were not enough to even control the second magic weapon, not to mention other spare power, so the battle between the two was completely a battle between flying swords. At the beginning of the flying sword battle with Hang Jun, Wang Rushi felt that Hang Jun's flying sword was not as strong as she imagined. She continued to drive her flying sword, slowly suppressing Hang Jun's flying sword. Not to mention her own combat capability, the sparring with Li Zhen, a master swordsman, over the past few months have been a great help in improving. Perhaps when facing a strong opponent, this improvement will not have much effect, but when facing an opponent who is already weaker than oneself, it will have absolute suppressive power. Win, Teacher Zhou said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Rushi's flying sword deflected Hang Jun's flying sword and shot towards Hang Jun's chest. Just as the flying sword touched Hang Jun's chest, the two people on the ring and the flying sword were restrained by the force field, and the battle was over. The good start put Mr. Zhou in a good mood, and he took Wang Rushi to the stage. Congratulations! Feng Songji congratulated with a smile. The opponent is a little weak, Wang Rushi said lightly without showing much joy. There is really nothing to be happy about. As the captain, her target opponents should at least be other captains. The fights in the ring end very quickly, with some fights only taking more than 10 seconds to finish and those with longer fights lasting no more than 3 minutes. Firstly, the arena space is small, and secondly, in such a fierce battle, the spiritual power of the cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training would be consumed too much, and their spiritual power would be exhausted in 3 minutes. It was Shi Xian's turn, and he jumped onto the stage. His opponent, Shi Xiaosu from Tianchang number 1 Middle School, followed him onto the stage. Shi Xiaosu glanced at Shi Xian coldly, showing a hint of impatience. Shi Xian was not angry. He had his own ideas. When the battle started, Shi Xian did not actively attack, but retreated while casting an earth-based defensive spell on himself. He was lucky and successfully cast the earth-based defensive spell within 1.5 seconds. Then he still did not take the initiative to attack, allowing Shi Xiaosu's flying sword to fall on the earth shield in front of him. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body and continued to repair the earth shield in front of him. Shi Xiaosu became furious when he saw that his attack was blocked. He could not tolerate a student from a second-rate middle school fighting with him for too long. So he used all his strength to drive the flying sword, try to forcefully break through the earth shield that Shi Xian had chosen. He chose to specialize in the earth element and made a deep study of the earth shield, an earth-based defensive spell, especially the repair of the earth shield, which he reached an extremely high level. Li Zhen couldn't help but nodded, and his mastery of this earth-based defensive spell had reached the level of Xiaofa. Shi Xiaosu attacked frantically. Perhaps he had forgotten, or perhaps he had never thought about changing his fighting style. The best way to deal with this defensive flow is not to attack with force, but to attack flexibly from all directions. As long as it is not an overall defense, there will always be flaws under multi-directional attacks. The spiritual energy of both people on the ring was consumed very quickly. Shi Xiaosu's realm was 1 level higher, but he was the main attacker, so his consumption was greater. Shi Xian also gritted his teeth and persevered. When Shi Xiaosu's sword attack power was greatly reduced, the opponent also realized that his spiritual power was too much consumed. It was too late for Shi Xiaosu to change tactics, and this time it was Shi Xian's turn to attack. Shi Xian dispersed the earth shield and controlled the flying sword to attack Shi Xiaosu. In the end, Shi Xian ended the battle with a very slight advantage, and both sides' spiritual power was almost exhausted when they left the stage. Take the pill, sit down, and regulate your breathing to restore your spiritual power. Teacher Zhou took out a pill and gave it to Shi Xian to take, then took him to the rest area. Just as the timing was arranged, it was Li Zhen's turn to go on stage. "My son is on the court," Li's mother said excitedly. She switched the screen to the 5th arena, which was where Li Zhen was competing. Li Zhen, the first grade of the new year. Before the game started, when the two sides were confronting each other, Xu Heng couldn't help but confirm. He got Li Zhen's information, which was not detailed. He only knew that Li Zhen was a freshman in the 1st grade and was at the 3rd level of Qi training. The rest was impossible to find out. Xu Heng did not regard Li Zhen as an opponent, but only thought that Li Zhen was arranged by the school to adapt to the atmosphere of the ring competition. Li Zhen from Yunxi No. 2 Middle School. Li Zhen introduced himself. "You'd better admit defeat. There is no comparison between us." Xu Heng looked at Li Zhen's childish face and shook his head. He is already in the 2nd year of high school and has reached the 5th level of Qi training. This ring battle is a crushing victory. "Please." At this time, the green light on the ring came on, and Li Zhen shouted in a deep voice. Then, the Qingsong sword at his waist instantly appeared in his hand, and he took a step forward when the green light came on. Xu Heng was talking to Li Zhen. Because he didn't take Li Zhen seriously, when he saw the green light, he reacted a beat late. By the time his flying sword was activated, Li Zhen had already arrived in front of him. He drove the flying sword to attack Li Zhen and retreated backwards. Li Zhen casually swung his sword, sweeping away the flying sword, and came close to Xu Heng without any impact on his speed. Then a force field filled the entire arena, and the fight ended. A drop of cold sweat slid down Xu Heng's head. He looked at the tip of the sword in front of his brow. Although the tip of the sword was stopped by the force field, the terrible chill emanating from the tip of the sword made his whole body limp. If it weren't for the force field of the arena, this sword would have taken his life. "Thank you for your advice." Li Zhen bowed slightly. Xu Heng didn't say anything. He tried his best to maintain a normal walking posture. After stepping down from the ring, he threw himself into the arms of his companion. Because the battle ended too quickly, many monks did not have time to see it clearly. 1 second, this is the fastest fight to end today. "Feng," Songji exclaimed. Not only the audience, but even the contestants who were watching the competition, few people could see the course of the match clearly. Xu Heng's mental quality is too poor. He was actually affected by his opponent's rhetoric during the game. Xu Heng was careless. Xu Heng is so embarrassed to lose to a freshman. The whispered discussion spread, and as opponents, no one cared about Xu Heng's mood. Only the Foundation establishment cultivators sitting on the rostrum noticed something, and they turned their eyes to Pei Lanqin. "Lanqin, this is a good seedling. I heard that you are the one who brought him up," a foundation-building cultivator asked tentatively. In fact, everyone has the information. It is no secret that Pei Lanqin helped Yunxi No. 2 Middle School train the players. Especially when the team led by Pei Lanqin encountered a tide of beasts, being involved in such a big event naturally attracted attention. "I am very optimistic about him," Pei Lanqin said with a chuckle and nodded. She said this to tell these foundation-building cultivators that she had taken a fancy to Li Zhen and they should not try to snatch him away. Although he's a good seedling, he is still too young. We still need to observe more to see if he has any potential. The person who spoke was Mayor Yin's eldest son, Yin Xianglei, who was in the early stage of foundation building. Pei Lanqin glanced at him indifferently and didn't speak to him. The other foundation establishment, true cultivators, did not respond. Some of them kept smiling because of Mayor Yin, while the rest of them simply ignored his idea. Here we have to mention the chain of contempt among the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Although they're all foundation establishment cultivators, they're also divided into different levels. For example, Peilon Shin, a foundation-building cultivator who graduated from atop university, is naturally more noble in status and position than other foundation-building cultivators, and the connections and resources he can access are also very different. In addition, there are the foundation-building monks who came from the 24 Fairyland academies. They also have an academy background and are also at the top of the contempt chain. Below are the foundation-building cultivators who graduated from technical colleges, whose status is lower than the first two types. Then there are the foundation-building monks who have no university background. They are at the bottom of the contempt chain. Finally, there is another type. This type of foundation-building cultivator is quite special. They are promoted by force by taking special drugs, and they will not be able to improve their own cultivation in the future. Yin Xianglei is such a foundation-building cultivator. If he were not in Tianchong City, and if Mayor Yin were not here, Yin Xianglei would not be able to sit in a row with other foundation-building cultivators. Anger flashed in Yin Xianglei's eyes, but he suppressed it very well. He knew very well that even with Mayor Yin's face, he could not afford to offend the foundation-building cultivators here. At this time, he placed his resentment on the first-year junior high school student because it was because of that first-year junior high school student that he lost face. Li Zhen would never have thought that he would bring himself an enemy in the foundation-building stage after fighting in the ring. The three-person match of their team was over, and there would be no more people today. Li Zhen asked Wang Rushi, and since Wang Rushi and others wanted to stay and watch the next game, he left first. After returning to the hotel room, he activated his spatial ability and disappeared into the room. Then he appeared in his own wooden house in the ancient world of cultivation. He planned to come here more often recently as the situation in the market town was a little unstable. After leaving the wooden house, Li Zhen first went to 2 spiritual fields and then went to the commercial district of Fengshe. On his way to the commercial district of Fengshe, he passed through a remote alley where he put on a black hood and black robe, and then put on an ordinary robe on the outside and put on a hat on his head to cover his face. People dressed like him can often be seen in the market. They are all monks who want to trade some spiritual objects that they don't want others to know about. Shopkeeper, do you have the bronze body jade slip? He walked into a classic bookshop and asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper sat calmly on the recliner. Anyone who could open a classic bookshop must have a strong background. But when he heard Li Zhen asking about the bronze body jade slip, he immediately stood up from the recliner and bowed to greet Li Zhen. I'm sorry, sir, but the bronze body is not something that a small shop like ours can have. He explained carefully, fearing that Li Zhen would get angry. What kind of martial art is bronze body? It is a body-refining martial art in the foundation-building period. The body-refining technique itself is a relatively unpopular technique in the world of immortal cultivation. This does not mean that body refining is weaker than chi refining, but because body refining requires more resources, it is not something that ordinary cultivators can practice. Asking about the bronze body, a foundation building and body refining technique, at least showed that Li Zhen himself or someone close to him had cultivated the black iron body to the peak of the first level. Otherwise, there would be no need for it. Then where can I find it? Li Zhen asked as he casually threw out a few spirit stones. This is only possible in a big city. The shopkeeper waved his hand to put away the spirit stone and replied, Desheng. Li Zhen had inquired about Desheng before, but going to Desheng was not something he could do. Every big city in the ancient cultivation world is very far apart. It takes several days to travel from the market town to the nearest big city by flying boat. Not to mention the spirit stones consumed in riding the flying boat. The dangers along the way alone are insurmountable troubles. Except for the areas where mortals live, there are terrifying monsters in every deep mountain and swamp along the way. Even more terrifying than the monsters are the calamity cultivators. A cultivator without strength will lose his life before he can go far. I heard that the library in Shifeng Valley collects a huge amount of martial arts techniques. The shopkeeper felt that his previous answer seemed to be worth only a few spirit stones, so he continued. Thank you. Hearing this answer, Li Zhen nodded to the shopkeeper. He left the bookshop, thinking about the shopkeeper's words. There are about 4 months left before Shifeng Valley starts recruiting disciples. He can join Shifeng Valley at that time. As for how to properly arrange the time in the two worlds, he will consider it then. As for body training, he had not been able to see the classics from the fairyland at least before he went to college, and he could only obtain them from the ancient cultivation world. Li Zhen was thinking as he walked, and suddenly he sensed something. He did not stop and continued walking at the same speed as before. However, he had changed his direction of walking to the outside of the market town, as he did not want his identity to be discovered by the people following him. After leaving the market, he no longer needed to use the medium-grade light body talisman. With his strength at the peak of physical training, the middle-grade light body talisman has almost no effect on him. The only thing that can increase his speed is the top-grade light body talisman. He had not walked far when he felt that he was surrounded. Li Zhen couldn't help but shook his head, wondering why he was so unlucky. He didn't want to cause any trouble at all, but he is not worried because he has confidence in his own strength. He stopped where he was and watched the monks surrounding him approach. "Take off your hat and show your face," a monk said in a deep voice. "Does the market have such rules?" Li Zhen looked at the cultivator coldly and questioned. Although the monk had changed into a robe, Li Zhen still recognized him. He was from the law enforcement team of the market town. Li Zhen made a mistake. He took strict precautions in order not to reveal his identity. But in recent times, very few people in the market have done so. This is entirely because the conflict between several forces has intensified, and the market has paid special attention to the identity of everyone entering the market. It would be fine if it was just a strange cultivator, but someone like Li Zhen who was afraid of having his identity discovered would naturally attract special attention from the market. For the sake of their own reputation, it was impossible for the people in the market to take action within the market, which led to Li Zhen's current experience. Li Zhen judged the strength comparison between the two sides. Since he had hidden his identity, he could use all his strength. The market law enforcement team sent out 6 cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training. With his peak level of physical training and his mastery of swordsmanship, it was easy for him to kill the 6 cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training. But this place is still too close to the market town. As long as the 6 mid-stage Qi training monks are given a chance, they can call for help through the sound transmission talisman. Don't make the mistake of taking off your hat to verify your identity. The law enforcement monk approached Li Zhen while speaking, hoping to use this pressure to make Li Zhen surrender. Li Zhen was about to take action when suddenly several talismans shot out from a distance and attacked the 6 law enforcement monks. Both Li Zhen and the 6 law enforcement monks were shocked. 4 of the 6 law enforcement monks reacted in time and either activated defensive talismans or used defensive magic weapons to block the talisman attack. The other 2 were a bit unlucky. Their minds were completely focused on Li Zhen, which made them less alert to their surroundings. Their plan was good. This place was only a few miles away from the market town. As long as they sent out a signal for help, monks would arrive in a moment. They thought this area was relatively safe, so they did not prepare for sneak attacks from the monks. The 2 men were blasted away by 2 talismans and fell heavily to the ground. It seemed that they were either dead or seriously injured. Li Zhen stepped back, and his skin turned into a black metallic color under the tightly wrapped clothes. A faint sense of oppression emanated from him, an aura that belonged only to a cultivator at the peak of physical cultivation. Although he showed his powerful strength but did not take the initiative to attack, the remaining 4 cultivators of the market law enforcement team and the cultivators hiding in the dark did not attack Li Zhen. The battle took place right before his eyes. After 2 waves of talisman attacks, 5 monks in the middle stage of Qi training rushed out and fought with the 4 law enforcement monks. When a law enforcement monk in the market saw that he was ambushed, the talisman in his hand turned into ashes. This was a distress signal, but the 5 mid-stage Qi training monks seemed unaware and continued to attack. Li Zhen noticed something strange. The 5 cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training were using iron swords. Needless to say, their identities were obvious. Anyone using iron swords nearby must be a cultivator from the Iron Sword Gang. Given the Iron Sword Gang's familiarity with the market town, how could they not know that sending out a distress signal at such a close distance would attract reinforcements? He didn't want to stay any longer. Whatever the scheme was, it had nothing to do with him. He kept retreating away from the battlefield, and both sides of the battle ignored him. He retreated several miles away, found a large branch to stand on, and observed the battle in the distance. Reinforcements are coming. Let's go. One of the 5 mid-stage Qi training cultivators observed the movement in the market town and shouted. In a 5-on-4 battle, they had been suppressing the 4 law enforcement monks. They wanted to leave at this moment, but the 4 law enforcement monks stopped them and wouldn't let them go. The rescue team sent by the market town is a team of 10 middle-stage Qi training monks led by a late-stage Qi training monk. This is a complete patrol team of the law enforcement team. They came rushing over with great momentum, and the cultivators in the late stage of Qi training were even faster. After seeing the situation on the battlefield ahead clearly, one of them drove his flying sword off the ground and flew towards the battlefield. The monks from the Iron Sword Gang shouted loudly, and their attacks became more and more powerful, but with the 4 law enforcement monks trying their best to block them. They could only watch as the monks from the market, who were in the late stage of Qi training, approached quickly. Just as the late-stage Qi training cultivator from the market town flew towards the battlefield, and the flying sword shot out from under his feet as he landed, ready to kill the 5 Iron Sword Gang cultivators. A sharp sword energy with a thunder sound rushed towards the late-stage Qi training cultivator. Master of the Iron Sword Gang. The cultivator in the late stage of Qi training only had time to call out the name of the person who came before his defense was broken by the sword energy and thunder sound, and his body was directly split into 2. The man who came was the leader of the Iron Sword Gang. After killing the late-stage Qi training cultivator, he did not stop killing. His figure drew a streak of light in the air and flew towards the 10 mid-stage Qi training cultivators from the market. The 10 middle-stage Qi training cultivators from the market town were so frightened that they turned around and fled. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not be faster than the flying speed of the half-step foundation establishment cultivator. Sword Qi flew out one after another, and the body of the last of the 10 mid-stage Qi training cultivators in the market was only 10 meters away from the entrance of the market. The leader of the Iron Sword Gang had no intention of rushing into the market town. It would be irrational to fight against the market town formation alone without any preparation. He turned and left when he heard a roar in the market town. When a half-step foundation building cultivator flew up from the market town, he had already returned to the battlefield. He dealt with 4 law enforcement monks and left with 5 Iron Sword Gang monks. The one who flew up in the market town and reached the half-step foundation building stage was the Lin family's patriarch, but he did not chase out alone. He was also afraid that this was a trap set for him. His own combat power was slightly weaker than that of the Iron Sword Gang leader. It would be very dangerous if he really left the formation to pursue. In addition, the condition of his Zhao family head's injuries is unclear. If the Zhao family head is still hiding outside, he will surely die if he goes out. What's going on? You just watched our people get killed. Just as he was thinking, the leader of the Golden Sword Gang flew up to his side and asked. It was the leader of the Iron Sword Gang who personally participated in the attack. The head of the Lin family explained, suppressing his anger. The tone of the Golden Sword Gang leader was very bad, as if he was scolding a subordinate. But he did not do well this time. The monks in a market town just now were all monks from the Golden Sword Gang and the Alliance of Small Forces. There were no monks from the Lin family. This was another reason why he did not leave the market town. As long as he can hold off the leader of the Iron Sword Gang for a few moments, I will be there. Don't you know that? The leader of the Golden Sword Gang said bluntly without giving any face to the head of the Lin family. Of course he was angry. It was okay for a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training, but there were only a few cultivators in the late stage of Qi training in the market. Every loss of a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training would bring huge losses to the market. Li Zhen's scalp tingled as he watched from a distance. He felt that this market was unsafe. In the past, when he heard old monk Xian talk about the chaos outside the market town, he didn't think there was anything wrong. But when he saw with his own eyes that the battle outside the market town had risen to the half-step foundation building level, he could not participate in it. A battle of this level will have a very bad impact on the market town. If the Golden Sword Gang cannot handle it in a short period of time, the people in the market town will not be able to feel at ease, and I am afraid that some monks will leave soon. In fact, the biggest impact was the unpleasant parting between the head of the Lin family and the leader of the Golden Sword Gang in the sky above the market town. All the wandering cultivators in the entire market town witnessed the discord between the two half-step foundation-building cultivators, and their confidence in the market town dropped again. Li Zhen stayed outside the market for more than an hour. After seeing some cultivators entering and leaving the market, he changed his clothes and returned to the market. Walking on the streets of the market town, he sensed a sense of uneasiness from the expressions of the wandering cultivators. He frowned. He couldn't leave the market town yet, as he could get spirit stones steadily here. Spiritual stones are the guarantee for him to travel back and forth between the three worlds, and only in the ancient cultivation world can he easily obtain spiritual stones. However, he still had to make some preparations. After some consideration, he went to the spiritual field and put the first-grade top-quality spiritual tea into the spiritual plant bag. He had a feeling that the market would be filled with troubles for a long time. Even when he returned to the fairyland world, he used his spatial magical powers from the dugout basement. Appearing in the hotel room, he first checked his identity bracelet, which contained information sent by Teacher Zhou about 105 monks who would participate in the second round of the competition. There were 105 matches in one day, which means that there were 10 competitions going on at the same time, which made such a speed possible. He quickly looked through the monks' information and found that none of the students from the 10 schools in Tianchong City were eliminated in the first round. He guessed that the students from the 10 schools in Tianchong City were strong in themselves. In addition, the competition was taking place in Tianchong City. Even if there were two players with similar strengths, their chances of winning would be higher with the local advantage. The draw for the second round of singles competition was held on the second day of the challenge. Li Zhen was not so lucky, as the only exemption lottery was won by a beautiful girl. But his luck was not too bad, as he was assigned a Qi training level 5 contestant from an ordinary middle school, who was defeated by him with one sword. Shi Xian didn't make it through the second round, and he met the captain of Tianchong No. 3 Middle School. Wang Rushi met an opponent with similar strength, and she successfully defeated her opponent and advanced to the next round. On the third day, Shi Xian and Feng Songji sat together. Shi Xian looked at the 53 players on the field, and a look of worry flashed in his eyes. According to the information at hand, 53 of the 30 contestants are from 10 schools in Tianchong City, and the rest are mostly captains of the teams. The most eye-catching one among them was Li Zhen, who was standing among a group of high school students. Of course, no one thought that Li Zhen would make it through this round, mainly because none of the contestants in this round were weak. Since the number of players in the third round is odd, there will be one free draw. When the matching results came out, both the audience and the contestants were shocked, and everyone turned their eyes to the beautiful girl. The beautiful girl was named Tan Yaya. She successfully obtained an exemption from the second round, and got an exemption from the third round again. If they didn't know that a city-level main intelligent computer like Tianchong Intelligent Brain could not be bribed, everyone would think that someone had tampered with it. Tan Yaya was nicknamed Koi by everyone. With such luck in large-scale competitions, she is truly worthy of the name Koi. Under the envious gazes of everyone, she walked back to the rest area and was able to advance directly to the fourth round without having to fight to the death. Li Zhen looked at his opponent, who was the captain of Tianchong No. 3 Squadron, who had eliminated Shi Xian yesterday. And his match was very early, in the first batch of Arena No. 6. Be careful of his water cloud flag magic weapon. This magic weapon can attack and defend, and it can also emit ice and frost. When Shi Xian saw Li Zhen's matched opponent, he came to Li Zhen and reminded him, Tianchong number 3 Middle School ranks high among the 10 schools in Tianchong City. As the selected captain and with the strength of the late stage of Qi training, he is definitely one of the top few players in Tianchong City. Thank you. I will pay attention to it. Li Zhen thanked. If it really doesn't work, use sword energy and thunder sound. Don't hold back your strength. Teacher Zhou instructed in a deep voice. He was worried that Li Zhen would not have time to use his strongest means and would be defeated by the opponent. Li Zhen nodded and followed him onto the stage. The captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron had been waiting for him. When he saw him go up to the ring, he took down the Shuiyun flag from behind. Even though Li Zhen was young and only a first-year junior high school student, he did not look down on him at all. He had seen Li Zhen's previous battle videos, and Li Zhen's swordsmanship posed a threat to any Qigong practitioner. With his strength at the 7th level of Qi training, even if Li Zhen possesses great swordsmanship, he can still defeat Li Zhen as long as he doesn't take it lightly. The green signal comes on, and the battle begins. The captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron waved the water cloud flag in his hand, and a trace of cold air rose above the arena like a thin mist. This is the range attack method of the water cloud flag, which is particularly suitable for ring battles because the range of the ring is small and large enough to be covered by cold air. This method is almost always effective against cultivators with a lower realm than oneself. Once a cultivator with a lower realm encounters cold air, his movements will slow down and he will continue to be attacked by the cold air. Unfortunately, even if Li Zhen did not use the black iron body, the cold air had no effect on Li Zhen's physique, which was at the peak of the 1st level of body refining. Li Zhen's fighting style was no different from the previous 2 arenas. He took advantage of his speed, and when the captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron waved the Shuiyun flag, he had already rushed to the captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron. The captain of the Tianchong 3rd Squadron did not expect that Li Zhen was not affected by the cold. According to the tactics he formulated, he was driving the Shuiyun flag to fire an ice bomb to completely resolve the battle. He never expected that Li Zhen ignored the cold and slashed at him with the sword in his hand before he could launch the ice bomb. The captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron quickly gave up on launching the ice bomb and wanted to use the water cloud flag for defense. A multifunctional magical weapon like the Shuiyun flag has many advantages, but its disadvantages are also obvious. It takes some time to transform between attack and defense. Li Zhen took advantage of the moment when the water cloud flag turned to defense and stabbed his sword through the defensive gap that the water cloud flag had not yet been fully deployed, until the ring forcibly restrained both parties and ruled the captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron as the loser. The captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron did not understand why he was defeated. If Li Zhen had successfully entered the top 53 before, many people would have thought it was just his luck, but from now on, no one dared to underestimate him. Some people even regarded him as the biggest dark horse, a dark horse who picked a late-stage Qi training player. Good job. Teacher Zhou laughed and praised Li Zhen, who had just stepped off the stage. The later Li Zhen uses sword Qi and thunder sound, the better the effect will be. A sudden attack of sword Qi and thunder sound can almost secure a victory. If it is used in advance, later players will be cautious and even stop him from getting close at all costs. With the close-range long sword he used, if he really didn't have the chance to get close, he wouldn't be able to use the sword energy and thunder sound even if he had it. The captain of Tianchong 3rd Squadron looked at Li Zhen unwillingly. He was defeated inexplicably, and he still had many tricks that were not used. He was very unconvinced. But the competition system of the challenge is like this. Each player only has one chance, and if he loses once, he will be out of the individual challenge. It's my turn. Wang Rushi waved her hand and said. Teacher Zhou did not explain anything. The main thing was that Wang Rushi was bound to lose this time, as she was facing a contestant from Tianchong No. 2 Middle School. Even the ordinary players from Tianchong No. 2 Middle School are stronger than Wang Rushi. There was no suspense in the battle. The opponent had the strength to crush Wang Rushi. The leather armor on Wang Rushi protected herself, but she was still considered a loser if she was hit in the vitals. Teacher, I'm sorry to disappoint you," Wang Rushi said with a wry smile after getting off the stage. "You have performed your best. It's just that your opponent is too strong." Teacher Zhou comforted him. The third round of the competition ended in the morning, and the fourth round will start in the afternoon. Tanyaya, the lucky fish, showed her power again and successfully won a free draw to advance to the next round. Among the 27 contestants in the fourth round, except Li Zhen and Tanyaya, there are 6 contestants who are not from Tianshan City, and the remaining 19 contestants are from Tianshan City. When the matching results came out, Li Zhen found that except for Tanyaya, all the non-Tianshan City players were matched with Tianshan City players. In this round, Li Zhen's appearance order is at the end, and he has to wait for 2 rounds of competitions. In the first 2 batches of 20 matches, 6 contestants who were not from Tianshan City were completely wiped out. This is equivalent to a gathering of players from Tianshan City. This is the gap between a county and an urban area. "Please." The opponent looked serious and released a defensive magic weapon, a shield, to block in front of him at the beginning of the battle. Now any opponent who meets Li Zhen will no longer dare to underestimate him. They also analyzed Li Zhen's fighting style, which can be summed up in one word: fast. He made full use of the area of the arena and quickly resolved the battle in close combat. Li Zhen was using a first-grade, high-quality longsword. Even if a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training was approached, he would be in danger without active defense. He waved his hand, not using swordsmanship, but unexpectedly used the Shunxiao thunder method. He decided to show his potential, and he had to show it. The opponents did not expect that Li Zhen would use thunder magic. They used metal shields to block in front of them, but were directly knocked away by this Shunxiao thunder magic. The remaining power was blocked by the binding energy of the arena. The opponent looked at the lightning in front of him being restrained and struggling. After a moment, the lightning dissipated and his hair stood on end. How could he use thunder magic in a Qi training stage arena fight? And it was instantaneous thunder magic. This was too bullying. "Thunder magic!" a cultivator exclaimed, and the foundation-building cultivators who were watching the battle were also greatly surprised. "Lanqin, you finally met such a genius," said a true cultivator at the foundation-building stage sourly. At first, the foundation-building practitioners all thought that Li Zhen was already a genius because he had reached the 4th level of Qi training at such a young age and had mastered the sword technique. But Li Zhen also demonstrated his thunder magic, which is an extremely rare thunder spiritual root. Talents like thunder spiritual root, even if they are of the lower grade, will be given priority training in any school because thunder magic has many special effects and plays an important role in many environments. Pei Lanqin did not hide her smug smile. Seeing the envy in her fellow Taoist's eyes, it felt really good. What is a dark horse? Li Zhen is the darkest dark horse. After Li Zhen performed the Shunxiao thunder method, coupled with his mastery of close combat swordsmanship, his fame jumped to the top 3 among all the contestants. The reason why he was in the top 3 instead of first was because Li Zhen was a little weak in personal cultivation. The 4th level of Qi training was the lowest level among the contestants. When he came down from the ring, the other contestants looked at him with more awe in their eyes, especially the 2 captains of Tianshan No. 1 Middle School, Jing Jingtian, and Tianshan No. 2 Middle School, Wei Wunshan. Jing Jingtian and Wei Wunshan are the strongest players here, but they are not sure they can kill other cultivators in the late Qi training stage with one move. 2 cultivators in the late Qi training stage have been killed instantly by Li Zhen. On the 4th day of the challenge, the 5th and 6th rounds will be held in the morning. There were 14 contestants participating in the 5th round. Li Zhen's opponent was only at the 6th level of Qi training. He did not use any other means and defeated him with just one sword. This round, the lucky fish Tinyaya finally came on stage and was defeated without any surprise. However, considering her ability, being able to enter the 5th round is already an excellent result, and it also wins more resource allocation for all her schools in the coming year. There were 7 contestants participating in the 6th round. Finally, luck came to Li Zhen this time, and he got a free draw. He sat on the sidelines during the last match of the morning, watching his opponents fight to the death. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but the two strongest players, Jing Jingtian and Wei Wunshan, were not grouped together this time. So in the afternoon semifinals, the four contestants were Jing Jingtian, Wei Wunshan, Li Zhen, and Ming Lanxin, a female student from Tianchang No. 1 Middle School. For people stood in a row, waiting to be divided into groups. The audience looked at the four people, especially seeing the 13-year-old Li Zhen standing with the other three who were almost adults, and felt a sense of disharmony. Li Zhen uses his ability to sense spiritual objects. At such a close distance, he can sense the aura of spiritual objects on the other three contestants, and from this he can guess the hidden methods of these contestants. The grouping results came out. He faced Wei Wunshan, and Jing Zhengtian faced Ming Lanxin. At this moment, there's only one ring left in the venue, and the rest have been dismantled. Li Zhen and Wei Wunshan went up to the ring. There was also a referee on the ring. From his aura, it could be judged that the referee was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. You can fight with all your strength, and I will protect you when you are in danger, said the referee in a deep voice. Although the arena is equipped with protective devices, when two monks with the combat power of the late stage of Qi training fight each other, the arena's protective devices may not be able to provide timely protection. Therefore, in the semifinals, there were referees at the foundation establishment stage present to prevent casualties in the ring. Li Zhen and Wei Wunshan stood more than 10 meters apart. Li Zhen held the Qing Song sword upside down in his hand and adjusted his breathing calmly. Wei Wunshan's eyes were sharp, and in her left and right hands were a flying sword and a shield respectively. Li Zhen didn't even need to use his perception of spiritual objects to determine that the flying sword and shield were both first-grade, top-quality magical weapons. In addition, the aura on Wei Wunshan's body was far from the 7th level of Qi training, as stated in the information he obtained, but the 8th level of Qi training. Don't underestimate the difference of one level. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi training is enough to suppress more than 2 cultivators at the 7th level of Qi training. Li Zhen even noticed a pair of gloves on Wei Wunshan's hands. He had seen Wei Wunshan fight, but had never used this pair of gloves before. "The battle begins," said the referee in a deep voice. Wei Wunshan raised the shield in her hand, which quickly grew larger, forming a crescent-shaped shield in front of her. At the same time, Li Zhen's Shunshao Thunder Method fell and hit the shield. The shield blocked the lightning, but the shield, as a metal weapon, would still divert some of the lightning. When the lightning followed the shield to Wei Wunshan's hand, it was blocked by the gloves and had no effect on Wei Wunshan. Wei Wunshan still had time to summon her flying sword and shoot it towards Li Zhen. Li Zhen couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Shunshao Thunder Method had no effect. Although the resources of the Immortal Kingdom are scarce, the Immortal Kingdom has a history of at least 10,000 years of cultivation. The scarcity of resources is relative to the current population of cultivators. Tianchang No. 2 Middle School is one of the key middle schools in Tianchang City. Wei Wunshan, who was selected as the captain of the challenge in this school, has resources that other students cannot imagine, no matter her background or the care she received in school. Li Zhen demonstrated the Shunshao Thunder Method just yesterday, and today Wei Wunshan already has a magical weapon that can block thunder and lightning. Of course, this is also because his cultivation is too low. A cultivator at the 4th level of Qi training uses the Shunshao Thunder Method to deal with a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi training. The difference in realm alone greatly reduces the power of the powerful Thunder Method. Not to mention that there was a magical weapon specifically designed to help with thunder magic, allowing Wei Wunshan to take on the thunder magic without any injury. In the first confrontation, although it was Li Zhen who launched the attack, he suffered a great loss. A Shunshao Thunder Method consumed half of his spiritual power, which meant that he could not delay the battle, and it would be best to end it as soon as possible. Li Zhen rushed towards Wei Wunshan and blocked the flying sword with his exquisite swordsmanship. Wei Wunshan threw a handful of seeds in her hand, and immediately a large area of thorns appeared in front of Li Zhen, completely blocking Li Zhen's way forward. How luxurious! Li Zhen was also shocked by Wei Wunshan's generosity. He felt that he had a lot of wealth, but he was not as generous as Wei Wunshan, who could use so many first-grade, top-quality MOU thorn seeds to perform the entanglement technique. A group of black moon thorns formed by at least 5 first-grade superior black moon thorn seeds is just enough to restrain melee cultivators like Li Zhen. Li Zhen's solution was beyond the expectations of all the cultivators present. He stretched out his hand and emitted a green light. The green light fell on the group of black moon thorns. It was visible to the naked eye that the black moon thorns shrank rapidly, and in just 2 breaths of time, they shrank back into seeds. Most of the audience at the scene did not realize how difficult this move was, but both the contestants and invited guests could see how powerful this move was. Wei Wunshan dared to use the entanglement technique in the ring battle, which showed that her mastery of the entanglement technique had reached an extremely high level. And for Li Zhen to transform the MOU thorns she created with the entanglement technique into seeds again, he would need to surpass her mastery of the entanglement technique, and not just a little bit higher, but a lot higher. However, 2 breaths of time were enough for Wei Wunshan to launch multiple flying sword attacks. Li Zhen blocked all of Wei Wunshan's flying sword attacks and consumed a lot of his spiritual power in the process. The group of MOU thorns disappeared, and even though Wei Wunshan dodged, Li Zhen still got close to her. Wei Wunshan was also helpless. The flying sword he launched was infused with spiritual thoughts by a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi training. It was more flexible and many times more powerful than the flying sword driven by a cultivator at the middle stage of Qi training. But when facing Li Zhen's block, no matter how flexible the flying sword controlled by spiritual thoughts is, it will be accurately blocked by Li Zhen. Wei Wunshan used her spiritual thoughts, while Li Zhen used his own mastery of swordsmanship as well as the strength of his body. After Li Zhen got close, he used his sword skills to their full potential. The sword light condensed from the Qingsong sword swept across the shield magic weapon again and again. What made Wei Wunshan most nervous was that the Qingsong sword hit the shield magic weapon at the same place every time. The shield weapon blocked the Shunxiao Thunder method just now, but it was not without cost. The spiritual imprint in the shield weapon was severely weakened, which greatly reduced the controllability of the shield weapon. A blue light flashed on Wei Wunshan's body, and then a rain of ice appeared out of nowhere and fell towards Li Zhen. This is not the harmless rain like the Little Cloud Rain spell, but the water-based area attack spell, Ice Rain spell. Ice Rain is an upgraded spell of Ice Arrow and belongs to the category of first-level intermediate spells. It is not a common spell either. At such a close distance, the Ice Rain technique covered Li Zhen's entire body within the attack range. In her opinion, Li Zhen had no defensive spells or defensive magic weapons, so any icy rain from the Ice Rain spell that hit him could pose a threat to him. When Li Zhen saw the Ice Rain spell falling, a ball of fire condensed in his hand. The flame instantly grew larger and met the Ice Rain spell. This is the free control of the fireball technique that can only be achieved after mastering it to the Xiaofa realm or above. The price is that he consumed 10 points of spiritual power at once, and his spiritual power dropped to about. The flame cast at the cost of 10 points of spiritual power did not reach the level of a first-level intermediate spell, but its power exceeded that of a normal fireball. The flames and ice rain collided, and steam rose instantly. Li Zhen used the fireball technique to resist the opportunity created by the ice rain technique, and his speed increased suddenly, avoiding the attack range of the ice rain technique. The fireball spell cast with 10 points of spiritual power only lasted for less than a breath before it was completely defeated by the ice rain spell. This was less than a breath of time, which was enough for him to leave the attack range of the ice rain technique. He came to Wei Wunshan's side, and, as his evaluation of Wei Wunshan's strength improved, he became a little more serious. He used his physical strength without activating the black iron body and swung his sword at Wei Wunshan once again. This time was different from the previous attacks. The power suddenly reached the level of the late stage of Qi training. The Qing Song sword, which was endowed with tremendous force, collided with the shield magic weapon. This time, the half-moon shield formed by the shield magic weapon shook violently, and at the same time, the half-moon shield also became a little smaller. Even Wei Wunshan, who was using a shield magic weapon, felt the power contained in the Qing Song sword, causing her to involuntarily take several steps back. As Wei Wunshan was retreating, the Qing Song sword began its frantic attack. Each sword strike was accompanied by a flash of light and was attached with tremendous force, causing Wei Wunshan's already unstable body to retreat continuously. After 3 sword strikes, Wei Wunshan retreated to the edge of the ring, and if she retreated any further, she would fall off the ring. Wei Wunshan wanted to fight back, but under Li Zhen's precise sword attack, she could do nothing. Her retreat was not voluntary, but an involuntary one under the attack. In this state, it was good enough for her to maintain her body balance. Coupled with the huge force of the sword, she was completely unable to fight back. If she really dared to distract herself and counterattack, Li Zhen's attack would immediately break through her defense. Li Zhen smiled slightly and unleashed the 4th sword. With a bang, the Qing Song sword hit the shield magic weapon heavily, forcing Wei Wunshan to take another step back. After taking this step back, Wei Wunshan knew something was wrong because her feet were empty. The 5th sword came again, and this sword completely pushed Wei Wunshan off the stage. Li Zhen wins, the referee announced as he glanced at Li Zhen in surprise. Wei Wunshan stomped heavily on the ground. She was a little upset about her mistake, but the referee saw clearly that Wei Wunshan had already lost when Li Zhen got close to her. Li Zhen's power is extremely great, even higher than that of a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training. This kind of sword technique, which was exerted with tremendous force, resulted in Wei Wunshan's defeat when she faced him face to face at close range. As soon as Li Zhen got off the stage, Teacher Zhou immediately arranged for him to sit in meditation to recover his spiritual power. The quality and concentration of the spiritual energy at the scene reached the level of a first-grade superior spiritual vein, which was suitable for him to use for meditation and breathing regulation. The battle between Jing Zhengtian and Ming Lanxin began. Ming Lanxin's strength was far inferior to Jing Zhengtian's, and Jing Zhengtian defeated her in just 20 breaths. The 2 contestants for the finals were now decided, Li Zhen and Jing Zhengtian. However, before the final, there was still a competition for 3rd and 4th place between Wei Wunshan, who lost to Li Zhen, and Ming Lanxin, who lost to Jing Zhengtian. Wei Wunshan defeated Ming Lanxin with absolute strength. Wei Wunshan, who was full of anger, used all her strength. If the referee had not intervened, Ming Lanxin would have been beaten to death. When the final began, Li Zhen and Jing Zhengtian stood face to face. Probably no one would have thought that when Jing Zhengtian registered with such a high profile that day, he forced Li Zhen to give way, and now Li Zhen would be competing against him in the final arena. You have mastered swordsmanship and thunder magic at such a young age, but you will still lose, Jing Zhengtian said to Li Zhen indifferently. Li Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly as he was trying to figure out why Jing Zhengtian was so confident. Jing Zhengtian was calm. He lightly moved his fingers, and the flying sword began to revolve around his body. Although the operation seemed ordinary, Li Zhen could see that his control over the flying sword had reached a high level. Dashang swordsmanship versus Dashang swordsmanship. One side is at the 4th level of Qi training, the other side is at the late stage of Qi training. Plus, Jing Zhengtian also has a magic weapon specially designed to deal with thunder magic. Jing Zhengtian has absolute confidence in defeating Li Zhen. Li Zhen let out a long sigh. He needed to reveal some of his cards. The fight begins, the referee's voice rang out. Jing Zhengtian was very confident. He controlled the flying sword, ready to defeat Li Zhen with his equally accomplished swordsmanship. Just as he was driving the flying sword, and before it was shot out, he heard thunder in his ears. This is not thunder magic. He was still analyzing in his brain, but he saw a brilliant sword energy shooting out from Li Zhen's Qingsong sword. Li Zhenxing, Jing Jingtian's hair stood up all over his body. The sword chi and thunder sound was so fast that he had no time to react without any preparation. However, he subconsciously made a move to block the sword chi and thunder sound for him. What? The Foundation establishment practitioners who were sitting and watching the finals exclaimed in unison. That is the sword chi and thunder sound, the symbol of becoming a sword cultivator. The problem is that Li Zhen is only in the first grade of junior high school, at the age of 13, but he has mastered the sword chi and thunder sound that none of them have mastered. How can they not be surprised? Lanqin, you knew a long time ago. A true cultivator who had established his foundation asked Pei Lanqin. It was a few days earlier than you. I was also shocked at that time. Pei Lanqin replied with a smile. Let's discuss it. Give this good seedling to me, and you can ask for anything in exchange, suggested the foundation-building cultivator of Jiuqian Group. His words made the foundation-building practitioners in the big forces also propose to exchange for Li Zhen. Li Zhen is not an item. He has agreed to join Tianchong Qingmu Middle School. Do you have any better conditions than this? And you have to abide by the rules. If you can just snatch people away, it will be a mess. Pei Lanqin said with a smile and a firm tone. When I heard Pei Lanqin recommended Li Zhen to enter Tianchong Qingmu High School, I thought this condition was too good to be true. Geniuses like Li Zhen have no shortage of cultivation resources. What they want more is to be admitted to a top university. Tianchong Qingmu High School can help Li Zhen get what he wants most. In this regard, all the foundation-building cultivators here do not have as great an advantage as Pei Lanqin, because Pei Lanqin is in the Tianchong Qingmu Middle School. Li Zhen's spiritual power was completely consumed, but his physical strength was not much consumed. The sword, chi, and thunder sound performed by his peak physical body could no longer put pressure on his physical body. As soon as he jumped off the stage, he was immediately surrounded by Wang Rushi and others. You are so awesome. Fortunately, you were holding back during training. Shi Xian praised with a smile. How did you get first place in the individual competition? Wang Rushi said excitedly. Teacher Zhou hugged Li Zhen and patted his back hard with his big hands. You got first place. On behalf of Principal Wang, I would like to thank you. Teacher Zhou said excitedly. Thank you. Let me regulate my breathing first. It feels very uncomfortable without spiritual power. Li Zhen waved his hand. Teacher Zhou then realized that Li Zhen's spiritual power was exhausted after the final, and he really needed to recover. It is extremely unbearable for any cultivator to be without spiritual power, as spiritual power is the source of a cultivator's power. In the principal's office of Yunxi No. 2 Middle School, Principal Wang's face was full of disbelief when he saw Li Zhen win first place in the individual competition. Even though he knew that Li Zhen was a genius, he never thought that Li Zhen would be so talented that he would suddenly become the strongest among all the middle schools in Tianchong City. At Li Zhen's home, Li's mother smiled with tears in her eyes, while Li's father kept contacting relatives and friends through the identity bracelet to tell them the good news. Of course, Li's father's behavior was more for showing off. As long as one is a cultivator, the school challenge is the most watched event in recent times. This also let relatives and friends know that Li Zhen got the first place in the individual competition. Some relatives and friends called Mr. Li to express their congratulations, even though Mr. Li did not contact them first. Your swordsmanship is very strong. I'm not as good as you, but if we don't fight in the ring, I can defeat you. Jing Jingtian found Li Zhen and said, gritting his teeth. What a proud person he was. He always thought that he was the strongest middle school student in Tianchong City. But he lost to the 13-year-old Li Zhen, which made him extremely unwilling. So he impulsively went to find Li Zhen. We will meet again in the team competition. Li Zhen said with a smile. Just them? They can only hold you back. Come to number 1 middle school. This is the school you should come to. Jing Jingtian said, pointing at Wang Rushi and 3 others. I have my own choice, Li Zhen said with a firm look and shook his head. After the individual competition came the team competition. It seemed that because the assessment of Li Zhen's strength was raised, the team from Yunqi No. 2 Middle School only met weak teams. Until the third round of the team competition, all 10 teams from Tianchong City were present among the 18 teams, and this time their opponents were the Tianchong No. Middle School team. It was then that Li Zhen discovered that Tianchong Qingmu High School was not included in the team competition. According to Pei Lanqin, this school was the strongest school in Tianchong City. Teacher Zhou, why don't I see the team from Tianchong Qingmu Middle School? He asked Teacher Zhou curiously. Tianchong Qingmu High School does not need to participate in the city-level competition. Their team will directly enter the next level of competition. Teacher Zhou replied. Why? Li Zhen felt it was a little unfair. Although Tianchong Qingmu High School enrolls few students every year, each of them is a genius among geniuses and represents the highest level in Tianchong City. The fact that they do not participate in city-level competitions is actually for the good of all the contestants. Teacher Zhou said with emotion. Li Zhen was stunned. No wonder Tianchong Qingmu High School was not among the 10 schools in Tianchong City. It turned out that Tianchong Qingmu High School was unique. On the ring, Li Zhen stood at the front, with Wang Rushi and Shi Xian standing on his left and right. After the first 2 rounds of team competition, Wang Rushi and Shi Xian found the best way to cooperate with Li Zhen. However, the overall strength of the opponents in this round exceeded their own, which made the two of them particularly nervous. The battle began. Li Zhen exerted force on his feet and pounced towards the 3 opposing players. At the same time, an earth-based defensive spell he selected fell on him, causing a yellow light to flash on his body. At the same time, Wang Rushi also gave Li Zhen a light body technique, and white light flickered on Li Zhen's legs. The 3 players on the opposing team knew how powerful Li Zhen was, so when Li Zhen rushed over, all their attacks were concentrated on Li Zhen. Li Zhen's methods are really too powerful. Any of these 2 attack methods, Thunder Magic and Sword Energy and Thunder Sound, should not appear in a competition of this level. The 3 contestants from Tianchong No. 5 Middle School were all at the 6th level of Qi training, and they did not have the strength of the late stage of Qi training. This also made the 3 contestants dare not give Li Zhen any chance to get close. 3 flying swords locked onto Li Zhen's figure. Their level of controlling the flying swords was very high. The most crucial thing was that the 3 flying swords formed a 3 talents formation, which enhanced the power of the 3 flying swords. The Qingsong sword in Li Zhen's hand swept across a flying sword. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched the spine of another flying sword. Both flying swords were knocked back. The last flying sword pierced his body, but fortunately he had an earth-based defense shield that was instantly added by Shi Xian, which blocked the flying sword. The 3 flying swords failed to block him, giving him time to get closer to the 3 contestants. The player standing in front gritted his teeth. He couldn't dodge and could only take Li Zhen's attack. Behind him, 2 companions were preparing spells according to the battle method planned in advance. If he dodged Li Zhen's attack, his companions behind him will be exposed to Li Zhen's sword. If he could hold off Li Zhen for a while and wait until the 2 companions behind him successfully cast their spells, it would be entirely possible for him to eliminate Li Zhen first. Given the situation of Yunqi No. 2 Middle School, as long as Li Zhen is eliminated, this team will no longer pose any threat. The contestant in front waved his hand and released a shield to block in front of him, but as soon as the shield was raised, it was slashed by Li Zhen's sword. This first-grade, high-quality shield was unable to withstand the huge force that Li Zhen added to the sword because its owner was only in the middle stage of Qi training. The shield fell back and hit the contestant hard. The contestant's face turned pale, and his body and shield were thrown backwards. As he was thrown out, he bumped into a companion who was casting a spell, interrupting his companion's spell. How could Li Zhen miss this opportunity? He swept the Qingsong sword with a sword light. When the sword light was about to hit the 2 players, it was blocked by a beam of energy and did not hurt the 2 players, but they also lost their qualifications for the competition. The two eliminated contestants were pinned to the ground by the energy of the ring, unable to move. Theoretically, they were already two dead bodies. There was one last contestant on the ring, and he raised his hand to indicate his surrender. Li Zhen's attack was so fast that the battle was won before Wang Rushi and Shi Xian could join in. We've advanced to the top 10. Wang Rushi jumped up and shouted excitedly. Reaching the top 10 in the team competition was Yunqi number 2 middle school's goal, and she had never thought she would accomplish it in her second year of high school. Although it was almost entirely Li Zhen's effort, she also participated in this honor. Most importantly, this honor will help her get extra points when applying to her favorite university. Luckily, we have Li Zhen. Shi Xian looked at Li Zhen gratefully and said, in the first 3 rounds of the team competition, Li Zhen led the team, and he and Wang Rushi were just spectators. Of course, Wang Rushi and Shi Xian did not fail to offer help. For example, the defensive spells and the blessing of light body technique were of great help to Li Zhen. I'm afraid it will be difficult to go on from now on, Li Zhen said after a slight hesitation. His fighting style seemed easy, but in fact it was bullying the cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training. Even if there were 3 cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training on the opposite side, with the power of his attack, the cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training would not be able to resist at all. If there's a cultivator in the late Qi training stage in the opposing team, he can block his offensive steps and put him under siege. As for the combat effectiveness of Wang Rushi and Shi Xian, they were of little help when facing a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training. In the 4th round of the team competition, the team captain Wang Rushi drew lots to decide how to match her opponents. She was unlucky and did not draw a free lot. Li Zhen and his 2 companions were about to face the Tianchong number 1 middle school team that Jing Jingtian was on. After the matching results came out, Jing Jingtian waved to Li Zhen, his eyes full of pride. Jing Jingtian thought that he could take revenge this time and compete with Li Zhen again. He always believed that his defeat in the previous individual competition was due to his carelessness. Even though Li Zhen had mastered the thunder method and sword energy thunder sound, Li Zhen was only 13 years old after all, and his cultivation was much lower than his. The power of the thunder method and sword energy thunder sound was greatly reduced. On the ring, Li Zhen was still in front, with Wang Rushi and Shi Xian behind. Li Zhen was a little hesitant at this time. He had successfully obtained a qualifying spot in the individual competition and was qualified to participate in the state competition. Should he still go all out in the team competition? If he revealed his peak physical training strength, he could definitely take down Jing Jingtian's team in a 1-on-3 situation. But his first-level peak physical strength has become his trump card at this moment. Look, after he exposed his thunder technique, his opponent was ready to deal with it within a day. Although he didn't know whether there was any means to restrain the first level of peak body refining, being able to keep this trump card secret would play an extremely important role at an important moment. In addition, his teammates were too weak. It was too difficult to lead 2 teammates at the 5th level of Qi training to face the opposing team that had Jing Jingtian at the late stage of body training. The other 2 players in the Tianchong number 1 middle school team have also reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi training. Any one of them can suppress Wang Rushi and Shi Xian at the same time. I will fight to the best of my ability without revealing my peak physical training strength. If I lose, I will accept it. Li Zhen made up his mind. The foundation-building referee announced the start of the match, and Shi Xian and Wang Rushi immediately gave Li Zhen additional defense and speed. The 2 teammates behind Jing Jingtian cast 2 different acceleration spells for him. Li Zhen only recognized the light body spell. He had never heard of the other acceleration spell. The light body technique made a white light flash across Jing Jingtian's legs, and another acceleration spell allowed him to blend into the wind. 2 red spiritual chains flashed across Jing Jingtian's body, connecting his 2 companions together. His figure retreated to the side, and his 2 companions were carried by him as if they were one body. Although Li Zhen's speed was considered good, his speed did not reach its maximum when he did not activate the black iron body. Jing Jingtian, however, received the bonus of 2 acceleration spells, and performed some secret movement technique, which made his speed even faster than Li Zhen. Li Zhen failed to catch up with Jing Jingtian, and his close combat swordsmanship was unable to exert its power. The 2 companions behind Jing Jingtian unleashed 2 flying swords and easily defeated Wang Rushi and Shi Xian, forcing them to exit the stage early. With the true strength of Wang Rushi and Shi Xian, they should not have appeared in a battle of this level at all, and their quick defeat was not unexpected. Only Li Zhen was left on the ring, facing 3 opponents alone. Jing Jingtian smiled. In order to deal with Li Zhen's team competition, he used a large server and input the known data of Li Zhen, Wang Rushi, and Shi Xian for professional analysis, which led to this set of tactics. This set of tactics was designed specifically for Li Zhen, and it really worked like a charm, causing Li Zhen to lose 2 teammates in an instant. Jing Jingtian no longer hesitated. He activated his flying sword and coordinated with his 2 companions' flying swords to attack Li Zhen. Li Zhen seemed not to have noticed the defeat of Wang Rushi and Shi Xian. He swept out the Qing Song sword again and again, blocking the attacking flying swords each time. His elementary swordsmanship of the Immortal Kingdom was still a little short of perfection, but it was stronger than great success. The 3 opponents he was facing at this moment had the most terrifying attainments in flying swords that he had ever seen. Jing Jingtian's control over the flying sword is definitely above the great success level, and the other 2's control over the flying sword has also reached the great success level. In other words, Li Zhen's reaction speed exceeded that of the other 3, and coupled with his strong physique, he was able to block the attacks of the flying sword time and time again. Although he blocked the attack, he fell into a passive position and had no ability to fight back. However, Li Zhen's tenacity also surprised Jing Jingtian. Li Zhen's defense was obviously about to be broken, but the Qing Song sword was always able to fill the gap in time. After the battle lasted for 2 minutes, Li Zhen was fighting completely on instinct, and the melee part of the elementary and intermediate swordsmanship of the Immortal Kingdom had been completely integrated into the battle by him. Li Zhen was immersed in constantly striking the sword. The Qing Song sword was sometimes like a leaping elf, sometimes like a roaring wave, and sometimes like a swaying breeze. The audience was stunned. This fight was far beyond the scope of a middle school, and the sound of hammering could be heard constantly from the ring. The weaker spectators couldn't even see the figures on the stage, as their vision was completely blinded by the shining sword light. Li Zhen is going to lose. Why did he choose to fight against Jing Jingtian and the other 2? This is very unwise. Pei Lanqin shook her head. Li Zhen also has thunder magic and sword chi thunder sound. Even if Jing Jingtian and the other 2 are prepared, if they are suddenly used during the battle, they can still cause considerable damage to the 3 of them. He doesn't have enough spiritual power. How much spiritual power is there at the 4th level of Qi training? A true cultivator of the foundation building stage nodded. No matter how powerful Li Zhen's swordsmanship was, he was only at the 4th level of Qi training. Continuing to fight against a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training would result in a huge consumption of his spiritual energy. Didn't you see that Li Zhen's swordsmanship is changing? Another foundation establishment cultivator reminded. Li Zhen fell into a strange state. He only knew to keep swinging his sword. As he struck out more and more swords, he had a clear and comprehensive feeling of the battle on the ring. Attack with all your strength, Jing Jingtian shouted. He wanted to defeat Li Zhen as soon as possible. Although he was facing 3 against 1, this was a team competition. As long as he won, it would mean that he had defeated Li Zhen and avenged his defeat in the individual competition. The 2 companions injected more spiritual power into the flying sword, making the sword light even sharper. Li Zhen was under pressure, and the insights and experiences of the sword chi and thunder sound he had received before were completely integrated into himself under this heavy pressure. He suddenly took a step forward and made a thrusting motion with the sword in his hand. This move was the most common one in the elementary sword technique of the Immortal Kingdom, and it created a strange aura at this moment. With an unstoppable momentum, everything that stood in the way was pierced through. The 3 flying swords were hit and flew backwards. The forward thrust had not yet ended. The steps he took were integrated into this momentum. After knocking the 3 flying swords away, he crossed a distance of 10 meters in an instant and came in front of Jing Jingtian. Jing Jingtian had been attacking with all his might. In his opinion, with the continuous flying sword attacks from him and his 2 companions, Li Zhen didn't have the slightest ability to fight back, so he naturally didn't need to pay special attention to his own defense. When Li Zhen's forward stab came in front of him, it was too late for him to defend himself. The forward thrust went straight to his throat, and when it was about to pierce his throat, he was protected by the Foundation Establishment referee, and at the same time he was sentenced to death. When Li Zhen was about to attack the other 2 opponents, he found that the spiritual power in his body was no longer enough to drive the sword. At this moment, the 2 flying swords flew back. Tianchang number 1 middle school wins. The Foundation Establishment referee blocked 2 flying swords and announced loudly. Li Zhen shook his head helplessly. He still lost in terms of cultivation. If he was at the 5th level of Qi training, he would have the confidence to defeat the remaining 2 opponents of Tianchang number 1 middle school with his increased swordsmanship. His swordsmanship reached perfection in the battle. A foundation-building cultivator said, in surprise, "What a genius!" Usually, sword practitioners who can comprehend sword qi and thunder sound must first practice a sword technique to perfection. I wonder how he practiced it. He was able to comprehend sword qi and thunder sound when he had mastered the sword technique. Another Foundation Establishment true practitioner continued with praise but confusion. Among the audience present, the ones who saw the recent fight in the ring most clearly were those who were practicing the foundation-building techniques. It was at the last moment that Li Zhen realized the perfect level of swordsmanship, which enabled him to perform a basic sword technique with power beyond the sword technique itself. In fact, the sword qi and thunder sound is more powerful than the perfect level of swordsmanship, but the sword qi and thunder sound also has extremely high requirements on the cultivator's physical body and cultivation. For example, when Li Zhen performed the sword qi and thunder sound, his physical body was able to adapt, but the spiritual power in his body was exhausted in an instant. In a team competition, performing the sword qi and thunder sound was actually not as good as the perfect swordsmanship. Of course, when his cultivation reaches the late stage of qi training and he can perform the sword qi and thunder sound continuously, that will be when the sword qi and thunder sound will be the most terrifying. It's a pity that he reached perfection in swordsmanship a little late. Pei Lanqin's side. If Li Zhen can defeat the team of Tianchang number 1 middle school, then Yunxi number 2 middle school might become the first place in the Tianchang school challenge. With Li Zhen's perfect level of swordsmanship, he can defeat a team of 3 people alone. Jing Jingtian was not happy about defeating Li Zhen in the team battle. He lowered his head in frustration and remained silent. In a 3-on-1 situation, he was defeated by Li Zhen with just 1 sword. Even though he won in the end, he still felt that he did not beat Li Zhen. Li Zhen pulled up Wang Rushi and Shi Xian, who were on the ground, bowed to his opponents, and then turned over and walked off the stage. "We are the ones who are holding you back." Although she was sentenced to death, Wang Rushi still saw the battle clearly, and she said softly, "If the 2 of them could hold on a little longer and share the attacks on Li Zhen, the result might have been different. The result of this team competition is already very good." Li Zhen waved his hand and comforted with a smile. He had long anticipated the defeat in the team competition and felt only a trace of unwillingness in his heart, which was due to the fact that his swordsmanship was perfected too late. In Yunxi County, Principal Wang couldn't hide the smile on his face. He ranked first in the individual competition and was at least in the top 10 in the team competition. This result had long exceeded his expectations. He has been calculating how much resources Yunxi number 2 middle school will be able to allocate next year based on the current results of the challenge competition. Not to mention that Li Zhen still has competitions to participate in later, and maybe his results will be even better. But he thought of something else, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. The The main reason is that Li Zhen's performance is too dazzling. Can Yunqi No. 2 Middle School retain such a genius? For ordinary geniuses, those good schools may not compete for them for the sake of face. But if a truly monstrous genius appears, all face can be lost. Principal Wang did not regard Li Zhen as a monstrous genius before. He thought that Li Zhen was just a little better than an ordinary genius. Plus, he was only 13 years old, so it would take another 1 or 2 years for him to grow up. But no one expected that this competition, which was originally planned to allow Li Zhen to gain experience, would actually make Li Zhen lose everything. "I'm afraid we can't keep such a genius," he said to himself with a long sigh. At Li Zhen's home, Li's father and mother checked their respective identity bracelets. During the time when Li Zhen participated in the school challenge, everyone they knew and didn't know sent them congratulations. If they were being praised, they would not care too much, but these people were praising their own sons, and the smiles on their faces were brighter than ever before. One thing they didn't know was that after Li Zhen won first place in the individual competition of the Tianchang School Challenge, a late Qi training cultivator and 10 middle Qi training cultivators were sent from the county capital to guard a house not far from their home to protect the two of them. The next round of school challenge will be held in Dongli City in 15 days. Only the top 3 in the individual and team competitions can participate in the Dongli City School Challenge. Unfortunately, the team from Yunqi No. 2 Middle School did not make it into the top 3 and ended up ranking 6th, losing the qualification to advance to the next round. Since Li Zhen won the first place in the Tianchang City Individual Challenge, the room he lived in was changed to a luxury suite. Teacher Zhou brought Wang Rushi and others to the luxury suite as guests. They also came to say goodbye. This is the premium suite. It is said that only those who have established a true foundation are qualified to enter. As soon as Shi Xian entered the premium suite, he looked around and praised it repeatedly. Even Wang Rushi, who came from a good family, was amazed when she saw the decoration of the luxury suite, not to mention Feng Songji, whose eyes were not enough. Teacher Zhou, the 3 seniors, please have some tea. Li Zhen greeted with a smile. What he used was first-grade premium spiritual tea, but it was not his own. Instead, it was the stock in this luxury suite. Of course, there wasn't much first-grade premium spiritual tea in the luxury suite, just enough to entertain 1 or 2 guests. This time he took it all out to entertain Teacher Zhou and the others. This is top-grade spiritual tea. It would be a waste to give it to us. Teacher Zhou was attracted by the spiritual tea and shook his head. It's not that he hasn't drunk top-grade spiritual tea before, but this was brought out by his students, and he felt reluctant to let Li Zhen go. Nothing is wasted. I've drunk it a long time ago. This top-grade spiritual tea is most effective the first time. Li Zhen waved his hand indifferently. In fact, he probably drank spiritual tea more times than Principal Wang of No. 2 Middle School. In addition to obtaining a lot of spiritual tea from the auction, he also had a first-grade, top-quality spiritual tea tree. Top-grade spiritual tea, I won't be polite. Shi Xian and Feng Songji, who were touring the luxury suite, heard Li Zhen's words and no longer cared about the tour. They picked up the teacup and said with a smile, Wang Rushi must have drunk top-grade spiritual tea, as she behaved very normally. However, she probably didn't drink much on a normal basis. She took a sip of the tea and closed her eyes to feel it. The room was quiet for a while. Shi Xian and Feng Songji benefited the most. After absorbing the energy from the spiritual tea, they looked at Li Zhen with gratitude. You should know that the spare resources in the luxury suite are all rewards given to Li Zhen. The first-grade superior spiritual tea might be just an ordinary tea for those who practice foundation building, but Tianchang City arranged the top 3 in a high-end suites. The resources here were extremely high rewards for the Qi training practitioners. Li Zhen, as your teacher, I will not be able to accompany you from now on. Tianchang City will probably send a foundation building cultivator to accompany you. Teacher Zhou said helplessly, putting down the cup. Teacher, I like to trouble the school to help take care of my parents. Li Zhen thought for a moment and said seriously to Teacher Zhou, This time he jumped to become the first place in the individual challenge, which brought him great benefits, but it also brought him troubles. The safety of his parents was what he was most worried about. You don't have to tell me about this. From the information I received, your parents will be protected by at least a 10-member team led by an 8th-level Qi training cultivator. The county chief will also take special care of them, so there will be no problem with their safety. Teacher Zhou patted Li Zhen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Please help me express my gratitude to the county chief." Li Zhen said, bowing, "I'll bring it there." Teacher Zhou nodded. Wang Rushi and the other two actually had a lot to ask Li Zhen, such as how Li Zhen learned thunder magic and sword chi thunder sound, and how he practiced swordsmanship to the perfect level, etc. However, they did not speak at this moment. Li Zhen was too dazzling and made them feel that there was a gap. After seeing off Teacher Zhou and the seniors, Li Zhen also felt a slight sense of estrangement between them. This is also normal. The gap between cultivators is huge. Judging from Li Zhen's current performance, the seniors are almost certain that Li Zhen has a great chance of becoming a true cultivator in the foundation building stage. Because Li Zhen's talent is so strong, he will definitely enter a top university in the future. The biggest advantage of entering a top university is that the resources for practicing Qi and advancing to foundation building can be exchanged. For example, scarce resources outside, such as foundation building pills, have sufficient stocks in top universities. The seniors have already regarded Li Zhen as a person different from them, and there will inevitably be a huge gap in his future achievements. This self-knowledge is clearly reflected in his attitude, which is different from before. Li Zhen sat in the training room, filled with second-grade superior spiritual energy, which could be used by any foundation-building cultivator to practice. He did not start practicing immediately, but instead used his spatial magical power and disappeared in the practice room. In recent days, he has been busy with the challenge competition and rarely comes to the ancient world market. He only goes there for a short time when he trades with old monk Xian. Li Zhen appeared in the basement. He pushed the mechanism above, but found that it was locked. His expression became serious, knowing that something had happened. This mechanism is very simple. It is just a flap door. There is only one possibility if the mechanism cannot be pushed open. That is, there is a blockage above. He pricked up his ears and listened quietly to the sound above. There was no sound of fighting outside, which made him feel a lot more at ease. He took apart the mechanism door and saw clearly what was blocking the entrance to the basement. "My wooden house collapsed," Li Zhen murmured. His voice was full of disbelief. Don't underestimate the wooden house, which is simply made of wooden boards without any decoration. However, the wooden house is the face of the market town, and the market town makes profits by using the wooden houses. The wooden houses that the casual cultivators obtained by spending spirit stones were a way of exchanging spirit stones for safety. Li Zhen pushed the collapsed wooden board above with force, and he found the small inverted 5 elements formation that was pressed down. After the wooden house collapsed, the spirit stones inside the small inverted 5 elements formation were not completely consumed. So it was still running, but the hiding range was shrunk to a very small area, and the small inverted 5 elements formation itself was also hidden. Li Zhen put away the small inverted 5 elements formation. Fortunately, this formation had a concealing function. Otherwise, the formation would have been discovered long ago. Of course, there were also people who would not believe that a lowest-level spiritual plant husband who was extremely poor would have such a thing as an array plate, and even valuable items should not appear here. After pushing away the wooden board, he found that there were ruins all around him. Looking into the distance, he saw that most of the wooden houses in the area where he was located in the center of the town had collapsed. Judging from the signs of damage at the scene, it must have been more than 2 days. He had no idea what had happened in the market town, so he decided to ask someone. Leaving the ruins behind, you can also see many damaged areas on the ground of the main street of the market town. Some monks were repairing the damages. Their expressions were numb and without any spirit. Seeing this, Li Zhen knew that he could not get any information from these monks. He was thinking about which store to inquire about the news, but he saw an old figure sitting on the side of the road. He sensed a dead silence from this man, which was caused by the loss of his spirit. Old Qian. Although the old figure was missing a leg and his face was covered with small pits and wounds, he still recognized the old monk Qian at a glance. Old Qian looked up blankly. The eyes that were full of hope a few days ago no longer had the longing of the past. Instead, there was only a dead heart. It's you. I'm sorry. All the talismans you gave me are gone. After recognizing Li Zhen, there was color in his eyes, and he said bitterly, "What happened in the market? How did you get so badly injured?" Li Zhen asked without paying attention to the talisman. 3 nights ago, the Iron Sword Gang and the Zhao family suddenly fought in the market town. They found helpers and first destroyed the formation. Then there was a battle, and my leg was affected. Fear flashed in the eyes of old monk Qian, and he whispered what had happened. The Iron Sword Gang and the Zhao family have been running the market town for many years. Even though all the people on the surface have withdrawn from the market town, no one can tell how many hidden cultivators are still in the market town. The leader of the Iron Sword Gang found help from somewhere, and his injuries were properly treated. In another battle for the market town, the Taijian Gang and the Zhao family had 4 half-step foundation-building warriors, while the market town had only 3 half-step foundation-building warriors. Moreover, the 3rd half-step foundation-building warrior from the market town was extremely weak, the weakest among the half-step foundation-building warriors. 4 against 3, and with the help of secret agents in the market town, the Iron Sword Gang and the Zhao family were able to destroy the formation and go head-on with the Golden Knife Gang, the Lin family, and the alliance of smaller forces. Now the Iron Sword Gang and the Zhao family have become the masters of the market town. The leader of the Golden Knife Gang was seriously injured and fled, and the head of the Lin family died. Old monk Qian talked about the current situation in the market town. Li Zhen was stunned. He didn't expect that the Golden Sword Gang had just taken over the market town for a short time, and the market town had changed hands again. What about Lin? Li Zhen asked. I'm not sure. No matter what, the Lin family has been seriously injured. Old monk Qian shook his head and replied. He was just a small cultivator. Even though he had been in the market town for a long time, most of the cultivators he came into contact with were of the lower level. Are your injuries serious? I have another golden healing pill here. Li Zhen took out a medicine bottle and handed it over. No need, my wound has been treated. I'll rest for a few more days, and then I'll leave the market and go into the secular world. Old monk Qian waved his hand and refused. He had lost his former sharpness. Although he regained some vitality after seeing Li Zhen, the decadent feeling in his body had not dissipated. You want to go to the secular world? Li Zhen didn't know how to persuade him. Although there are elixirs in the world of immortal cultivation that can regenerate severed limbs, such elixirs are not accessible to ordinary cultivators. Each elixir that can regenerate severed limbs is a rare and expensive treasure. Old monk Qian is quite old, and his idea is just to break through the 4th level of Qi training first and become a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. The income he earned from selling talismans could provide him with resources to support his breakthrough. But his hopes of a breakthrough were dashed when he lost a leg. The practice of a cultivator requires the circulation of spiritual energy in the body so that it can be transformed into spiritual power that can be integrated into the dantian. If the body is incomplete, the effect of the practice will be greatly reduced. Not to mention improving one's cultivation, it is even difficult to maintain one's cultivation level from dropping, let alone making a breakthrough. Is there anything I can do? Li Zhen asked finally. I don't need any help in the secular world. Don't look at me like this. When I return to the mortal world, I will enjoy endless wealth and glory, said old monk Qian, trying hard to force a smile. But Li Zhen saw bitterness deep in his eyes. Which casual cultivator would be willing to return to the mortal world? The feeling of being a cultivator in the mortal world is like a fish in the water returning to live on land. Without the rich spiritual environment and the means to earn resources, the cultivator can only eat and wait for death in the mortal world. By the way, this is my client list. I just don't know how many clients are left in the market. These will be of no use to me in the future. Just consider it as compensation for your talismans, said old monk Qian. as he took out a booklet. He handed the booklet to Li Zhen, grabbed the wooden stick beside him, and struggled to stand up. Nodding towards Li Zhen, he used a wooden stick to replace his lost leg, kept his back straight, and walked toward the outside of the market. This was his last pride. Li Zhen looked at the booklet in his hand and sighed heavily. He put away the booklet and walked slowly towards the direction of Monk Qian. After walking out of the market town, old Monk Qian could no longer keep his body straight. He tucked one end of the wooden stick under his armpit and continued moving forward in an extremely awkward posture. He stopped walking when he was a few miles away from the market town. "Come out," he said in a deep voice. "Old Qian, we heard that you were leaving, so a few fellow Taoists and I are here to see you off." For wandering cultivators appeared, and the leading one said with a faint smile, "Young man's son, when you came to the market town, I was the one who helped you gain a foothold." Old cultivator Qian stared at the leading cultivator and said sternly, "Even if you were not here back then, I would still be able to gain a foothold in the market town. Now you're going back to the mortal world, so why not leave everything you have behind so that you can return to the mortal world alive?" Sun Sancho bared his fangs. The four wandering cultivators had fierce gleams in their eyes and took out their magical weapons one after another. "Come on." Old Monk Qian closed his eyes and waited for death. He walked out of the market town and told Li Zhen that he was returning to the mortal world. In fact, he had lived in the market town for so long that he didn't know that he had lost a leg and his strength had been greatly reduced. It was almost certain that he would die if he left the market town. In fact, he had long been targeted by many independent cultivators, although they did not know how many spirit stones he had earned by reselling talismans. Through some information, they knew that he was wealthy. When this fat sheep is in the market town, the independent cultivators have no way to deal with it. But after leaving the market town, the independent cultivators will be transformed into robbery cultivators. Old Monk Qian didn't want to explain anything. He knew that no matter how he explained, he would die. In fact, he didn't have much wealth, and after he was injured, all his belongings were stolen. If he hadn't fainted at the time, he would have lost his life. Old Monk Qian closed his eyes and waited for more than 10 breaths, but death did not come. He opened his eyes and saw that the 4 casual cultivators had fallen to the ground. He looked around and found Li Zhen not far away. A black flying needle magic weapon was suspended beside Li Zhen, which was the first-grade top-grade, armor-breaking, life-chasing needle. When old Monk Qian left the market town, he discovered that some independent cultivators had been targeting old Monk Qian. Naturally, he would not stand by and watch old Monk Qian get into trouble. "I wanted to die here so that people wouldn't say I was living in disgrace," said old Monk Qian with a wry smile. "Mr. Qian, with your physical condition, you can still leave descendants after going to the mortal world. Maybe your descendants can fulfill your wish for you," Li Zhen said with a smile. Although Monk Qian is quite old, his physical vitality is no worse than that of an adult mortal. There was a gleam in the eyes of old Monk Qian, and Li Zhen's words moved him. Perhaps he could really establish a family in the mortal world and then raise descendants of monks. "Li Zhen, can you send me to the secular world?" Old Monk Qian asked, bowing slightly. "I still need Mr. Qian's guidance on the direction. I'm not familiar with the road." Li Zhen replied with a smile. After saying this, he searched the bodies of the 4 wandering cultivators and found 4 low-grade magic weapons and more than 10 spirit stones. "Let's go. These 4 magic weapons are for you." Li Zhen handed the 4 low-grade magic weapons to the old Monk Qian. Old Monk Qian didn't have any magical weapon on him, but he didn't refuse Li Zhen's kindness. Although he had not spent a long time with Li Zhen, he had already noticed something strange about Li Zhen. The top-grade flying needle magic weapon floating beside Li Zhen is not something that an ordinary cultivator can possess. Moreover, Li Zhen can use the top-grade flying needle magic weapon freely, and his cultivation level is at least in the middle stage of Qi training. He understood that 4 low-grade magical weapons were a considerable fortune for ordinary cultivators, but perhaps nothing to Li Zhen. The 4 lower-grade magic weapons in his hands not only gave him some self-protection power, but also provided hope for the future rise of his family. Li Zhen put away the armor-breaking, life-chasing needle and took out a medium-grade, light body talisman and blessed it on the old monk Qian so that the old monk Qian could easily control the wooden stick to move forward. On the rest of the journey, they did not encounter any more robbers until they entered the grassland. Only here did Li Zhen take out the flying boat, King's Inza, which means he had reached the middle stage of Qi training, otherwise he really would not be able to use the King's Inzu. Master Qian, get on the flying boat, he said to Master Qian. Old monk Qian stared blankly at the Qingxian boat. He had never expected that Li Zhen would own a flying boat. Even among the monks in the Fong, there are not many who own flying boats. He looked at Li Zhen deeply, then boarded the Qingxian boat. Li Zhen drove the Qingxian boat, which suddenly took off and accelerated, flying towards the distance. King Xuanzu had only been flying for a short while when he felt his spiritual power rapidly decreasing. He thought for a moment, then took out 10 spirit stones and put them into the King Xuanzu's energy tank. The spirit stones would provide energy for the King Xuanzu without the need for him as the operator to provide any. Elder monk Qian hadn't uttered a word since he boarded the profound Qingzhou, and he kept his mouth tightly shut. In fact, he was not calm in his heart. From Li Zhen's past actions, it can be seen that Li Zhen is extremely low-key. But in order to send him away safely, Li Zhen took out a treasure like a flying boat. The risk is not small. If you're targeted by a cultivator in the late Qi training stage, he will definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. What old monk Qian didn't know was that Li Zhen was not afraid of monks in the late Qi training stage at the moment. As long as he doesn't encounter a foundation-building cultivator, Li Zhen is confident that he can escape safely. He now has many means at his disposal. The combat armor can make up for his weaknesses in cultivation, and the perfect swordsmanship gives him terrifying attack power, not to mention the thunder method and sword chi and thunder sound. If all else fails, he still has dragon might as a weapon. The speed of the flying boat is incomparable to walking on the ground. It only took a few hours to arrive outside a city in the mortal world. Master Qian, take care. Li Zhen controlled the flying boat to the ground and bowed to Master Qian. If you become a foundation-building cultivator, please come to my grave and let me know when you have time. Old monk Qian said in a deep voice. He regarded Li Zhen as a hope. Li Zhen returned to the market town. He had been in the ancient cultivation world for more than 10 hours. He did not practice nor do anything else, but he did not regret it. After sending the old monk Qian away safely, he felt his state of mind improve slightly. A cultivator's state of mind is very important, especially when making a breakthrough to a higher realm. A slight flaw in one's state of mind may turn into a great danger that blocks one's path. The ancient world of cultivators naturally does not know this kind of knowledge, or it can be said that ordinary cultivators do not know it. But in the immortal kingdom, there are a large number of related papers, which have in-depth research on the state of mind of cultivators. Li Zhen sent old monk Qian back to the mortal world not only because he owed old monk Qian a favor, but also because of his own state of mind. After checking the time, he found that he could still stay a little longer, so he went to see his spiritual field first. The two spiritual fields have been completely changed and need to be renovated before they can be cultivated. He went to find the new manager of the market town. His wooden house was destroyed and his spiritual fields were ruined, and these had to be dealt with by the market town. To his surprise, the new manager of the market town was very enthusiastic when he saw him. Your name is Li Zhen. Let me check it out. The new steward also has the surname Zhao and is a steward from the Zhao family. He took the wooden sign from Li Zhen and said. He looked through the accounts and quickly found Li Zhen's name. This is a new ID card. The wooden house is assigned to you at number 26, Area B. You were able to take care of 2 acres of spiritual fields before. Now there are 2 acres of medium-quality spiritual fields. Can you take care of them? Manager Zhao said as he operated the new ID card in his hand. I can take good care of 2 acres of medium-grade spiritual fields. Upon hearing that there were medium-grade spiritual fields, Li Zhen agreed without any hesitation. No matter what, 2 acres of medium-grade spiritual field could be used to grow medium-grade spiritual rice or medium-grade spiritual medicine. More importantly, once the market stabilizes, his first-grade, high-grade spiritual tea trees can be planted. Okay, keep the new ID card. Manager Zhao handed the ID card to Li Zhen without waiting for Li Zhen to take out the handling fee. Li Zhen was stunned by this refreshing feeling, because the mid-grade spiritual field he had obtained before it cost him a certain price. He didn't know that the market town had been in chaos for a long time, and this battle had caused heavy casualties among the independent cultivators. During this period, many independent cultivators died or fled, and only 1 in 10 of them remained in the market town. This left a large number of spiritual fields empty and without the care of the spiritual farmers. Li Zhen did not reveal his cultivation level of the middle stage of Qi training. If Manager Zhao knew that he was in the middle stage of Qi training, he would probably allocate more medium-grade spiritual fields to him. Li Zhen found number 26, Area B. All the wooden houses here were intact and undamaged. He used his ID card to open the door of the cabin, which was no different from the previous cabins he had visited. He first dug out the basement again, which was a guarantee for him to use his spatial magical powers. After digging the basement, he did not even have time to check the condition of the 2 acres of medium-grade spiritual fields, and hurriedly set up the small inverted 5 elements formation to return to the fairyland world. Li Zhen was feeling the 2nd-grade superior spiritual energy environment, and was about to practice with his eyes closed when he found that there was a message coming from his identity bracelet. I opened information on the identity bracelet and saw that it was a message from Pei Lanqin. Li Zhen, come to me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Pei Lanqin's message appeared on Li Zhen's retina. Li Zhen looked at the time when the message was sent. It was sent when he was in the ancient cultivation world. Then he looked at the current time. There was still an hour until the agreed time of 9 o'clock. After changing into his school uniform, which was also his best outfit, he took the hotel's maglev car to Pei Lanqin's residence. When we arrived at Pei Lanqin's residence, it was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. The waiter took him into the hall, where Pei Lanqin and an old man were sitting and drinking tea. Li Zhen meets Pei Zhenxiu. Li Zhen bowed respectfully to Pei Lanqin. He didn't know the old man, nor did he feel any spiritual fluctuations from him, so he didn't dare to greet him rashly. The old man looked up at Li Zhen. When his eyes fell on Li Zhen felt his scalp tingling, the hairs on his body stood up, and an indescribable sense of danger rose in his heart. Instinctively, his skin turned black, and the color of steel spread all over his body. At this time, he no longer cared about keeping his body training secret. Facing a life-and-death crisis, using the most powerful means of self-protection was the best choice. At the same time, his hand was on the Qing Song sword at his waist, ready to strike with all his strength at any time. Haha, girl Pei, you've made a mistake. This kid's physical training strength has reached the peak of the 1st level. He's only 1 step away from reaching the 2nd level, the old man said with a big laugh. As he laughed, all sense of danger in Li Zhen disappeared, and his whole body went limp. If he hadn't made some progress in body training, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. Principal Zong, although I don't know how he could cultivate his body to the peak of the 1st level, if he really tried to break through the 2nd level by himself, I'm afraid he would be a dead body by now. Pei Lanqin looked at Li Zhen with surprise in her eyes, but she still shook her head and said, the risk of advancing from the 1st level of body training to the 2nd level is no less than the risk of breaking through from the Qi training stage to the foundation building stage. Without rigorous preparation, secretly breaking through the 1st level of body refining is almost equivalent to committing suicide. Li Zhen heard Pei Lanqin call the old man Principal Zong. He wondered which school this Principal Zong was the principal of. Could it be? He is indeed extremely talented. Even Tianchong Qingmu High School has not encountered such a talent in many years. Principal Zong commented with a smile. He had just used his spiritual eyes to check on Li Zhen's condition and discovered that Li Zhen had been practicing body refining. So he used some tricks to allow Li Zhen to stimulate the physical refining signs on his own. However, even he could not tell from the appearance of the body training what kind of body training technique Li Zhen was practicing. He thought that perhaps Li Zhen had some opportunity. As for what opportunities Li Zhen had obtained, he did not want to ask, because there was no powerful cultivator who did not have his own opportunities. The so-called body refining ban only applies to ordinary cultivators. For a student like Li Zhen who is extremely talented, there is nothing wrong with practicing body refining techniques as long as it does not consume any resources from the fairyland. In fact, many students with strong backgrounds have also practiced bodybuilding exercises. Li Zhen, this is Principal Zhong Baixian of Tianchong, Qingmu High School. Come and greet him. Seeing that Li Zhen did not move, Pei Lanqin hurriedly introduced him. Li Zhen greets Principal Zhong. Li Zhen bowed and saluted. Girl Pei recommended you to me. Are you willing to join Tianchong, Qingmu Middle School? Principal Zhong waved his hand to let Li Zhen don't bow and asked, Principal Zhong, I am willing to join Tianchong Qingmu High School, but this has to wait until the challenge is over. Li Zhen replied, after a slight hesitation. He and Pei Lanqin had agreed that after the challenge was over, if he joined Tianchong Qingmu Middle School at this time, the rewards brought by the challenge to the school would not be from Yunqi No. 2 Middle School. He is a child who values relationships. Don't worry, there will be no shortage of resources given to Yunqi No. 2 Middle School. I will also discuss it clearly with Yunqi No. 2 Middle School. Principal Zhong nodded. Li Zhen raised his eyes and glanced at Pei Lanqin. Compared with Principal Zhong, whom he first met, he trusted Pei Lanqin more. I can guarantee that Yunqi No. 2 Middle School will not suffer any losses in this matter. Pei Lanqin felt helpless, but had to say it. What she had discussed with Principal Zhong before was not this result, but that he would join Tianchong Qingmu Middle School after the challenge competition, which was the same as what she had said to Li Zhen. This time, Principal Zhong happened to want to see her for something, so she had time to meet Li Zhen at this time. Unexpectedly, Li Zhen revealed his strength of the peak of the first level of body refining, which made Principal Zhong have different ideas, so he proposed to recruit Li Zhen in advance. The city-level competition of the school challenge is nothing to a school like Tianchong Qingmu High School. The 3 players selected by Tianchong Qingmu High School are eligible to directly participate in the continental, individual, and team competitions. The competition among all the high schools affiliated to top universities is more important than that among ordinary high schools. It involves more important resources, which are not comparable to the resources competed for by ordinary high schools. Originally, Principal Zhong was not confident that the 3 contestants from Tianchong Qingmu High School would be able to perform brilliantly in the continental competition. But the appearance of Li Zhen allowed Principal Zhong to find a better contestant. As long as Li Zhen joined Tianchong Qingmu Middle School and became one of the contestants, with the strength shown by Li Zhen, he would have a great chance of getting a higher ranking. I agree. Li Zhen hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed. Li Zhen was taken by Pei Lanqin to Tianchong Qingmu Middle School, which is located in the south of the city. This extremely famous school is protected by a separate large formation, which shows how strict the security protection of Tianchong Qingmu Middle School is. Entering the school gate, to Li Zhen's surprise, Tianchong Qingmu High School was not as big as he had imagined. According to his observation, the entire Tianchong Qingmu High School was about the same size as Yunqi No. 2 High School. You know, Tianchong Qingmu High School is the best high school in Tianchong City. He thought the school must be very large. Do you feel that the school is a little small? Pei Lanqin saw what Li Zhen was thinking and asked with a smile. Yes, Li Zhen replied honestly. Then do you know how many students there are in Tianchong Qingmu High School? Pei Lanqin asked, pointing at the school. 150? Li Zhen thought for a moment and said, in his opinion, even if there are 25 students in one grade, there will be 150 students in 6 grades, which is an extremely small number for a school. The total number of students in the school rarely exceeds 60. Pei Lanqin shook her head. Li Zhen was really surprised. No wonder the school didn't look very big. When averaged out to each student, the school was not small. Is there only 10 people in a grade? He still couldn't believe it. It's good if we can recruit 10 people every year. Most of the time, There are less than 10 people. Pei Lanqin replied with a sigh. Tianchong Qingmu High School only recruits top talents, who must have at least middle-grade spiritual roots and some other special talents, and can only join after passing the assessment. That's Li Zhen, the first-place winner of the Tianchong City Challenge. Several students passed by in the distance, and one of them recognized Li Zhen. What did teacher Pei bring him here for? Another student asked. After Li Zhen became the first place in the Tianchong City Individual Challenge, all students who met him felt ashamed. But the students here were different. Several of them looked at him with arrogance in their eyes, as if the first place in the Tianchong City Individual Challenge was nothing in their eyes. Under the attention of the students, Li Zhen was taken into the office building by Pei Lanqin, where he processed his identity certificate. The school column in Li Zhen's identity bracelet was changed to Tianchong Qingmu Affiliated Middle School. From then on, he was a student of Tianchong Qingmu Affiliated Middle School. As soon as he changed his identity, he received a message on his identity bracelet that his account had received 10 credit points, which was shown in the appendix as a training subsidy. I forgot to mention to you that you will be in the first grade of high school when you enter Tianchong Qingmu High School. The training subsidy for the first grade of high school is 10 credit points per month. You can use this subsidy to purchase various training resources from the school. Pei Lanqin thought of the key thing at this time and said. Li Zhen was speechless. Pei Lanqin actually forgot such an important thing. That is, he participated in the challenge competition after joining Tianchong Qingmu Middle School. Otherwise, he would even go to the wrong classroom. What surprised him even more was the monthly training allowance, which was 10 credit points, and it was paid every month. His parents might not be able to earn that much in a year, so the benefits of Changkemu Middle School were beyond his imagination. Your current task is to participate in the competition. I will take you to the training hall. Pei Lanqin continued. She brought Li Zhen to the training hall again. As soon as he entered the hall, Li Zhen felt the second-level superior spiritual energy. There were 2 women and 1 man training in the gym. When they found themselves being interrupted, the man turned around impatiently and was about to scold them. But when he saw Pei Lanqin, the words of scolding got stuck in his throat. This is the special recruit Li Zhen. The school has decided that he will replace Jiang Ji to participate in the challenge. Pei Lanqin announced to the boy named Jiang Ji. Teacher Pei, please let me have a match with Li Zhen, the first-place winner of the city challenge. Jiang Ji's aura suddenly rose, and he bowed to Pei Lanqin and asked. Even though he had watched Li Zhen's live battle broadcast, Jiang Ji still didn't think he was weaker than Li Zhen. Li Zhen was slightly startled. Judging from the spiritual energy aura revealed by Jiang Ji, the person he was going to replace, his cultivation level was at the 7th level of Qi training. In other words, the other 2 girls are stronger than Jiang Ji. Just by comparison, Tianchong Qingmu High School is far ahead of the players from other schools. No wonder Tianchong Qingmu High School does not need to consider the municipal competition. If Tianchong Qingmu High School were really allowed to participate in the city-level competition, I'm afraid the other contestants would become introverted. Of course, Tianchong Qingmu High School is different from ordinary high schools. Ordinary high schools are part of basic education and serve all students, while Tianchong Qingmu High School is an elite school that only recruits the top talents in the city. There is no need for competition. You are no match for Li Zhen. Pei Lanqin said affirmatively with a frown. Jiang Ji didn't dare to say anything more after hearing her words. The other 2 girls looked at Li Zhen with curiosity. They believed in Pei Lanqin's judgment, which made them feel even more strange. Tong Xuefei, you and Li Zhen come and fight. Pei Lanqin said to one of the girls. Is he really that good? Another girl was even more surprised. You must know that Tong Xuefei is the captain of Tianchong Qingmu High School, and her cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi training. If it weren't for the foundation building resources, she might have already reached the foundation building stage. The best foundation building resources are in the 7 top universities, so if you want to advance to the foundation building stage, the best way is to be admitted to a top university. Pei Lanqin's assessment of Li Zhen's strength can be seen from the fact that Tong Xuefei, who who is at the 9th level of Qi training, is allowed to fight against Li Zhen. Li Zhen, you don't need to hold back your strength. Once you enter Tianchang Qingmu Middle School, the school will be responsible for your safety. Pei Lanqin emphasized to Li Zhen. Since it was just an ordinary competition, they did not go on the ring. Li Zhen and Tong Xuefei stood face to face, with a distance of 15 meters between them. Be careful. The skills I practice are somewhat special. Tong Xuefei reminded softly. With a wave of her hand, a green spiritual power turned into a green mist and rushed towards Li Zhen. At the same time, 2 wooden flying swords shot out and also attacked Li Zhen. Li Zhen's Qingsong sword was in his hand instantly. He did not rush into the green mist rashly. The green mist gave him a feeling of danger. The danger was not great, but it was the kind that could hurt him. His expression suddenly changed, and his body flew backwards, almost close to the ground. 2 wooden flying swords were chasing him. Although they were made of wood, they looked sharp. They were 2 first-grade, top-quality wooden flying swords. While retreating, Li Zhen used the Qingsong sword to block one of the wooden flying swords. When the Qingsong sword came into contact with the wooden flying sword, he was shocked by the terrible energy contained in the flying sword and retreated repeatedly. If he had not reacted in time, he would have been hit by another flying sword. 9th level of Qi training. Li Zhen immediately determined Tong Xuefei's cultivation level. Only the flying sword wielded by cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training could have such power. Although Li Zhen did not activate the black iron body, with his physique at the peak of the 1st level of body refining, he could still fight against ordinary cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. Li Zhen, don't hold back. You need to familiarize yourself with your own combat power as soon as possible. Pei Lanqin reminded. Li Zhen understood what she meant and no longer held back his strength. The visible skin on his body turned ink black, and his black iron body was fully activated. The peak of the 1st level of body training. Tong Xuefei exclaimed. Only then did she realize Li Zhen's true strength. The peak of the 1st level body training was at the same level as the peak of the 9th level of Qi training. No wonder the school wanted to specially recruit Li Zhen. Li Zhen's current real strength has reached the ceiling of Tianchang Qingmu High School. Li Zhen felt the blood rushing in his body, and he stabbed out with the Qingsong sword in his hand again, hitting another flying sword this time. He then slapped away another flying sword with his hand. Whether it was the Qingsong sword or his palm, when they came into contact with the flying sword, they would force the flying sword back. Li Zhen also took this opportunity to approach Tong Xuefei. As for the green mist, he ignored it in the black iron body state. Tong Xuefei had no experience fighting with body-refining cultivators. She did not expect Li Zhen to dare to rush into the poisonous fog. In a moment, Li Zhen was close to her. A long sword appeared in Tong Xuefei's hand. She used close combat swordsmanship to make up for the disadvantages of close combat. In addition, her other hand was preparing spells. Li Zhen's perfect swordsmanship stabbed the sword, and an unrivaled momentum emanated from the long sword. At this moment, the 2 flying swords turned around and attacked his back, and Tong Xuefei's sword stabbed towards his chest. Li Zhen ignored the 2 flying swords behind him. Tong Xuefei's close combat swordsmanship was defeated by his rapier, and this sword stabbed towards her chest first. Just when the Qingsong sword was about to pierce Tong Xuefei also completed the spell. A spiritual barrier appeared around Tong Xuefei's body. The light green spiritual power barrier blocked Li Zhen's Qingsong sword. Although the stabbing sword performed by the perfect sword technique was blocked, it also consumed a lot of energy in the spiritual power barrier. Tong Xuefei mobilized the spiritual power in her body and injected it into the light green spiritual power barrier. This is the wood-based defensive spell Greenwood Guardian. Greenwood Guardian is not the strongest among many defensive spells, but it is extremely resilient. Li Zhen's attack landed on the Greenwood Guardian. The Greenwood Guardian shook again and again, but Tong Xuefei replenished its spiritual power. Li Zhen saw that even after using the black iron body, he still couldn't break a small magic shield. He shouted loudly, and lightning flashed on the Qing Song's sword, followed by a thunderous sound. Sword Chi and thunder sound was performed, and this time Aoki Guardian was forcibly broken before it could replenish its spiritual power. Li Zhen wins. Pei Lanqin waved her hand, stopping Li Zhen's Qing Song's sword and Tong Shuifei's magic weapon, and she announced loudly, "You're not poisoned, are you?" Although Tong Shuifei was defeated, she still cared about Li Zhen first. But she knew how terrible the poisonous fog she cast was. This poisonous fog came from the poison cultivation technique she practiced. Li Zhen let the spiritual power circulate in his body and then shook his head. Jiang Ji, who had been unconvinced before, now lowered his head silently. Even Tong Shuifei was defeated by Li Zhen, so how could he be able to compete with Li Zhen? It can be said that Li Zhen, who defeated Tong Shuifei, is already the strongest student in Tianchong Qingmu High School. Li Zhen, you didn't make good use of your advantages. This time, Tong Shuifei's defense was weak, which gave you the opportunity to use Sword Chi and Thunder Sound to break Tong Shuifei's defense. Pei Lanqin said to Li Zhen, "Please give me some advice." Li Zhen said, leaning forward, "For defensive spells like this, you can use your pupil skills to find the weaknesses of the defensive shield, so that you can use the least amount of force to break it. A strong attack is not a good option." Pei Lanqin explained. Li Zhen had never thought that pupil skills could be used in this way before. The pupil skill he learned was the Heavenly Eye skill, a low-level pupil skill that was almost everywhere. What frustrates him the most is that the level of his Sky Eye technique is still at the general technique level, which is the weakest of all the spells he has mastered. There is no way. He didn't get the talisman of the Heavenly Eye technique and couldn't absorb the experience of the Heavenly Eye technique from other places. However, he has never had enough time, and he did not pay much attention to the Heavenly Eye technique before, so he has never practiced it. If you want to learn any pupil techniques, you can check it out in the school's library. Pei Lanqin said again. Li Zhen was treated well at Tianchong Qingmu High School. He lived in a separate dormitory, but he could only stay in the school for 2 days. After 2 days, he had to leave with the team to participate in the Continental Challenge. The dormitory facilities are comprehensive. There is a training room with second-grade high-quality spiritual energy, and food is delivered to the door. He returned to the dormitory and connected to the online redemption list of Tianchong Qingmu Middle School through his ID bracelet. The redemption list shows spiritual objects that can be redeemed using a monthly quota of 10 credit points. It doesn't mean that you can redeem them as long as you have credit points. The quota of 10 credit points is the key point. If your monthly credit limit exceeds 100,000, you will not be able to redeem spiritual items from the redemption list no matter how rich you are. This is to prevent students from using their home credit points to exchange for a large number of spiritual items at school. Of course, you can also choose not to use these 10 credit points. After the month, the 10 credit points will become a thing of the past and can no longer be converted into redemption quotas. They would just be numbers in your personal account. Li Zhen looked through the exchange list, which contained a wide variety of spiritual objects. He skipped the part about magic tools and elixirs and went straight to look at talismans, exercises, secret techniques, etc. 10 credit points may seem like a lot, but in reality, they can't be exchanged for many spiritual items. The school has also calculated that 10 credit points correspond to the middle stage of Qi training, which is just enough to exchange for 10 days' worth of high-quality cultivation pills. The price of top-grade cultivation elixirs outside is much higher than that in school, and there is still no market for them. That is to say, the school has channels to continuously supply top-grade cultivation elixirs. Li Zhen focused on talismans, exercises, and secret techniques. He saw the Immortal Country Qi Training Method 9th edition. The martial arts techniques named after the Immortal Kingdom were all improved by powerful monks from the Immortal Kingdom and promoted through long-term practice. For example, the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qigong Training Method is an advanced version of the 17th edition of the basic Qigong Training Method. Li Zhen did not expect to see the ninth edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method here. This should not appear in middle school and is usually learned in college. The 10th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method requires a quota of, which prevents him from exchanging for other spiritual items. After checking the detailed description of the 9th edition of the Immortal Country Qi training method, he decided to spend 10 credit points to purchase the 9th edition of the Immortal Country Qi training method. The reason why I am interested in the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method is that in addition to being more advanced, the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method is also compatible with the cultivation of many kinds of special spiritual powers. For example, the two spiritual roots of wind and thunder that he possessed could absorb the external wind and thunder spiritual energy into the body and transform it into wind and thunder spiritual power. Originally, he considered practicing the wind and thunder cultivation methods together, but now that he has the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method, he no longer needs to consider this. He spent 10 yuan to redeem the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method. The 9th edition of the Qi training method of the Immortal Country was transmitted through the identity bracelet, and the contents of the 9th edition of the Qi training method of the Immortal Country were displayed on his retina. The content is extremely detailed. Not only does it include complete exercises, but it also provides broken-down video courses to watch. The 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method requires a minimum training environment of the second-order spiritual veins. The number of meridians involved in the body during its practice is 10 times more than that of the 17th edition of the basic Qi training method. This also greatly increases the difficulty of cultivation. It takes a long time just to master the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method. It is no wonder that the Immortal Kingdom did not fully promote the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method, but instead placed it in universities. It is likely that cultivators with less talent would find it difficult to even get started. Li Zhen made a study plan for himself, and he planned to spend several months studying. "Mom, is everything okay at home?" At 6:30 in the evening, Li Zhen contacted his mother through his ID bracelet. "Everything is fine at home. Are you adapting to the new school?" Li's mother asked with concern. When Li's mother knew that he had transferred to Tianchang Qingmu Middle School, Li Zhen was still a minor, and some procedures would only take effect after the consent of Li's father and mother. It is impossible for Li Zhen's father and mother to stop him from transferring to a better school, which is beneficial to Li Zhen. The conditions at the school are very good. The training room in the dormitory alone uses second-grade superior spiritual energy. The school also has many auxiliary training facilities that Yunxi doesn't have. Li Zhen tried his best to pick the best ones, not wanting to worry Li's mother. "With such good conditions, you must work hard to cultivate. Your father and I both hope that you can be admitted to a top university," Li's mother said with a smile. "By the way, the county chief came to our house and upgraded the quality of the spiritual planning area at home. The spiritual energy supplied has been upgraded to the first-level medium-grade spiritual energy, and the spiritual field has also been upgraded to medium-grade. From now on, the family's income will be able to support your cultivation in the middle stage of Qi training," Li's mother said, thinking of a good thing. Li Zhen knew that this was the goodwill expressed by the county chief, since he won the first place in the Tianchang City Individual Challenge. The benefit offered by the county chief is insignificant, but can create a good relationship. After ending the call, Li Zhen set up the 5 elements gathering Qi array in the practice room, and then he began to practice in the practice room. The next morning, the school sent someone to deliver a school uniform, a mid-grade flying sword, and a mid-grade shield. The mid-grade flying sword and the mid-grade shield were both mass-produced products of the Jiutian Group. The school uniform of Tianchang Qingmu Middle School is called a school uniform, but it is actually a first-grade mid-quality robe, but the style has been changed to look like a school uniform. This middle-grade robe is engraved with the functions of cleanliness, firmness, and protection against weapons, water, and fire. It is considered the best among the middle-grade robes on the market. Li Zhen couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of Tianchang Qingmu High School. 3 first-grade mid-quality magic weapons were given for free, and the school had no tuition fees. Instead, it gave out 10 credit points every month. Of course, Tiancheng Aoki High School is not for profit, but to train preparatory students for Aoki University. Li Zhen did not stay in Tiancheng Qingmu High School for long before he received a notice that he needed to participate in the Continental Challenge competition. He changed into a new school uniform, hung the Qingsong sword around his waist, and packed his spare equipment in a suitcase. He met Tong Xuefei and Ai Yuelon on the playground. Tong Xuefei was still the captain, but this time the captain was not selected based on the standard of the strongest person. The main reason is that the school wants to hide Li Zhen's strength and delay the exposure of Li Zhen's strength as much as possible. Senior Tong, is the venue of the Continental School Challenge far away? Li Zhen asked Tong Xuefei. You mentioned Dongli City. If it were a maglev train, it would take nearly 100 hours to get there. However, the school will send a faster aircraft, which will only take 30 hours to reach Dongli City. Tong Xuefei replied with a smile. The fairyland world is extremely vast, and the known land area alone is many times larger than the Earth in the previous life. The fairyland's long-distance aircraft must be equipped with spiritual shield protection. It is too dangerous for a simple technological aircraft to fly over the fairyland. Without a spiritual shield, a technological aircraft cannot even defend itself against the bites of spiritual insects. Here it comes. It's the principal's private aircraft. Tong Xuefei suddenly said, pointing to the sky. Li Zhen saw an aircraft the size of a medium-sized passenger plane slowly descending in the air. It hovered motionless when it was still 1 meter above the ground. The side door of the aircraft opened, revealing the entrance portal. Li Zhen goes first, followed by Ai Yuelon, and I go last. Tong Xuefei ordered. Li Zhen walked into the door obediently. As soon as he entered, he felt this spiritual energy. The interior of the aircraft was filled with second-grade, high-quality spiritual energy. Hello, Principal Zong. He saw Principal Zong sitting and drinking tea and hurried over to greet him. Ai Yuelon and Tong Xuefei, who came in later, also stepped forward and saluted. Let's go pick people up first and then set off. Principal Zong nodded and said calmly. Li Zhen did not see Principal Zong manually control the aircraft, but the aircraft took off flexibly and flew in one direction. That's great. With Principal Zong's protection, there won't be any danger along the way. Tong Xuefei said softly. If one's own strength is not high, cultivators should try not to sail for a long time. In addition to the demon cults, there are also powerful demon beasts hidden in the fairyland. In particular, a group of cultivators with extremely high potential values who are together are most likely to be targeted by the demon country. Not long after, the descent door of the aircraft opened and 10 people came in, including Jing Jingtian and Wei Wenshan. Jing Jingtian also saw Li Zhen, but after seeing Li Zhen's brand new school uniform, his eyes were filled with envy. It seems that Jing Jingtian, the strongest student in Tiancheng No. 1 Middle School, is not as good as Li Zhen, a freshman who just entered Tiancheng Qingmu Middle School. The rooms have been allocated. Each of you will have one. The voyage will take 30 hours. You can use this time to practice. Principal Zong said, pointing to the stairs leading to the upper floor. Li Zhen found his room. The room was not big and could only accommodate a small table and a bed. Since he was in a private aircraft and with the powerful cultivator, Principal Zong, around, Li Zhen didn't dare to go to the ancient cultivation world and could only sit cross-legged and practice. He was able to practice the new technique, 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method. Here we have to mention the help of high-quality spiritual roots to cultivators. It is difficult for ordinary cultivators to get started with a difficult cultivation method like the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method, but with a top-grade spiritual root as a foundation, Li Zhen got the hang of it in just a few days. The 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method allows one to choose the attribute of spiritual energy to cultivate, and it is not limited to the 5 elements. Li Zhen chose the wood attribute, thunder attribute, and wind attribute. As for the cultivation of other spiritual energies, he planned to wait until his spiritual roots were upgraded to top-grade spiritual roots before deciding to practice. The reason for adding the wind attribute is to facilitate the practice of wind magic. Like the thunder spiritual root, the wind spiritual root is also one of the special spiritual roots. With the wind spiritual root, one can cast wind-based spells. When there is wind-based spiritual power in the Dantian, the casting speed and power of wind-based spells will be enhanced. Wind spells are more concealed when attacking and surpass other spells in enhancing the monk's own speed. Principal Zong sat in the driving seat, looking at the scenery outside the porthole. Although you can see the scenery, there is actually nothing to see. The private aircraft flies at an altitude of over 10,000 meters, and at this altitude, all you can see is nothingness. The private aircraft does not require special control. Even if it does, as long as he is anywhere in the private aircraft, he can use his spiritual sense to control it. Sure enough, Li Zhen's spiritual roots have reached the top grade. Principal Zong smiled and whispered to himself. His spiritual sense almost covered the entire private aircraft, and every student was under his surveillance. He paid special attention to Li Zhen. Although the attributes of Li Zhen's spiritual roots were kept secret, when Li Zhen was practicing, he was still able to judge the grade of Li Zhen's spiritual roots by the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed and converted. Principal Zong was naturally happy. With superior spiritual root talent, the chances of getting admitted to a top university increased greatly. In addition, Li Zhen had demonstrated many talents. In his opinion, there would be no problem for Li Zhen to enter a top university. Especially when Li Zhen was practicing, he attracted the wood spiritual energy, and the top university, Aoki University, was more suitable for Li Zhen. The most important task in establishing Tianchang Qingmu affiliated middle school is to find good talents for the immortal kingdom to cultivate. These are the political achievements of Principal Zong. Li Zhen didn't know that his cultivation had exposed his spiritual talent. After practicing for 3 hours, he opened his identity bracelet and began to look through the teaching video of the 9th edition of the Immortal Country Qi training method. Night slowly fell. The private aircraft flew silently, and all the students stayed quietly in their rooms. This is the 12th day of the flight. Li Zhen does not have enough authority, and the identity bracelet cannot locate his current area. He suddenly opened his eyes while practicing and used his spiritual power to gather the spiritual energy in his body so that he would not suffer backlash damage due to the forced interruption of practice. This kind of behavior is extremely dangerous for ordinary cultivators, but as he has a top-grade spiritual root, he does not need to worry. A white light illuminated the night, followed by a loud bang. Li Zhen is extremely sensitive to spatial energy, and he possesses spatial magical powers. He sensed a strong fluctuation of spatial energy, which made the nearby spatial energy active. All the lights inside the private aircraft were turned on, and the spiritual shield was also activated, waking everyone up. Although the private aircraft was protected by a spiritual power shield, it lost power the next moment and plummeted downwards. Principal Zong reacted very quickly. He placed one hand on the control panel and injected the spiritual power in his body. As the spiritual power entered the energy system of the private aircraft, the chaos originally caused by the fluctuations in space energy was forcibly suppressed, and the descent speed of the private aircraft slowed down. He looked solemn and did not pull up the private aircraft, but kept it descending. The private aircraft descended to the ground and the hatch opened. Everyone leave the aircraft. Tong Xuefei and Li Zhen are responsible for everyone's safety. Principal Zong ordered in a deep voice. When Jing Zhitian heard what Principal Zong said, he followed his orders and got off the aircraft, but he was curious why Principal Zong specifically mentioned Li Zhen. You should know that among the 3 contestants from Tianchang Qingmu High School, in addition to Li Zhen and Tong Xuefei, there is also Ai Yuelon who is at the 8th level of Qi training. He secretly glanced at Tong Xuefei and Ai Yuelon and found that they did not show any surprise, as if it was normal for Li Zhen to be responsible for safety. Principal Zone threw out a formation plate, which was then activated to form a formation that protected everyone. Although he didn't say a word, everyone knew that something big had happened. After doing all this, his body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The private aircraft had completely lost power as it lost the spiritual power blessing of Principal Zone, and even the spiritual power shield could not be activated. Li Zhen looked in one direction, which was the direction where the spatial fluctuations were the strongest, and was also the direction where Principal Zone was heading. Senior Tong, do you know what happened? Li Zhen turned to Tong Xuefei and asked. His question was what everyone present wanted to know, and their eyes also turned to Tong Xuefei. We must have encountered a sudden space crack, but we don't know how powerful the monster is. Tong Xuefei replied with panic in her eyes. When Li Zhen heard about the sudden space crack, he immediately checked the information through his identity bracelet. He was probably the only student here who had not learned the relevant knowledge. After hearing Tong Xuefei's answer, the other students all showed expressions of fear. The sudden appearance of space cracks is related to powerful monsters. Due to some special reasons, the space of the demon world and the fairy world overlaps. A space crack will appear between the demon world and the fairy world, connecting the two worlds. Generally, space cracks grow from small to large until they become unstable and dissipate. The life cycle of space cracks is very long, and it is normal for it to span hundreds or even thousands of years. Once the space cracks have grown and stabilized, the Immortal Kingdom can use technology and the means of monks to completely reinforce the space cracks. However, some space cracks are caused by external forces, which accelerate the expansion of the space cracks. When the space crack is still in its larval state, a powerful being can use special means to make the space crack in its larval state expand in a short period of time. Of course, the consequence of doing so is that the life cycle of the space crack also becomes extremely short. Within a few days, the space crack will lose its stability and collapse. Principal Zone saw a space crack, which existed in a valley. The space crack was still in an extremely unstable state. The terrible space energy destroyed everything within a radius of 100 meters, forming a flat ground where the space crack was. While Principal Zone was reporting the situation here, he released 2 puppet robots. The main body of the puppet robot is made of second-grade high-quality materials, and the outer layer is made of third-grade materials, allowing the puppet robot to withstand the attacks of cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. If he discovers a sudden space crack, with his strength, he must not only report it, but also take defensive measures immediately and wait for reinforcements. This is stipulated by the laws of the Immortal Kingdom. Principal Zone stood 100 meters away from the space crack, and even he didn't want to confront the unstable space energy. Soon, the space crack stabilized and formed a suspended elliptical light gate. Fortunately, it is a second-order space crack. Principal Zone breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the stable scale of the space crack. His cultivation level is only that of a fake elixir, the weakest among the golden elixirs. If he encounters a third-order space crack, he will be dead if a third-order monster comes over. A second-level monster passed through the space crack and appeared in the valley. As soon as it appeared, it couldn't wait to slap its chest and howl at the bright moon in the sky. That is the legendary fairyland moon, and the moonlight power it exudes makes it feel extremely comfortable. Just as it howled, 2 puppet robots arrived in front of it. As soon as the second-level monster realized something was wrong, 2 iron hands pierced into its body from 2 fatal positions. The second-level monster died unwillingly. It was hard to imagine that the terrible second-level monster was killed without even the ability to fight back. Just after killing this second-level monster, another monster appeared from a space crack. They followed one after another, and the 2 puppet robots were extremely powerful. It would take them no more than 3 breaths to kill a second-level monster. The main thing is that any monster that comes to the fairyland world will pause for a moment, and this pause time is just used by the 2 puppet robots. 6 second-level monsters came one after another, and all fell at the hands of the 2 puppet robots. Principal Zone waited for another minute, and no more monsters appeared in the space crack. He looked at the corpse of the second-level monster on the ground and thought that it should not be wasted. When he arrived at the space crack, he took out a skinning knife and began to clean up the corpses of the monsters. The value of the corpse of a second-level monster is not low. Even if his strength has reached the level of a fake pill and he goes to the monster world to hunt monsters, it will take many days to hunt 6 second-level monsters. He lowered his head to deal with a monster's corpse, and suddenly the spatial energy of the space crack surged. Principal Zong sensed a dangerous aura. Just as he was about to take action, something appeared from the space crack and swept over him. He carried an automatic defense talisman on his body. The talisman was of the 3rd grade lower grade and was his life-saving item. This 3rd order low-grade automatic defense talisman formed a 3rd order low-grade defense shield to protect him the moment before he was attacked. However, this 3rd order low-grade defensive shield that could defend against the attacks of early Jindan cultivators was shattered by the object that appeared from the space crack, and then the object whipped him. Principal Zong vomited blood several times, for bones in his body were broken, and his abdomen was also severely injured. If it weren't for the 3rd grade inferior defense shield that offset most of the attack power of that blow, he would probably have died at this moment. The object that passed through the space crack to attack Principal Zong was quickly retracted after the attack. However, this act of forcibly passing through the space crack was immediately backfired by the space crack. I saw that about half of the object was retracted and the other half was cut off by the space crack and remained on the ground. The thing was half a tail, and no one knew what species the monster on the other side was. However, they could guess that it must be a 3rd order big monster. Only a 3rd order big monster could severely injure Principal Zong with one blow. Principal Zong woke up from the serious injuries caused by the sudden attack. He knew that it was his greed that caused this result. After cutting off the tail of the 3rd level monster, the space crack returned to normal. A 2nd level monster emerged from the space crack, and the 2 puppet robots immediately attacked the 2nd level monster. But this time, the 2 puppet robots' hands only pierced the skin of the 2nd level monster and got stuck in the muscles, failing to kill it with one blow. This 2nd level demon beast has extremely strong cultivation, comparable to a human cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. The 2 puppet robots have insufficient attack power, which is related to the fact that the puppet robots are defensive puppets and have different focuses. Principal Zong issued an order to the 2 puppet robots, and the 2 puppet robots gave up the attack and returned to him. Another 2nd level monster appeared at the space crack, and another 2nd level monster appeared a moment later. The 2nd level monster from before pounced towards Principal Zong. The 2 puppet robots grabbed each other's hands and formed a defensive wall around Principal Zong. Anyone who wanted to hurt Principal Zong had to break the defense of the 2 puppet robots. The 2nd level monster didn't care and clawed at the defensive wall formed by the puppet robot's body. A spiritual light flashed on the defensive wall, and the claw grabbed the spiritual shield. The 2nd level monster roared and increased the frequency of its claw attacks. On the other side, there were 8 2nd level monsters that passed through the space cracks, and they all pounced towards Principal Zong. Principal Zong was unable to move at this moment. The combat power of his fake Dan was completely useless and instead became a burden to the puppet robot. Although the spiritual power shield has good defense and can theoretically defend against attacks from cultivators in the late foundation building stage, this type of attack consumes the energy of the puppet robot. Principal Zong watched as the energy reserves of the 2 puppet robots decreased little by little. As a result, the defense built by the puppet robots would collapse in 100 seconds. He took out a pill, hesitated for a moment, and then swallowed it resolutely. The pill melted in my mouth, and a warm current spread throughout my body. The injuries in his body were wrapped by the warm current, which controlled his injuries for a short time. Although his strength had not recovered at this time, he still possessed a certain combat power. He waved his hand, and 2 second-grade top-grade talismans flew out. After being activated in the air, they turned into 2 giant trees and fell down. The 2 huge trees smashed heavily on several second-level monsters. Although the second-level monsters had thick skin and flesh, they were no match for the heavy blows of the wood-based spells. The spell effect ended, the two giant trees disappeared, and three second-level monsters were injured. But the second-level monsters were strong, and the injuries they suffered were not serious enough to completely lose their combat effectiveness. He was not killed, Principal Zhong said helplessly. Due to his injury, his strength dropped drastically. Even with the elixir that suppressed his injuries, his strength dropped below that of a fake elixir, and was at most at the late stage of foundation building. It was for this reason that the second-grade superior grade talisman he cast was unable to achieve its maximum attack power. His previous attack made the second-level monsters ready for defense, and they used their respective defensive capabilities. In this situation, even if he used the same method again, he would not be able to achieve such good results. Principal Zhong kept throwing out talismans, and only talismans could exert a certain combat power without aggravating his injuries at this moment. He is feeling extremely frustrated now. If he still has all his fighting strength, he can deal with this second-level monster in front of him with just a few moves. It was extremely difficult for him to severely damage the second-level monsters at this time. Each second-level monster had exerted its innate defensive ability, greatly reducing the effectiveness of his talismans. While fighting, he sent out an emergency distress signal. When all the talismans were used up, the defense set up by the two puppet robots could not last long. He did not want to die at the hands of these monsters. Although the talisman could not seriously injure the prepared second-level monster, it forced the second-level monster to keep a distance to avoid the talisman's attack. Among them, two second-level wolf monsters retreated to a distance, sniffed with their noses, and then looked into the distance. The second-level wolf demon has an extremely terrifying sense of smell. They can detect the subtle human scent in the wind blowing from afar. The two second-level wolf demons gave up attacking Principal Zhong and ran out of the valley. Not good. Principal Zhong was shocked. It would be useless even if he notified the students at this time. He could only have a chance of survival by staying in the formation. On the contrary, if he wanted to escape, a chi training cultivator could not escape from a second-level wolf monster. Of course, the departure of the two wolf monsters, plus the fact that three other level 2 monsters were seriously injured, meant that there were only 3 level 2 monsters with full combat power on the scene, which greatly reduced the pressure on him. On Li Zhen's side, the students had no mood to communicate. They looked into the distance, anxiously. A monster is coming. Tong Xuefei's expression tensed, and she shouted loudly. Her words made everyone feel depressed. How could Principal Zhong allow the monster to come? Did something happen to Principal Zhong? 2 wolf demons appeared with a terrifying aura and were close within a few breaths after they appeared in the field of vision. Although every student here is an elite selected from dozens of schools in Tianchong City, only a few can remain standing under the aura of the second-level wolf demon. Li Zhen was still emotionally stable. He had a trump card. If things didn't work out, he would activate his spatial ability and leave the fairyland. Yuan, you are in charge of controlling this formation and commanding everyone. Tong Xuefei was one of the students who remained calm. She instructed AI Yuan, who was standing beside her. AI Yuan nodded. She stretched out her hand and pressed on the large formation plate, forcibly taking over the authority of the formation plate. At this time, the 2 wolf monsters had not yet attacked, but were just surrounding the formation and observing the students in it. I will mark the positions, and one person will stand at each position. AI Yuan picked up some stones from the ground, threw a stone, and said. A student stood at the stone, then she threw the second one, and another student stood there. Yuan has chosen to take the course of formations. She is very talented in this area. With her controlling the formation, we could delay time for us longer. Tong Xuefei explained to Li Zhen. She and Li Zhen are the strongest cultivators here. Although there is no difference between the late stage of Qi training, the peak of the first stage of body training, and the early stage of Qi training when facing a second-order wolf demon, the order left by Principal Zhong is for the 2 of them to protect everyone. Except for Li Zhen and Tong Xuefei, The other 10 students stood in different positions. At this time, the second-level wolf demon finally couldn't help it and grabbed towards the formation. The formation plate is a second-level formation plate, which can theoretically block the second-level wolf monster. But this is only in theory. If you want the second-order array to have the strongest effect, you need to place the second-order array on the second-order spiritual vein. At this moment, the formation only has built-in energy. Under the attack of the second-level wolf monster, the formation will be broken after a few attacks. Direct your spiritual power to your feet. AI Wellon gave the order. The 10 students followed orders and injected spiritual power into their feet. At the same time, a huge array pattern appeared under their feet. The spiritual power injected into it was immediately drawn into the core of the array. AI Wellon stopped talking and focused all her energy on the second-level wolf demon. The moment the second-level wolf demon's attack lands on the formation's shield, more spiritual power will be injected there, thereby strengthening the shield at that position. Li Zhen took off the Qingsong sword, and he mobilized the little thunder spiritual power in his body, and sent out the sword chi thunder sound toward the second-level wolf demon. A sword energy flew out from the Qingsong sword, and as thunder sounded, the sword energy was faster than the sound. The sword energy hit a second-level wolf monster, and the second-level wolf monster shook slightly after being hit. Li Zhen stared at the place where the second-level wolf monster was hit by the sword energy. Not to mention breaking the defense there, even the fur of the second-level wolf monster was not damaged. Don't waste your spiritual energy. You can't break the defense of a second-level monster with a first-level top-grade magic weapon. Tong Xuefei knew the result long ago, and she said helplessly. Li Zhen was a little powerless. The Qingsong sword combined with the power of the sword chi thunder sound couldn't even break the defense. Protect me. I need 1.5 minutes to prepare. Tong Xuefei said while gritting her teeth as she looked at the second-level monster wreaking havoc outside the formation. Having made a decision, she won't hesitate any longer. She took out a small golden sword, sat cross-legged on the ground, and held the small golden sword in her hands. Li Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly. The quality of the golden sword was as high as the third-grade lower grade, but it was slightly weaker than a normal third-grade lower grade spiritual object in his perception. This is the talisman. Li Zhen recognized the golden sword. He couldn't help but marvel at Tong Xuefei's wealth. The talisman was made by a Jindan cultivator by extracting the essence from a magic weapon, and it possessed a certain power of a magic weapon. Tong Xuefei's face was pale, and her forehead was covered with sweat. She continued to inject the spiritual power in her body into the talisman. The talisman is like a bottomless pit. All she needs to do is inject the most spiritual power into it in the shortest time. The talisman emitted a golden light, which became brighter and brighter, and a terrifying aura emanated from the talisman. The 2 second-level wolf monsters that were attacking suddenly stopped, and they looked at the talismans in the formation with horror. Although the formation shield in front of them was already crumbling, they immediately gave up the attack and turned around to escape. At this time, the talisman finally absorbed a large amount of spiritual power, and an illusory golden energy sword appeared above the golden sword. Go! Tong Xuefei pointed her hand, and a small golden energy sword shot towards the second-level wolf monster. Even if the second-level wolf demon escapes very quickly, it cannot be faster than the attack of a golden elixir-level talisman. The golden energy sword turned into a golden light, and the head of a second-level wolf demon that was running fell off, and then the body of another second-level wolf demon was split into 2. The flying golden light consumed all the internal energy, and the golden light turned into starlight and disappeared. Tong Xuefei took back the somewhat dim talisman, and a look of reluctance flashed in her eyes. This is her life-saving item. Judging from the appearance of the talisman, it can only be used once at most. Seeing the death of the 2 second-level monsters, all the students looked at Tong Xuefei with admiration. They knew very well that if the second-level wolf demon didn't die, none of the students here would be alive. Senior, I'll go see how Principal Zhong is doing. Li Zhen said in a deep voice. Tong Shuefei wanted to stop Li Zhen from going, but she was more concerned about the safety of Principal Zhong. Be careful. Just pay attention to the situation over there and don't get too close, she warned helplessly. Li Zhen nodded. He walked out of the formation, raised his hand, and cast a light body technique on himself. He took a step forward more than 10 meters, and his figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. By sensing the fluctuations in space, the direction he chose was exactly the direction of the space crack. From a distance, he saw 6 monsters besieging Principal Zone. Principal Zone was protected in the middle and would occasionally throw out a talisman to make the monsters retreat and avoid it. But when the effect of the talisman wore off, the monster pounced again. Li Zhen didn't even need to sense the breath of the monsters to judge their strength. Just from their body shapes, he could tell that all 6 monsters were second-level monsters. Let alone 6 second-level monsters, he would not be able to deal with even one. He was not from a prominent family, and unlike Tong Shuefei, he did not have a powerful weapon like the talisman. The situation at Principal Zong's place was not good. After some consideration, he took out the flying magic weapon Green Jade Flying Leaf. After activating the Green Jade Flying Leaf, he stood on the enlarged Green Jade Flying Leaf and added a wind control technique to the Green Jade Flying Leaf. Wind control technique is a wind-related spell that he can easily find. It is also the simplest wind-related spell, and its effect is to use wind to increase speed. Li Zhen controlled the Green Jade Flying Leaf and used the wind control technique to propel it. Although the Green Jade Flying Leaf could not fly too high, it reached the ultimate speed when flying close to the ground. Green Jade Flying Leaf flew towards Principal Zone. During this process, he was also observing the situation of the space crack. The space crack is still in a stable stage. In this state, monsters may pass through the space crack at any time. Therefore, the space cracks must also be taken into consideration. He is not here to die. When he appeared in the valley, Principal Zone and 6 second-level monsters discovered him. Li Zhen, it's very dangerous here. Why are you here? Go away. Principal Zone shouted to Li Zhen. Of course he knew why Li Zhen came. But even though Li Zhen was the strongest among those students, he was not able to face any second-level monster. Li Zhen came to save him, which touched Principal Zone deeply. However, in the current situation, the most likely scenario is that Principal Zone cannot be rescued and will have to sacrifice Li Zhen as well. Li Zhen did not speak. At this moment, all his attention was focused on driving the Green Jade Flying Leaf. The second-level monsters have a certain degree of intelligence. After seeing Li Zhen appear, they growled at each other. Soon, 2 second-level monsters broke away from the main group and rushed towards Li Zhen. The speed of the second-level monster was extremely fast. Li Zhen immediately turned the Green Jade Flying Leaf and flew in one direction. How could the 2 second-level monsters let Li Zhen go? They accelerated and chased after him. As the 2 chased and fled, Li Zhen and the 2 second-level monsters moved away from the space crack. After escaping for a distance, Li Zhen judged that he was far away from Principal Zong's perception range. He suddenly turned around and headed towards the 2 second-level monsters. Just when they were about to get close to each other, he activated his dragon heart, and a dragon power emanated from his body. The effect of dragon's might on human cultivators, especially those who are 1 realm higher than Li Zhen, is very weak, but it is different from monsters. The Chaos Dragon is a top existence in the Demon Kingdom and has an innate deterrent effect on the demon beasts below. Li Zhen's improvement in physical training also made the effect of dragon power far exceed the dragon power that could be exerted at the 4th level of Qi training alone. The 2 second-level monsters were showing their fangs and claws, ready to give Li Zhen a severe blow, but when the dragon's might came, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Li Zhen ignored them. In fact, even with the dragon's might, he was helpless against the second-level monsters. The 2 second-level monsters were only affected by the dragon's might for 1 second. When the influence of the dragon's might disappeared, they looked at each other, and fear was in their eyes. Instead of turning back, they chose to escape. Li Zhen appeared in the valley again. Principal Zhong didn't know how Li Zhen managed to survive the pursuit of two second-level monsters. Seeing Li Zhen coming again, Principal Zhong kept trying to stop him. The situation on Principal Zhong's side was very bad. All the talismans in his hand had been used up. He was seriously injured, and if he really used spells or magical weapons to fight, his injuries would be greatly aggravated. Li Zhen led away 2 of the 6 second-level monsters. 3 of the remaining second-level monsters were injured, and there was only 1 intact second-level monster. But even so, the defenses of the 2 puppet robots were about to be broken. When Li Zhen appeared this time, the 4 second-level monsters obviously hesitated. Second-level monsters are intelligent, so how could they not figure out that something went wrong with the second-level monster they had led away before? They did not actively pursue Li Zhen, which made Li Zhen very helpless. Li Zhen intended to approach the second-level monster, but when he was close to a certain distance, he discovered a third-level spiritual object based on his perception of spiritual objects. This third-level spiritual object is not on Principal Zhong, but in front of the space crack. Of course, he understood the importance of the third-level spiritual object to himself, so taking the third-level spiritual object might arouse suspicion later. But he still mobilized the Dragon Heart space to put the third-level spiritual object away. Because he approached too arrogantly, the 4 second-level monsters were angered by him. They temporarily gave up on Principal Zhong and pounced towards Li Zhen. The one in the front is a completely intact second-level monster, and behind it are 3 injured second-level monsters. That is, the second-level monsters' physiques are too strong, so the 3 injured second-level monsters still have considerable strength. Li Zhen was well prepared and ordered the green jade flying leaf to turn around and flee. He led the 4 second-level monsters to another direction. Principal Zhong opened his mouth to say something. Principal Zhong dragged his injured body to replace the energy blocks for the 2 puppet robots. He let the 2 puppet robots hold his body and took him to the place where the students gathered. Since the second-level monster was led away by Li Zhen, he, as the principal, still has to go and see the students who were escorted this time. Even if there are 2 second-level monsters there, they can be dealt with the help of 2 puppet robots. Principal. Not long after Principal Zhong started walking, Li Zhen caught up with him riding the green jade flying leaf. Thanks to you. Principal Zhong looked at Li Zhen deeply and said. He did not ask about the second-level monster, nor did he ask what means Li Zhen used to get rid of the second-level monster. Just by looking at the green jade flying leaves under Li Zhen's feet, you can tell that Li Zhen is hiding a secret. The first-class medium-grade flying magic weapon green jade flying leaf is not of high grade, but the style and refining techniques of the green jade flying leaf are the first time that Principal Zhong has seen it. Li Zhen put down the green jade flying leaf, and the green jade flying leaf turned into a small jade leaf. What is the name of this flying magic weapon? Principal Zhong asked casually. Green jade flying leaves. Li Zhen replied. Tell others that this green jade flying leaf is a gift from me. Principal Zhong said with a smile. Thank you, Principal. Li Zhen was delighted and expressed his gratitude quickly. With the endorsement of Principal Zhong, he can use the green jade flying leaf at will without worrying about anyone investigating the origin of the green jade flying leaf. As they were talking, they had already arrived at their destination. When the students saw Principal Zhong being held up by 2 puppet robots with a pale face, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Especially Tong Shuifei and AI Yuelon, as well as the students in Tianchong City, they are more aware of Principal Zhong's strength. I'm glad to see that you are all okay. Principal Zhong said with relief when he saw that all the students were safe and sound. He also saw the corpses of 2 second-level monsters. From the wounds on the corpses, he could tell how the 2 second-level monsters died. Tong Shuifei, the school will compensate you for your loss, he said to Tong Shuifei again. This time he let Tong Shuifei consume the life-saving item in order to protect the students, so he would never let Tong Shuifei suffer any loss. 2 puppet robots gently placed him on a rock. He felt his body getting heavier and heavier. This was the end of the effect of the elixir he had taken before. All the students stopped talking, as they were worried that the noise would disturb Principal Zhong. When Principal Zhong had rested for more than 5 minutes, 2 aircraft appeared in the distant sky. They're finally here. Although Principal Zhong was resting, his perception was still at the level of fake pills. As soon as the 2 aircraft appeared in the sky, he opened his eyes and said. The 2 aircraft separated. One flew straight to the location of the space crack, and the other hovered in the sky. The aircraft hovering in the sky seemed to have discovered something, and then it suddenly dived down. During the dive, a flying sword flew out of the aircraft and slashed downwards. After a while, the aircraft came to Li Zhen and descended from the air. A person walked out of the aircraft, and at the same time, a terrifying aura washed over the formation, causing the formation shield to tremble. Don't scare the children, Principal Zhong said. Are you injured? The monk outside heard something from the principal's voice and asked in surprise. I encountered a desperate monster. It would rather suffer the backlash in order to kill me, Principal Zhong explained as he opened the formation. The monk outside came to the front of the sect leader, solemnly stretched out a finger, and drew a magic rune in the air. Li Zhen's eyes widened. The aura of the cultivator in front of him was comparable to that of the sect's principal during his heyday. This cultivator was at least a fake Dan cultivator. The spell that requires a fake elixir cultivator to focus on casting must be a 3rd-level spell. For Qi training students like Li Zhen, the opportunity to watch a 3rd-level spell up close is extremely rare. As the fake elixir monk finished drawing the spell runes, a mist appeared from nothingness. Li Zhen sensed that the water mist was filled with life energy. The water mist fell on Principal Zhong, nourishing his entire body inside and out. The fake Dan monk slowly retracted his fingers, his face showing a slightly tired look, which showed that it was not easy to cast a 3rd-level spell just now. Thank you, Brother Wei. When the mist completely disappeared, Principal Zhong's face became rosy again, and he moved his hands and feet to express his gratitude. If you don't want to have hidden diseases in your body, you should rest for 10 days and don't move around. Master Wei waved his hand to warn. He looked at the group of students and shook his head, saying, How dare you take risks with a group of children? Principal Zhong smiled bitterly and sat down again. He really couldn't move much. Although he had just been treated with a 3rd-level spell, the injuries he suffered this time were too severe and it would not be easy to recover. 8 2nd-level monsters just escaped. Principal Zhong said as he thought of something important. I killed 7, but it seems 1 escaped. Master Wei replied with a frown. Let escape. A 2nd-level monster doesn't pose much threat. Wait for follow-up personnel to come and track it down. Who came from the other side of the space crack? The monsters on the other side of the space are very cunning. Everything is fine here. You go over and help keep an eye on it. Principal Zhong waved his hand and said, I don't need to worry about Brother Tao. You sent us the situation you encountered. There is no way we will fall into it if we are prepared. Master Wei said nonchalantly. At this time, Li Zhen sensed that the spatial fluctuations in the distance intensified and became more active for a moment, and then the spatial fluctuations subsided and disappeared. It seems that the space rift has collapsed, and this trouble is solved. Sure enough, a figure flew over from afar and landed in front of Master Wei and Principal Zhong. Brother Zhong, why are you so miserable? You have been the principal of the school for too long, and your bones are rusted. The person who came was Master Tao. He looked at Principal Zhong and shook his head. Principal Zhong had nothing to say. What Master Tao said made sense. If it were back then, he would have been able to dodge even if he was attacked by surprise. It is because of staying in school for a long time and lacking opportunities to participate in fierce battles that one's own fighting ability is reduced. The trouble was solved. Although Principal Zhong was seriously injured, he was still able to fly the private aircraft. Besides, if you want to recover from your injuries quickly, it would be better to find a place with a 3rd-level spiritual vein to recuperate. The private aircraft continued to fly, but this time Master Wei followed and protected it in his own aircraft. There were no more troubles in the rest of the journey, and Li Zhen finally saw Dongli City, an extraordinary city. Looking at Dongli City from afar, 9 huge underground holes emitting red light are distributed in 9 directions of the city. Various buildings are not only built on the ground, but some are even built in caves. That's the Earth Fire Cave. I heard that the Earth Fire Cave is the best environment for refining magic weapons. Dongli City is also the city in the Immortal Kingdom that is best at refining weapons. Tong Shuefei pointed to the 9 Earth Fire Caves and introduced. The private aircraft descended and landed on a tarmac. Tong Shuefei, you lead the team to register. Principal Zong instructed Tong Shuefei. He opened the hatch of his private aircraft. Once he arrived in Dongli City, he would go into seclusion to recuperate and had no time to care about the challenge. Li Zhen, stay first, he said again when Tong Shuefei led people away. Li Zhen came in front of Principal Zong. He didn't know why Principal Zong wanted to see him. He was a little worried that it was about the 3rd-level spiritual object. You saved me. I will prepare resources for you to advance to the 2nd level of body refining, but it will take some time. Principal Zong activated the isolation function and said in a deep voice. Based on the time when Master Wei and Master Tao arrived, he judged that if Li Zhen had not tried his best to lure the monster away, he would have had almost no chance of survival. This was a life-saving favor, and he must repay it. Along the way, he thought a lot about how to repay Li Zhen for saving his life. With Li Zhen's talent, it would be almost no problem for him to be admitted to a top university. Once he entered a top university, he would certainly have plenty of resources for advancement to the foundation building stage. For Li Zhen, the most valuable are the resources for advancement to the 2nd level of body refining, which are even more expensive than the resources for advancement to the foundation building stage. Physical training resources are already scarce, and even if there are resources, they will be used in more important places. Even if Principal Zong wanted to obtain the resources to advance to the 2nd level of body refinement, he would need to use a lot of connections and relationships, and the cost would not be small. Thank you, Principal. Li Zhen did not refuse this benefit. He was stuck at the peak of the 1st level of physical training, and no matter how hard he practiced the black iron body recently, he could not make any further progress. According to the conclusion he came to from searching through the information, there are 2 ways to improve body training. One is to find a follow-up technique of black iron body, bronze body. Practicing with the bronze body technique may improve the body refining skills. The second is to use the resources for promotion from the 1st level of body refining to forcibly promote the 1st level of body refining to the 2nd level. Now Principal Zong's help is to take the 2nd path. The 1st path is in the ancient cultivation world, and it is very likely that he will need to wait for him to join a major force. Principal Zong waved his hand gently, and Li Zhen bowed and stepped back. After getting off the private aircraft and meeting up with Tong Shuefei, the organizer of the challenge sent a shuttle bus to take everyone to a hotel for check-in. As soon as he entered the hotel, Li Zhen discovered that the hotel lobby was full of young students. It seemed that the students participating in the Continental Challenge were all staying here. After settling down, Tong Shuefei took care of the registration. Li Zhen finally had some time alone, and he could take a look at the 3rd-level spiritual object in the Dragon Heart space. Because he didn't know how powerful Master Dadon was, he didn't even use the Dragon Heart space to observe the 3rd-level spiritual objects when he was on his private aircraft. Although he was very confident that the fake Dangenrin could not discover the Dragon Heart space, the fake Dangenrin's methods were too mysterious. It would be better not to cause trouble if he could avoid it. He saw a 3rd-level spiritual creature, a severed tail, but he didn't know what kind of monster's tail it was. Now the Dragon Heart space is still devouring the skull of the 3rd-level monster that was obtained before. The skull of the 3rd-level monster is still floating in the Dragon Heart space, and its surface is covered with cracks. It seems that it will not take long to be completely devoured. He didn't know whether the Dragon Heart space could handle swallowing 2 3rd-level spiritual objects at the same time, but he still issued a swallowing order to the Dragon Heart space. The 3rd-level broken tail floated to the side of the 3rd-level giant demon skull, but did not immediately enter the devouring state. Instead, It waited in line, waiting for the previous third-level giant demon skull to finish devouring. What a pity! I'm afraid I won't be able to gain the benefits of swallowing before the end of the game. Li Zhen shook his head and said to himself, he wants to get good results in the Continental Challenge, so the stronger he is, the better. The benefit of being able to devour 2 third-level spiritual objects cannot be used in the competition. Li Zhen checked his information, and it was displayed on his retina. Name: Li Zhen, male. Age: 13. Realm: Qi Training Level 4. 40.12123.43240.131. Ectoplasm 1. Spiritual Power 105. Physical Body Level 99, 100/. Since he changed his main cultivation method, although his understanding of the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method was still at a relatively weak level, he resumed using the Dragon Heart space to devour pills. Coupled with a better cultivation environment, his cultivation progress was very ideal. While checking my information, my identity bracelet received a message. When I opened it, I saw that it was a notice from the organizer of the Continental Challenge, asking us to gather at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Li Zhen was very curious about the way the competition would be held. This time the main team did not inform him of the competition venue. In addition, different competition methods were chosen in previous Continental Challenge competitions. He was thinking that this time it might not be a ring battle. After setting the alarm, he closed his eyes and began to practice the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method. The spiritual energy in this training room is of the 2nd grade superior quality, which has a very good effect on his practice of the 9th edition of the Immortal Kingdom Qi training method. Every 3 hours of practice, he would rest for a while until his body and mind recovered before continuing to practice. It was his first time in Dongli City, and he was very curious about it, but neither he nor other students suggested going out for fun. Everyone put their best efforts into preparing for the next game. Time passed in Li Zhen's practice until the next morning. Before the set alarm went off, Li Zhen received a message from Tong Xuefei, asking him to end his practice early. The gathering place for the Continental Challenge was a large helipad where 2 large aircraft were already parked. Does the challenge have to leave Dongli City? After Li Zhen got on a large aircraft and found a seat to sit down, he turned to Tong Xuefei, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "The specific process of the challenge is still unknown, but I guess they are preparing to eliminate a group of players first." Tong Xuefei replied with a smile. "I remember that the Continent Challenge 4 years ago was actually held in the Demon Kingdom. When we left Dongli City, we should not be heading to the Demon Kingdom." AI Yuan continued. "If one wants to enter the Demon Kingdom world, one must of course go through the space crack in Dongli City. Every city-level city was built to suppress space cracks. Space cracks are both dangers and wealth. Cultivators can obtain a large amount of resources from the demon world on the other side of the space cracks, making up for the lack of resources in the fairy world." Li Zhen now looked at the contestants in the cabin. The large aircraft had 4 cabins. In order to facilitate the transportation of the contestants, passenger chairs were installed in each cabin. In the 2nd floor cabin, where he was alone, there were more than 500 contestants. Judging from this, there were more than 4,000 contestants participating in this Continental Challenge. The large aircraft flew for 3 hours before slowly descending from the air. Li Zhen looked through the porthole and saw a forest below. "This is Qianshan Hunting Ground." Tong Xuefei recognized where she was below. Li Zhen used his identity bracelet to check Qianshan Hunting Ground, which is the largest monster breeding farm near Dongli City. Yes, monsters can also be bred, although it is very dangerous for a large number of monsters to gather together. As long as the monster group is well controlled and no mutated monsters appear and no monsters break through the racial bottleneck, the danger will be within controllable range. The Qianshan Hunting Ground raises first-level monsters. The surrounding area is blocked so that the first-level monsters can only walk within the hunting ground. In addition, the hunting ground is patrolled by powerful monks, making the Qianshan Hunting Ground a resource production site. Dear students, your next challenge is to enter the Qianshan Hunting Ground to hunt monsters. This time we have released 5 second-level monsters in the Qianshan Hunting Ground as the strongest challenge. A first-level mid-grade monster is worth 1 point. A first-level high-grade monster is worth 10 points, and a second-level monster is worth 500 points. The competition lasts for 3 days, and the results are determined by the points. Players who fail the challenge or have less than 50 points will be eliminated. All points will be recorded and allocated to your tokens, and the points in the tokens can be transferred. During the competition, you can only rely on yourself and cannot use auxiliary items that exceed your own strength. Those who violate this will be eliminated. A voice reached everyone's ears, but no one could find the speaker. What? There's a second-level monster. We can't even escape if we encounter it, a contestant exclaimed. Many contestants looked unhappy. Even the top contestants did not dare to face the second-level monster. The tokens issued to you have a life-saving function. As long as you issue the order to leave to the token, the formation here will be able to send the player holding the token out, the voice continued to explain. Li Zhen received the token, which was a metal plate with Li Zhen's name on it and 0 points below. He held the token in his hand and could sense the connection between the token and the formation. He received detailed competition rules on his identity bracelet. He read them and knew they were the same as what he had heard, except that the competition rules on the identity bracelet were more detailed. More than 4,000 contestants were let go, and currently everyone is in a safe zone isolated by a formation, where no monsters can enter. The game starts now, the voice came again. Some contestants cast spells to make themselves faster, while others used magical tools to fly for a short period of time. Although this consumed spiritual energy, it allowed them to leave the main group as quickly as possible. Tong Xuefei took out a skateboard from the bag on her back. As soon as the skateboard was taken out, it automatically grew larger and floated at a height of 1 meter. I'll go in first and hunt more monsters. She jumped on the skateboard and waved to Li Zhen and AI Yuelon. Although forming a team is not prohibited, Tong Xuefei's strength at the 9th level of Qi training, coupled with the fact that her whole body is equipped with the strongest magical weapons of the Qi training period, and she has also practiced special skills, means that as long as she does not encounter a second-level monster, it will be very easy for her to deal with the rest of the monsters. In this way, Tong Xuefei would benefit the most by acting alone, so she would naturally choose what is most beneficial to herself. Li Zhen observed Tong Xuefei's skateboard, which was actually a flying magic weapon and also a technological item. The skateboard uses magnetic levitation technology, combined with equipment refining methods, to achieve a more sustained near-ground flight with minimal energy consumption. Let's hurry up, or we won't be able to hunt anything. AI Yuelon cast an acceleration spell on herself and reminded Li Zhen. Li Zhen nodded. He flipped his hand and took out the small green jade flying leaf. After throwing it out, the green jade flying leaf became bigger, and he jumped onto the green jade flying leaf. What kind of flying magic weapon is this? AI Yuelon was stunned. The appearance of the green jade flying leaf was very beautiful. She was very curious about the green jade flying leaf and asked, I helped the principal a little, and the principal gave me a mid-grade flying magic weapon called Green Jade Flying Leaf. Li Zhen said half-truthfully. When AI Yuelon saw that the principal was seriously injured, she thought that Li Zhen must have helped a lot, which was why he asked the principal to send her a flying magic weapon. Even though it is only a first-grade mid-quality flying magic tool, the material that can be engraved with the flying runes is very special, and the number of flying magic tools has always been in short supply. It's not that AI Yuelon doesn't have a flying magic weapon at home, but her flying magic weapon is too big and cannot be carried around like Tong Xuefei's skateboard. Not to mention Li Zhen's green jade flying leaf, which can be transformed into the size of a palm, making it convenient to use at any time. Li Zhen controlled the green jade flying leaf and flew forward. Among more than 4,000 contestants, less than 100 of them possessed flying magic tools, and almost all of these 100 people were at the 9th level of Qi training. Only Li Zhen, who was at the 4th level of Qi training, stood out. This kid is so high profile, let's snatch him away on the 3rd day, said one contestant with jealousy flashing in his eyes. In fact, after reading the rules of the game, all the players thought of an important thing. That is, there is no restriction on fighting between players in this game. Grabbing each other's tokens and transferring the points in the tokens to your own tokens is almost a way to gain points in this competition. It is also the simplest way and faster than hunting monsters. Li Zhen had no idea that he would be envied by other contestants for using the green jade flying leaf. All he wanted at this moment was to speed up so that he could start hunting monsters as soon as possible. The flying speed of green jade flying leaf was not slow, and it soon saw the monsters, which were a group of first-level deer monsters. There are as many as 30 first-level deer monsters. The strongest one has the strength of the peak of the first level. The other 3 have the strength of the late first level, which is equivalent to the late chi training cultivators. The remaining deer monsters have the strength of the middle first level. It would take at least 5 players cooperating with each other to have a chance of hunting down such a group of deer monsters. Li Zhen was about to launch an attack when he saw a message on his retina. Niet Zhenjiang, 13 points. Ku Yuanfei, 10 points. Li Zhen didn't expect that before he even started, some contestants had already hunted down the monster. Just when he was distracted, a few more people appeared on the rankings. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, so he drove the green jade flying leaf towards the herd of deer monsters. The group of deer monsters also discovered Li Zhen. They pointed their antlers at Li Zhen. White light flashed on the antlers of the late first stage and peak stage deer monsters. Li Zhen used the wind control technique, which greatly increased his speed. 4 deer monsters at the late and peak stages of the first stage shot 4 lightsabers from their antlers towards Li Zhen. Due to Li Zhen's sudden acceleration, all 4 lightsabers missed the target. The combination of green jade flying leaf and wind control technique, especially the wind control technique with the bonus of the middle grade wind spiritual root, greatly increased his speed. You should know that when he encountered a second-level monster on the way to Dongli City, he used the green jade flying leaf and wind control technique to lure the second-level monster and surpassed it in speed. Of course, those second-level monsters were not good at speed, but with his strength in the middle stage of chi training, he was not caught up by the second-level monsters in speed, which was enough to show his advantage in speed. At this time, he was facing a first-level monster. Li Zhen's speed was absolutely overwhelming compared to these first-level monsters. He controlled the green jade flying leaf, and, driven by the wind control technique, his figure left a shadow in the air and passed by the side of the herd of deer monsters. When passing by the group of deer monsters, the sword energy on the Qingsong sword extended, and the perfect swordsmanship easily killed the 4 first-level mid-stage deer monsters that came into contact with as he passed by. This is not over yet. 4 deer monsters were killed. The 4 strongest deer monsters were furious and chased Li Zhen with all their might. Li Zhen changed direction again and passed by the group of deer monsters again. This time, the close encounter with the group of deer monsters once again took the lives of several deer monsters. His speed was too fast, and he would not stop for a moment. Even if the 4 strongest deer monsters continued to launch long-range attacks through their antlers, they could not catch up with Li Zhen's movement speed no matter how they attacked. Once, twice, 3 times, the continuous and rapid movements continued to take away the lives of the deer monsters, and soon only the 4 strongest deer monsters were left on the battlefield. The 4 strongest deer monsters had red eyes. Heavy hot air was coming out of their mouths and noses, and they stared at Li Zhen intently. Facing the 4 strongest deer monsters, Li Zhen dare not take it lightly. Even though he killed the deer monster very easily before, the strength of those deer monsters was much weaker than him. With his strength at the peak of the first level of body refining, it was not difficult for him to kill a mid-stage first-level deer monster. Li Zhen's combat awareness was very good, and he did something that was beyond the expectations of the 4 deer monsters. He drove the green jade flying leaf and turned to flee, but the 4 deer monsters would not let him go and chased after him. While flying, he observed the deer monsters chasing him from behind. In just a moment, the 4 deer monsters had opened up a gap between them. The one chasing closest was the deer monster at the peak of the first stage, and the 3 deer monsters at the late stage of the first stage were getting further and further away from it. A flash of lightning appeared in Li Zhen's hand, and then the Shunshao Thunder method was performed, and the lightning fell on the body of the first-level peak deer demon. Lightning is the fastest spell. The first-level peak deer demon had no idea that Li Zhen could use lightning magic. This attack hit the first-level peak deer demon's head without any surprise. This attack failed to kill the first-level peak deer demon, but it caused the first-level peak deer demon to twitch all over. Li Zhen was well prepared. Green Jade, Flying Leaf, turned around and swept the Qing Song sword across the neck of the first-level peak deer monster. Without the first-level peak deer demon, he finally didn't have to run away anymore. He flew towards the 3 first-stage, late-stage deer monsters, and the Qing Song sword in his hand emitted a thundering sound, followed by a sword light, and the sword light thundering sound was activated by him. The sword light with thundering sound jumped across the heads of 3 first-stage, late-stage deer monsters, and all 3 first-stage, late-stage deer monsters were killed. Li Zhen let out a long breath. His battle didn't seem to take long, but it took most of his strength, and all the spiritual energy in his body was consumed. There is no need to clean up the corpses on the ground. These monsters are the property of the hunting ground. The battle was over, and he checked his ranking on his retina. From top to bottom, he found himself at 71th place with 214 points. He looked at the first place, which was still Nie Zhenjiang, with points. Below Nie Zhenjiang, the points were all over 100, and it was not until after the TH place that the points fell below. Only then did Li Zhen realize where his ability ranked among all the contestants, and all his original pride disappeared. In order to kill 30 deer monsters, he used the Shunshao Thunder method and Sword Chi Thunder Sound, which consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but the other players still far surpassed him. At this time, 3 contestants approached. They looked at Li Zhen, who was standing on the Green Jade Flying Leaf, and they looked eager to attack Li Zhen. However, when they saw the corpse of the deer demon on the ground, they could not help but retreat hurriedly, wanting to get away from Li Zhen as quickly as possible. They saw the 4 late and peak first-level deer monsters on the ground, and they were all killed by Li Zhen in such a short time. Such strength was not something that the 3 of them, who were in the late Qi training stage, could challenge. They didn't know that Li Zhen's spiritual energy was almost exhausted and his strength had greatly decreased. Of course, even if he had lost his spiritual power, his strongest point had never been his spiritual power, but his body training. Li Zhen had no intention of chasing the 3 contestants. He needed to kill more monsters. In fact, he also discovered that because this was a farm monster, its strength was weaker than those monsters that grew naturally in the Monster Kingdom. He has just encountered the deer monster now, so this judgment is just a guess. He needs to wait until he encounters more monsters before he can make a decision. He flew some distance further and saw a group of contestants fighting. He finally understood why some players had such high scores. The players in the front divided the work and cooperated with each other, with one player being the main force and the others cooperating. Some players were responsible for attracting monsters, some were responsible for besieging monsters, and the main player was responsible for the final blow to gain points for the corresponding monsters. After killing several monsters here, several more were attracted there. The main force just stood there, and when he was not taking action, he was regulating his breathing to ensure that he was in sufficient condition. Li Zhen shook his head, changed direction, and found a high rock to sit on. The high rocks gave him a good view, and anyone who wanted to approach could be spotted by him in advance. He needs to recover his spiritual energy in the shortest possible time. The quality of the spiritual energy in the hunting ground is top grade, which can definitely meet the needs of first-grade monsters for spiritual energy. Li Zhen began to regulate his breathing, and the spiritual power in his dantian continued to recover. While regulating his breathing, he was also observing the ranking situation. He didn't know how the elimination was calculated this time, and he didn't want his ranking to be too low. Through this hunt, he realized his weakness, which was that he had too little spiritual power and was no longer able to sustain after a short burst. We need to consider how to hunt the monsters as quickly as possible. Li Zhen thought to himself. He couldn't find any contestants to cooperate with him. In fact, if Tong Shuifei was willing, most of the contestants from Tianchang City would be willing to cooperate with her. If you want to learn how to form a team to gain points, he does not provide the conditions. Let's just cheat, he finally said to himself. By the time his spiritual power had almost recovered, his ranking had dropped to 51st. He drove the green jade flying leaf to search for monsters and soon found another group of monsters. The number of this group of monsters is not as large as before. There are only 15, 3 of which are in the late first stage. Li Zhen didn't care and rushed towards the 15 monsters. The 15 monsters were ready for battle, waiting for Li Zhen to approach, and then they would attack him together. Just when Li Zhen was still several meters away from the 15 monsters, he activated the dragon heart, and a faint dragon power spread out. Because he had reached the peak of the first level of body training, he had become adept at controlling the dragon's heart and releasing the dragon's might. The range of the dragon power he emitted was extremely small, so that it would not be noticed by others. Under the dragon's might, all 15 monsters, regardless of whether they were in the late first stage or not, stood still on the spot. The Qingsong sword in Li Zhen's hand turned into a phantom. With the sword energy running wild, he first killed a late-stage first-order monster, and then killed a mid-stage first-order monster. Although the 3 first-stage mid-stage monsters awakened from the dragon's might ahead of time, it was of no use, and they were easily killed by Li Zhen. Seeing his ranking improve by 3 places, he knew he had found the right method. In the following time, he kept looking for monsters, getting closer and closer, displaying his dragon power, and then killing them with the Qingsong sword. Not only did the continuous battles not consume much spiritual energy, but the fighting time was also shockingly short. As the day passed, it gradually darkened. Li Zhen had already found a place to rest. It was a big tree. He sat down to rest in the treetops several meters above the ground. Fighting in the dark is not a good choice. Unlike human monks, most monsters have the ability to see in the dark. This is the monster's instinct to hunt at night. Li Zhen did not dare to be careless. He did not want to face a late-stage, first-order monster in the dark. The monsters would be stronger at night and more difficult to detect. Of course, some players don't care about the night, and the rankings are constantly changing. Li Zhen's ranking has now risen to 14th, which is the result of his killing of monsters in one day. If he is lucky tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, maybe he can get into the top 10. As for a higher ranking, he has never thought about it. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot compare with a group of monks. All the players in the city serve one player, so they can naturally get higher points. Li Zhen leaned against the tree trunk, with a branch as thick as his arm under his feet, hidden by the tree canopy. He was wearing a full set of black robes with a mask, which he obtained in the ancient cultivation world. It had the effect of hiding his own aura. He wears an invisible black jade around his waist, which makes him invisible in the dark. He did this because he didn't want to get into trouble at night. Not long ago, a team of 10 people passed under the tree. They moved at night and specifically looked for areas where it was easy to hide their figures. The purpose of this team was definitely not just to hunt for monsters. Even though Li Zhen has good strength, he does not have the confidence to fight against such a team. He closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, and the spiritual energy in his body recovered at an extremely slow pace. There is a second-level spiritual vein in this hunting ground. Although his current location is far away from the spiritual vein, it is still a problem for a cultivator in the Qi training stage to practice. In fact, he did not practice at all. He was even very careful when drawing spiritual energy into his body and regulating his breathing, so as not to let the spiritual energy flow too violently. The fluctuations of spiritual energy caused by practicing in the dark are like lighting a bright lamp in the darkness. I am afraid that cultivators several kilometers around can sense it, and the perception of monsters is even stronger. Li Zhen's eyes suddenly opened, and he heard a rustling sound in his ears. He went straight to check the direction where the sound came from. The sound was not far from him. If he observed with his eyes at this distance, it would be very easy to trigger the other party's perception. He slowly turned his head and scanned the direction of the sound with his peripheral vision, and saw 6 figures over 3 meters tall. They are monsters. How did they get into the hunting ground? Li Zhen immediately determined their identities after seeing the 6 figures. The truth is that he was too familiar with monsters. In the fairy world, only monsters had such strange shapes. What surprised him even more was how 6 monsters got here, since this was the knockout round of the Continental Challenge tournament. As for this hunting ground being used as the competition venue, not only other people, but even the contestant Li Zhen only knew about it before the competition. Li Zhen wanted to contact Principal Zhong through his ID bracelet, but he found that the ID bracelet prohibited contact with the outside world. It was only then that he remembered one of the rules of the competition, which was that it was not allowed to use identity bracelets to seek support from the outside world. At this moment, the 6 monsters had arrived under the tree. Li Zhen was in invisible state and was still wearing a robe that isolated spiritual energy. The 6 monsters did not react abnormally when passing under the tree. Li Zhen on the tree smelled blood, the smell of monk's blood. He felt a tightness in his heart. It seemed that some students had died in their hands. This discovery made him even more shocked. Theoretically, no students would die within the hunting ground, because the hunting ground's large formation is always monitoring the internal status. Once there is danger, the formation will automatically add a protective shield to the students, and the students will lose their qualifications for the competition. Li Zhen has determined the cultivation levels of the 6 monsters. After transforming into monsters, their strength exceeds the 9th level of Qi training. In other words, before they transformed into monsters, they were at least cultivators in the late stage of Qi training. He suddenly sensed that the 6 monsters all had the same spiritual aura. The reason for this discovery is that the auras of the spiritual objects on the 6 monsters are exactly the same in terms of both intensity and grade. Based on his long understanding of his own spiritual perception, these 6 spiritual objects are exactly the same. Finally, we found someone. A voice broke the silence of the night. Li Zhen looked in the direction where the voice came from, where 4 contestants were looking at the monster with joy. Li Zhen really wanted to remind the 4 contestants that even if the monsters had the same cultivation level as cultivators, their strength after transforming into monsters would far exceed that of cultivators of the same level. Therefore, if the 4 contestants really had to fight against 6 monsters who had transformed into monsters, it would be a situation where there was absolutely no chance of survival. The 4 contestants on the other side were unaware of the coming danger. They rushed towards this side excitedly. Several magical weapons flashed various colors in the dark due to the infusion of spiritual power. When they rushed closer, they realized something was wrong. It was too late. The 6 transformed monsters pounced on the 4 contestants. With just one encounter, the 4 contestants were grabbed and their hearts were pulled out, and they died. Li Zhen did not show up. He did not want to face 6 transformed monsters alone, because even if he used all his means, he would not be able to save them, and he might even be implicated. Li Zhen suddenly had an idea, and he used the dragon heart space to try to collect the spiritual object from a demon. The collection went very smoothly, and the spiritual object did not recognize its owner, so he collected it into the dragon heart space. Just after the spiritual object left the monster's body, a thick bolt of lightning fell on the monster's body. The formation of Qinshan Hunting Ground has a stronger function of targeting the monsters inside, so this function has been enhanced. Once a monster beast mutates, it will have to withstand the attack of the formation. Once the attack starts, when it stops, either the formation does not have enough energy supply, or the monster in the formation is killed by the formation. The sudden death of their companion shocked the other 5 transformed demons, as they knew exactly what had attacked their companion. Li Zhen did not look at the spiritual object stored in the dragon heart space at this moment. With a slight movement of his mind, he sent the spiritual object back to the dead monster. The formation talisman is still there. How could it trigger the clearing function of the formation? A demon said as he lowered his head and took out something from the dead demon's body. This was the spiritual object that Li Zhen put back into the dead demon. Hearing the demon call it a formation talisman, he understood why these 6 transformed demons could move freely in the hunting ground and kill people without being affected by the formation. The formation talisman has many functions, the most important of which is that the person holding the talisman has a certain power over the formation. This can explain why the monster killed the player and the formation did not protect the player. Li Zhen's eyes lit up when he heard this. The previous demon died after he took back the formation talisman. Without the protection of the formation talisman, the transformed monster was perceived as an abnormal monster by the formation and became a target for elimination. Li Zhen wanted to try and see if his guess was correct. The monster was puzzled, but Li Zhen locked onto the talisman on his body. A moment later, a bolt of lightning fell from the void, and the monster was turned into charcoal on the spot. Now it can be confirmed 100% that it was the formation talisman that affected the formation. After knowing this, he no longer had any scruples. He continued to collect array talismans into the dragon heart space. 5 monsters were hit by 5 lightning bolts. The killing function of Qianshan Hunting Ground was only aimed at second-level creatures, and the small first-level monster was easily destroyed. Li Zhen looked at the array talisman in the dragon heart space, took out an array talisman in his hand, and injected his spirit into it. He was shocked to find that the array talisman had great power and had the power to call upon a portion of the large array. He absolutely did not believe that there was no internal personnel familiar with the Qianshan Hunting Ground involved. Conspiracy. The demon-worshipping cult actually managed to extend its hand into the knockout round of the Continental Challenge. You have to know that those gathered here are all the most talented students from Dongli Continent. He thought as he looked at the 6 charred corpses on the ground. As he was thinking about it, the hairs on his body stood up, and without any hesitation, he put the 6 array talismans back on the 6 monster corpses, and then he used all his strength to operate the concealing chi art to activate the invisibility effect of the invisible black jade. The 2 figures were flying over. Being able to fly in the air meant that they were at least at the foundation building stage. Hurry, report to Master Wu immediately. Something has happened. One of them noticed something unusual before he even got close to the corpse, and he shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoist Kai, Master Wu is not here because of something?" Wu Zhenxiu shook his head and replied. After Wu Zhenxiu said this, he immediately realized something was wrong. The departure of Master Wu seems to be related to what happened here. If Master Wu were here, no demon would dare to show up. Kai Zhenxiu bent down and looked at the bodies of the other 4 students first. He confirmed the identities of the 4 students through the tokens and identity bracelets on the bodies. This made his face look extremely ugly. There were students who died in the Continental Challenge, and 4 students died here alone. It was unknown how many students were killed in other places. He came to the 6 corpses of monsters. Although the monsters were dead, there was still evil spirit left on their bodies, which was the characteristic of monsters. Damn it! Announce the end of the game immediately. He almost shouted after he found a What did you find? Wu Zhenxiu asked. The formation talisman of the Qianshan Hunting Ground. Kai Zhenxiu replied with gritting his teeth. He handed the formation talisman to Wu Zhenxiu, and just as Wu Zhenxiu reached out to take the talisman, a ray of light suddenly emitted from Wu Zhenxiu's hand and shot towards Kai Zhenxiu. This attack was extremely stealthy, and the distance was so close that it was almost impossible to avoid. Just as the light was about to hit Kai Zhenxiu, a spiritual power shield appeared out of thin air on Kai Zhenxiu's body and blocked the light. After the light stopped, it took the shape of a flying needle. You actually colluded with the demon, Kai Zhenxiu said in shock and anger. How could he not be shocked and angry? If he hadn't carried a life-saving item with him, he would have been successfully ambushed by Wu Zhenxiu just now. A flying sword appeared in front of him, and at the same time a shield appeared in front of him. The flying sword and the shield were used for attack and defense. Wu Zhenxiu shook his head in annoyance. He was in trouble because he failed to kill Kai Zhenxiu the first time. Fellow Taoist Kai, you know too much, Wu Zhenxiu said hatefully. He no longer hid his strength. His body suddenly grew larger. His height increased to more than 3 meters. He grew fangs, and his hands turned into sharp claws. When the foundation-building cultivator transforms into a demon, his strength instantly increases significantly. Wu Jinxiu's ugly body bent slightly, and then his figure disappeared from the spot. With a loud bang, Kai Jinxiu's body shook, and he even took half a step back. Wu Jinxiu, who had transformed into a demon, almost made Kai Jinxiu embarrassed with one blow. Kai Jinxiu forced himself to stabilize the surging energy in his body. See how you block it? Wu Jinxiu, who had transformed into a demon, shouted while wreaking havoc on Kai Jinxiu's defense. Kai Jinxiu had no chance to react at all. He was lucky to be able to block the attack when Wu Jinxiu, who had transformed into a demon, burst out with all his strength. He soon realized that this was wishful thinking. The attacks of the demon-transformed Wu Jinxiu were too fierce, and each attack caused Kai Jinxiu to suffer a certain degree of shock. "Aren't you afraid that Master Wu will return?" Kai Jinxiu asked loudly in order to catch his breath. "Huh, Master Wu won't be back until dawn," Wu Jinxiu answered confidently, which also put pressure on Kai Jinxiu. Taking advantage of the time Wu Jinxiu took to answer, Kai Jinxiu was finally able to stabilize his shield defense. It also gave him some free time to take out a talisman. Holding the talisman in his hand, he began to activate it. How could Wu Jinxiu not know what Kai Jinxiu meant when he saw it? So he pounced towards Kai Jinxiu. His claws turned into countless afterimages, and the continuous attacks fell like raindrops. Kai Jinxiu's shield was of second-grade quality, but under Wu Jinxiu's claws, it produced some dot-shaped cracks, and under Wu Jinxiu's continuous attacks, these dot-shaped cracks were expanding and merging. It didn't take long before the shield was covered with cracks. With a crack, the shield broke into pieces, and Wu Jinxiu's claws, filled with murderous intent, had already reached in front of Kai Jinxiu. At the same time, the talisman in Kai Jinxiu's hand transformed into a flying sword and shot toward Wu Jinxiu. A fierce look flashed in Wu Jinxiu's eyes. He didn't want to get too entangled with Kai Jinxiu. The more entangled they were, the more likely problems would arise. He used one hand to block the illusory flying sword and continued to attack Kai Jinxiu's body with the other hand. Kai Jinxiu thought clearly that when Wu Jinxiu faced the talisman flying sword, his first choice should be to retreat. He didn't expect that Wu Jinxiu didn't retreat at all, but instead adopted a more fierce attack method. Wu Jinxiu's claws hit Kai Jinxiu, and the sound of broken bones was heard. Kai Jinxiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Even at this moment, he was still controlling the Fu Bao flying sword to attack Wu Jinxiu. Wu Jinxiu's entire arm, which was used to block Fu Bao's flying sword, disappeared, and a cut deep enough to see the bone was left a foot below his chest. Wu Jinxiu was unable to block the flying sword of the talisman, and the blow severely injured him in his demonic state. Kai Jinxiu was also in a very miserable state. He did not even have time to retract the talisman before activating a talisman of escape and disappeared from the spot. Wu Jinxiu remained in his demonic state, which gave him some time and accelerated his recovery from injuries. Of course, he couldn't stay for long. Kai Jinxiu had escaped, and he needed to leave after his wounds were healed. He looked around reluctantly. He was the founder of Qinshan Hunting Ground, and they had conquered the world together. In order to be able to advance to the Foundation establishment stage, he sold his soul to the demon-worshipping sect. He was lucky, and with the resources provided by the demon-worshipping sect, he became a Foundation establishment cultivator. This time, a monster entered the hunting ground, and Wu Jinxiu let the monster in by taking advantage of his power. Li Zhen is rational, but this does not affect his impulsiveness at special moments. He saw clearly the injuries of Wu Jinxiu. If an ordinary person had suffered such injuries, he would have died long ago. His actions were one step ahead of his brain's thinking, and he launched a Shunxiao thunder method, aiming at Wu Jinxiu's wound. Wu Jinxiu never thought that he would be attacked by surprise. In fact, the two foundation-building cultivators could have discovered Li Zhen's figure by scanning the tree with their spiritual sense. But none of them thought that there were still living people here, let alone someone so bold as to hide beside the two foundation-building cultivators. When Wu Zhenxiu was attacked, his brain reacted immediately, but his body was not so happy. The lightning struck heavily on the wound on his chest. Since this wound was caused by a talisman, the aura of the talisman remains inside, so it cannot heal so quickly. Lightning struck the wound, and an indescribable feeling of numbness came from Wu Zhenxiu's wound. Theoretically, if Wu Zhenxiu was not injured, even if the Shunxiao Thunder method was quite powerful, it was only a Thunder method at the Qi training stage level, and it could not even break Wu Zhenxiu's physical defense. But Wu Zhenxiu had wounds on his body, and his physical defense had been destroyed. The Shunxiao Thunder method attacked the wounds, and the power of the Thunder method directly acted on his internal body. This time, Wu Zhenxiu really couldn't even move, and Li Zhen's second wave of attack arrived at the right time. Li Zhen instantly activated the black iron body, and he attacked Wu Zhenxiu's wound with the sword in his hand. During this process, the Qing Song sword emitted a light sword sound, and the sword Qi and thunder sound made him and the sword become one. The sword Qi and thunder sound he performed this time was his strongest attack. With the perfect swordsmanship as a foundation, he has a solid basis in swordsmanship and will not let the sword Qi and thunder sound be like a castle in the air. In addition, he had been gathering his strength before this, and he was facing the most terrifying enemy, plus his hatred for the monster. All these made him reach his current peak state in both spirit and physical swordsmanship when he performed sword Qi thunder sound. The sword energy transformed from the green pine sword, accompanied by the sound of thunder, hit the place where Wu Zhenxiu was hit by the Shunxiao Thunder method. The defense of his physical body here had been reduced to the lowest level after continuous attacks. Especially the paralyzing effect of the Shunxiao Thunder method made it impossible for Wu Zhenxiu's body to activate its instinctive resistance. First, the sword energy pierced into Wu Zhenxiu's wound, and then the body of the Qing Song sword. Li Zhen, who was fully utilizing his black iron body, had already reached the level of foundation-building true cultivation in terms of strength in close combat. The Qing Song sword pierced into Wu Zhenxiu's abdomen, and the intense pain woke Wu Zhenxiu up from his paralyzed state. Li Zhen felt the Qing Song sword tighten. This was because Wu Zhenxiu had regained control of his body, and his body instinctively resisted the external attack. What he should do most at this moment is to let go of the Qing Song sword and retreat immediately to avoid being counterattacked by Wu Zhenxiu. No matter how much advantage he gained or how many opportunities he had, he was still a cultivator in the Qi training stage and could not withstand a casual attack from a foundation-building cultivator. However, his blood was boiling at this moment, and he did not want to miss such a great opportunity to kill a true cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. Besides, even if he retreated, he might not be able to avoid the counterattack of a foundation establishment true cultivator or a demonized foundation establishment true cultivator. So he chose another way. He stimulated the dragon's power, and the terrifying dragon's power emanated from Wu Zhenxiu. Under normal circumstances, even if the dragon's might is effective against the transformed monster, the huge gap between the foundation-building cultivators and the Qi-cultivating cultivators will make the effect of the dragon's might insignificant. But Wu Zhenxiu's current situation is different. Having been severely injured, he is at his lowest point both mentally and physically. His demonized state has enhanced his defense, but it has also weakened his resistance to the dragon's might, causing him to be more seriously affected by the dragon's might. His raised claws froze under the dragon's might, with the tip of the claws only a few centimeters away from Li Zhen's head. But even at this distance, he could not get any closer,